There seemed to be some confusion because there were actually 2 numbers posted. We're going to do our best to cope with that, to make sure everyone has access. I see we do have committee members and the town clerk that have been able to zoom in, so I'm hopeful that that'll work for everyone else. Also, the second order of business would be the previous meeting minutes. And Sue, correct me if I'm wrong, but the January 17 minutes were usually are included in the e-packet. But there were...
Yes, and I sent out an e-packet very late this afternoon. I apologize for that.
Okay. So it may be that everyone did not have an opportunity to review those minutes. I will tell you that, as we've discussed before, the official minutes of the meeting are the video. And therefore, I would ask, has everyone had an opportunity to see either the printed minutes or the video?
Yeah.
I have.
Yes.
Yes.
So if there's, Brad, you have? So if there's no objection, I would move that we accept those minutes as written or as filmed. No objections? Brad? Can't hear you, Brad. Can't hear you. Can't see that. Is that the phone?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. You want to call us?
Charades.
I guess my question would be, is there a reason from the videographer's perspective why Brad can't be heard?
It appears as though his Zoom is muted.
He's muted.
Brad?
Yeah.
How's that?
All right, that works better.
All right, sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Videographer.
No problem.
Hey, just a question, Peter. There was a mention of some people who had expressed interest in coming on to the committee, and I didn't see any mention of names or resumes. Was there a mention, or is that why it wasn't in the minutes? Because there are no resumes.
I believe I've seen one application. And it was, once again, Sue, was that included in the e-packet?
It was.
It was. So Brad, I believe if you look now at your e-packet on the town website, under comprehensive plan, you'll see that application. Getting back to the business at hand, is everybody satisfied to vote on the minutes? All those in favor? Unanimous? Great. Okay, also, Sue, one other question.
Yes.
On the website, what I saw regarding minutes, there's an indication beside the December 7th minutes that says awaiting approval.
Yes, I haven't gotten to upload those yet. I wanted to get tonight's meeting going first, and I'm going to focus on that tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, you're fine.
Okay. Yay, bye.
All right, so what we'll do is we'll correct those minutes as far as making sure that they're posted and been approved and all that sort of good stuff, because they have been approved. They were approved at the meeting in January. All right, well, enough on minutes. I would make a motion that since we have guests here tonight, and since, I know this is scintillating discussions about logos and videos, that we, if there's no objection, that we move new business, A, no start planning interview, and B, committee applicants. Well, I'll say this, we'll at least move A, no start planning interview to the head of the agenda in order to, in deference to our guests. Go ahead. Right. So moved. So the stage is yours.
Okay. We had a few slides which
name is Ben Smith, and I'm the principal at North Star Planning. And tonight with me is Kate Birch.
Hi.
Kate is a planner at North Star, and yeah, that, I think the word. And we had submitted a proposal in response to the RFP that the town had issued, and we're here tonight to kind of go over our approach to the project, just provide a brief overview, a little bit of who we are, and if we can answer some questions, we'd love to have an opportunity to have a little bit of a conversation about. It appears to be on, I think. If it's not, someone will tell me. So I think what I will do, without objection, is kind of walk through a few slides, provide a little background, and then if there's questions along the way or questions at the end, I'm happy to, we can be flexible on how we handle that. So once again, my name is Ben, and Kate's here with me this evening, and there's a couple other folks at North Star Planning who would be involved in the Raymond project. We are located in New Gloucester, and we've got combined a very good, diverse planning background. My experience before North Star Planning 5 years ago was with the town of Windham. I was a planner there for 11 years. Part of that time was planning director, and Kate has some direct support with the town of Topsom. So our resumes are in the proposal. I won't go through those, but I'm happy to answer a little more background if you wish.
So sorry.
Our response was really based on, in part, our understanding of the town, and that was, based on personal experiences that we have with Raymond and things that were noted in the RFP. But some of the things that I know are going to be important as the discussion around the comprehensive plan continues is protecting water quality and natural resources, balancing tourism and economic development with the needs of year-round residents. So folks who are here part of the year or passing through, with folks who live, work, go to school here, and dealing with the impacts of growth pressure on community character. So I will hand the mic over to Kate to talk about water quality.
Yeah, so one of the things that we think will really be a thread throughout this comprehensive planning process is water quality, water resources. You all are one of the stewards of the water quality of Sebago Lake. You also have a lot of other lakes, ponds, streams, and these are sort of very key to the identity of the town, as well as the well-being of the residents, your groundwater, your aquifers. So looking at protecting these resources from pollution, from impacts of development, from the impacts of other uses, like recreational uses, as well as ensuring that these that water resources are available and accessible to all members of the community and residents here is also kind of a big balance that will be part of this process.
Great, thanks. And there's a couple images here of Windham Open Space Plan and a Yarmouth Open Space Plan that we worked on in the last several years that to greater and lesser degrees dealt with conservation perspectives as well as recreation and use of natural resource perspectives. The next thing we wanted to talk a little bit about is kind of that tourism seasonal aspect nature of the town. We've got a couple projects under our belt and that are ongoing right now with the town of Tremont and Bristol. Those are coastal communities. So in many ways, they're different from Raymond, but in a few key ways, in particular, dealing with seasonal traffic, dealing with housing affordability issues and short-term rentals could be an issue, and trying to, in those communities in particular, ensure that there's a sustainable year-round community. And I think that that's probably less of a concern in Raymond, but it could have something in common with those as far as evening out the seasonal swings that come with employment, wages, and those types of things when you have a seasonal economy. And then finally, we wanted to talk a little bit about, this was some data we pulled from census about growth pressure, and this is probably not new to a lot of people here in this room, but when we were looking at how Raymond has grown over the last 100 years, it was relatively flat population, growing slightly between 1920 and 1960, and then it really exploded in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And since then, the population is measured by the census has leveled off. And those are, year-round people who call Raymond home. But that probably isn't the whole picture. Another bit of data here from the ACS is that Raymond has a very high, much higher than Cumberland County in general, seasonally vacant structures. So this is an indication of that, what we were talking about a couple slides ago, how the code office has probably been quite busy with new homes, new septics. It's not just internal renovations and decks. I'm sure there's plenty of those, but the building activity has been much busier than population growth. So if we had multiplied 2.3 people times each new home that's been built in the last 20 years, we would expect the population to be much higher than it is today. So that's an indication, I think, to some degree of that seasonal nature of Raymond's population compared with the county and certainly with the state. So we do have a lot of local experience, as I've mentioned before, my work experience prior to North Star Planning, but also since in the last 5 or 6 years working with communities in this region and throughout Cumberland, Androscoggin counties, open space plans, comprehensive plans, downtown plans. We can come back to any of these if you have questions about those, but that was really kind of the foundation. I know that's not the whole picture, and there's going to be many other things to talk about, but I wanted to at least give you a sense of where we were coming into the process from. And I'll turn it over to Kate to talk a little bit more specifically about the proposal. We don't plan on going page by page through the proposal. Certainly happy to answer questions about it, but Kate's gonna go through an overview on the slide.
Sure. So we just wanted to sort of go through our approach to this comprehensive planning process. It starts with a period of data collection. So gathering past plans, the state's data, preparing those inventory chapters, a lot of collaboration with town staff to help us collect a really robust base of data about the town, about the built environment, and I start to identify what issues are happening. And then from there, we start working with the community vision and values, and that basically, you all are really the experts on what's going on in your communities. So taking that data and working with public participation to make that data meaningful, to kind of ground truth it, and to get more perspectives and help us better understand the town. And from there, we start to identify the goals, policies, and strategies that will be part of this comp plan. And it's important for those to be realistic, actionable, implementable goals that the town can work on over the next 10, 20 years. And as we develop those strategies, there will be multiple touch points back with the community and public participation to make sure that we're connecting the vision and the values of the town with the goals that are in the plan. And then the final stage is drafting and adoption. So that will include developing an implementation strategy, identifying some funding options, and then the processes of local adoption and state approval. Yeah, and then we also wanted to just share a little bit about our engagement strategies. We think it's really important to make sure that we're hitting a lot of different modes of engagement with the community to make sure that we're reaching as many people possible in the ways that they feel comfortable, kind of meeting people where they want to meet us. So we do a lot of in-person engagement, which can include big open house workshops, smaller listening sessions with specific stakeholder groups, presentations, or also pop-ups at local town events. And then also sort of running parallel an online engagement plan where we have project website, social media, an email list. We put out online surveys to echo a lot of the public participation surveys that we do in person for people who feel more comfortable jumping in online. And we also will make videos to accompany some of the surveys and other things we're putting out to help people engage in the process. And then we do a lot of print too, putting up flyers in local places, sending out postcards, direct mail, working with community members who might want to put something in the local paper to try and reach the widest range of people possible.
Okay. So this is the project timeline that we put into the proposal. It includes all of the tasks that are more fully scoped out in the proposal itself, but also Kate had touched on those a moment ago. So essentially, the first part of the project is that research project. It's essentially digging into state data and getting existing conditions in those inventory chapters. And then I think the best part of the process, the most exciting part of the process, is when you start looking ahead. So the first part, the research project, is almost looking back. It's understanding how you got to where you are today. What do we have as a community? And the looking ahead part starts when you start engaging folks around the vision and values of the community. So that in this timeline is kind of a late summer activity that continues through the winter and would lead into some early drafting in the spring time frame with first drafts of a plan next summer. So that is an overview of the project timeline. And I think that's the last slide we had, knowing that you all have had a chance to review the proposal, and if you had specific questions about anything we've shared in the proposal itself or highlighted here in the slides, we'd be happy to have that conversation at this point.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Kate. So what I'd like to do is open it up to questions. They don't have to be limited to the proposal, but so that people don't get overlooked, I'd like to start with committee members on Zoom. So I'll start with Frank. Any specific questions you might have, Frank?
Presently not.
Okay. Brad?
I'll wait until we get into the discussions.
Okay. Brad? You're muted, Brad.
Thank you, Peter. Hey, Ben, thank you very much for joining us here this evening. I appreciate you taking an evening, both of you taking evenings out of your lives to join us on our schedule. Are either of you familiar with Roger Martin?
I'm not.
His work at all in planning and strategies. I just was kind of curious because, the plans are vitally important. Implementing them and coming up with a strategy for implementing them is kind of important too. We, most committees you probably work with, you do a comprehensive plan, and then do you recommend a implementation committee afterwards, or how do you handle that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I think it's fairly common for communities to have either a comp plan group continue on with a new charge after the plan's been adopted, or to have a separate group, some group outside of the select board and town staff who are going to be able to keep an eye on the plan specifically. I think you are right. I don't know the work of Roger Martin specifically, but I do know that there's a lot of frustration in communities where you go through all of this work and nothing happens, or the perception is nothing ever changes. So this is a big project. It takes a lot of people, and I think it's very reasonable to expect that you would see results from this. And to that end, Kate had mentioned it, our work, and having been a planner and dealing with a lot of plans that, to greater or lesser degrees are implemented, we want to make sure that our plan recommendations are going to be reasonable, actionable, and something that the town can implement. So to that end, the plan horizon for a comp plan is 10 to 20 years. So when you look at the vision statement itself, it's very often asked, what kind of community do you want to live in 10 years from now or 20 years from now? And when we write recommendations, it's very often a shorter time frame. What do you need to do in the next 5 years to get to the point where you start making progress toward that longer term vision? What can this select board do and the next select board do over the next couple budget cycles to start moving in that direction? And I'm not sure I can get the slides back or not, but I would encourage you to even just take a look at the cover of the Wyndham plan. That was an early attempt. That was written when I was the planning director in Wyndham, and we were challenged to, get the plan on one page. Everybody was tired of, 300-page documents, and nobody knew where the recommendations were. So we said, okay, we're still going to do a 300-page document, but let's take a crack at getting it on one page. And there were 4 big things, and those are right on the cover, and there's a few bullet points under each one, and that makes it very easy to communicate. It's easy for elected officials and volunteers to understand what the priorities are, and you don't have to make even progress every single year. Like, there are going to be some years you move ahead in open space, and other years you move ahead in economic development, but having a manageable number of priorities with clear goals can provide really good guidance to elected officials and staff to make progress.
Which plan are you referring to? Is that around 2018 or so? Or was that the earlier plan back in the early 2000s?
The one I'm referencing is the maroon colored. It says 2016 update. The Wyndham plan. Yeah.
Okay. And then just one other question I had for you is, you talked about a big open house event and getting out to visit with some of the stakeholders. And what have you found to be an effective way to reach people? And what kind of attendance have you had at those, neighborhood meetings?
Yeah. I do think that we're still in that phase where the pandemic is very fresh to people, so not everybody is jumping up at the opportunity to go to a big open house. But what we've had success with recently is kind of having these parallel events where we have an open house that has an online option for folks. So I think in an event we had in Bath, we advertised it both through all the town's email lists, social media, as well as our own email outreach, and through contacting some stakeholders in the town, like they have a Main Street Bath organization. We also did the old school way of hanging up flyers around town. And we got, I think, 60-something people came out to an open house. on a cold Tuesday night, which isn't so bad, and then we've had ongoing online participation from people who didn't make it to the in-person event, and we've had over 100 people jump in on that so far. So I don't know if you want to talk about the other ones you've done recently, but
I think you made the point I was going to make, is that people need options, and it can be very tough if the only way you're inviting public comment is to have people come into an after dinner meeting at the town office or in a room like this. It's giving people an opportunity to participate online or to meet them where they are. And what that means is taking advantage of community events and gatherings that are already happening. So you don't need to convene these things, you just need to be around, you need to be a part of it. And some examples from that PowerPoint we shared were like some food truck events that were ongoing in Gorham, and we just brought a little canopy and some plans and let people look at them, and people wandered over and said, hey, what are all these pictures of our town? And that led to conversations around, the future of that part of Gorham. So those types of interactions, it's part of I call it the well-balanced breakfast of outreach. So those kinds of outreach, if you go to a food truck or you go to a carnival, you're going to have like maybe 30 seconds of people's time. You're not going to get real deep, but it's great for a wide, broad-reaching awareness. If you have people come and choose to invest a couple hours of their time in the gym or at a community meeting, there you can get much deeper. So I think that it requires a mix, but I guess we are seeing people coming back to in-person meetings, especially open house kind of things where they can drop in where they want to. Like if you leave the doors open for 3 or 4 hours, sometimes people will stay for an hour, sometimes they'll stay for 20 minutes. But there's lots of different techniques and different strategies that we can use, and we would want to probably talk that through with the committee a little bit more to figure out like what is the right mix of activities for Raymond.
Thank you. Just one final question that I have here for you while you're here, Ben, is you obviously are aware of the phenomenal growth that's happened in the Wyndham area for probably 40 years. And Raymond participated in some of that growth during the 80s and 90s, and it has slowed considerably since then. Do you have any thoughts on how Raymond has been effective at slowing that growth on the Wyndham-Raymond border, and what have we done right in your judgment that's been enabled us to slow that growth and manage it better?
It's a good question, and I don't know that I've got a real good answer for it. When I was looking at the census data that was up on that slide a few minutes ago, it did remind me a lot of Wyndham, in particular the 70s and 80s. Wyndham has continued to grow at I think the last couple decades have probably been about 14% census to census, and Raymond was like 2 to 3% from census to census. So I think there's probably a number of reasons for that. I think it has maybe given Raymond a little more breathing room and maybe a little less pressure, maybe more space to have a conversation about rural character and the future of access to natural resources and those kinds of things that have been much more urgent conversations in Wyndham over the last 5-10 years. So I think from that perspective, that's been an effect, but I couldn't say without maybe learning a little bit more about Raymond, like how that has happened. I do know that Raymond's a little, one town further down the road from Portland, and I think that is likely to be part of it. But, I'd be interested if you had ideas or other people in the committee had ideas about that.
Sure, John.
I think one town down the road is a big part of it. And the other thing that's significant, I think, is that there's not a lot of available affordable housing. And so a lot of Wyndham's growth has been younger people. and people with school-age children. And I just think the opportunities have been greater there for housing, and it's closer to where they work.
Chris?
I would add that our zoning is quite different than Wyndham's. Our lot sizes are much larger. Most of our town is either in shoreline zone or rural residential, which the minimum lot size is 2 acres or 3 acres. And then we have a very small village residential area where you can go down to a 1 acre lot. So I think the zoning is something that the last comprehensive committee did right, is to slow growth. I think that you got to have a bigger lot, and it keeps Raymond more rural than on some of the urban areas that are closer to Portland, like Westbrook or Gorham or even Wyndham.
That's a good point. That also contributes to the point I made about affordable housing as well. And so then you get to the idea of demographics and community vitality, and I think you need a mix of peoples. And I think one area we've been short on has been the younger families, and I think that's something we should pay attention to in this plan, in my opinion. We seem to do really well with empty nesters. We do well with people who are second homes, vacation homes, that sort of thing, but not as robust when it comes to attracting young families.
Or keeping families here.
And keeping them here, yeah.
Greg, did you have a comment?
About that specifically? Yeah. Well, I guess one thought I had is you said that we have larger lots typically than Wyndham, and from a forester's perspective, we've worked with a lot of forest landowners, and ultimately they have sold their property, they've subdivided it, and you go back and you look at it, and we kind of see it as a waste of land when you require large house lots. I think New Gloucester has like 5 acre minimums in some cases. And we're of the attitude, and I'm speaking for myself and for some foresters who've had a lot of experience with selling, managing woodlots that we see turn into developments. And we're kind of the attitude, if you're going to subdivide a piece, cram as many houses into that piece as you can to conserve maybe another piece of land, so that it might stay a solid piece of forest land. That's my comment. And when it comes to septic disposal, if you have enough houses on a development, maybe there's a central septic system that might be actually more sufficient and more efficient than a whole bunch of individual septic systems. And I'm not an expert on septic systems, but it's just my thought.
I might just jump in.
Thanks for the time.
To follow on Greg and Chris, your input here would help. It seemed like in the 2010 era, when we were doing ordinance work, the open space subdivision was a piece that was added to the ordinance, and we did a number of them. Does that ring a bell? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, and I would tell you that they are still being built. They were phased. We have several large subdivisions that haven't even been started that are open space subdivisions, where they do cluster, like Greg was talking about, the houses and then preserve land for open space. That is a concept that is in our ordinance now. Maybe we need to revisit it, but it's definitely in there, and Greg's right. That's how you do preserve larger tracts.
Well, when it comes to the open space, a lot of these lots simply aren't big enough so that the reserved open space can be managed for timber. It's hard to do it when if you've got 15 or 10 acres, you're pretty much at the limit where it's going to be feasible to do a timber sale and manage the property. It can be done. The nature of forestry has changed in terms of the machinery they use. A lot of people use large machinery, and they just require a lot of volume to move onto a woodlot. So the open space concept, it sounds good. I put some thought into about how effective that is in terms of being able to manage at least the forest resource of the open space.
Great. Sean, questions for Ben or Kate?
No, I appreciate the conversations, and it's great listening to you. I don't have anything to kind of add or to ask right now.
Very good. Kayla?
Oh, sure. Can you, if you can, provide us with any sort of thinking out of the box or really innovative ideas that you have been involved in with other towns that you're particularly proud of and you would like to brag about right now?
For just anything?
Well, yeah, involving the comp plans, like something where a community sort of thought out of the box and. Sorry, Don.
That's two down.
Do you want to take a? Yeah, it sounds like it could be anything. Okay. I think the one there's an implementation effort going on right now in Pownell. We did not work on the comp plan, but helping them think about preserving rural character and what is rural character, and that is a question that always comes up, and I think it essentially could be defined as the sense of quiet country living and open country roads that people experience in town. It could be, you know, a rural economy of woodlots and gravel pits, natural function of groundwater recharge or wildlife habitat. And so this would be something that I would love to explore a little bit more of like, what is rural to Raymond? Is it that veneer of rural character, or is it the actual rural function of rural economy? And the answer is different for every town. So in Wyndham, several years ago, it was, you know, we don't care, essentially, how many houses are in the subdivision as long as we can't see them from the public road. And in Pownell, they are much more on preserving blocks of land for wildlife habitat, to also preserve the economic value of that land as rural land. So whether it's harvesting timber or using it for pasture or hay. So balancing those kinds of considerations and getting more to your point, we're having conversations in Pownell now about maximum lot sizes, where it essentially would look like we're reworking their existing cluster ordinance to be more of a conservation subdivision, and putting more focus on design, and having it be less about a math problem. What is the maximum number of lots you can put on this piece of property, to what are the important characteristics of this land to preserve as development is considered, and then work with the planning board to come up with a creative design for that property. So that's something we're working on right now in a community that is kind of on the frontier between Portland and Auburn, and they're experiencing some growth pressure from both sides. Do you want to, I'm thinking about the solar ordinance that you worked on and were administering in Topsom.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I mean, I don't know if solar is an issue in Raymond. Kate's got some ideas about that.
It is. Got some projects.
Yeah, so when I was working in Topsom has a fairly new solar ordinance that basically the town attached a habitat mitigation fee to it. So they used an existing open space plan to basically attach a value of high, medium, or low quality habitat to every parcel in town. And if you want to build a solar farm on it, you have to pay a fee based on what the level of the quality of habitat is. And that fee then goes into a fund that the town uses to preserve other habitat in partnership with the land trust or in other ways. But I think and that was an interesting way of, you know, solar is also a pretty big business right now, so it was an interesting way to see that solar companies were happy to pay that fee if they had to, and also that it did encourage the engineers working on these developments to guide where they're placing solar panels and stuff away from those high value habitat zones and more towards the lower cost, lower value habitat for them to build on, which was helping seemingly to preserve some of those large blocks of habitat.
Kate, what was the map layers that were used to define high, medium, low? They were or existing mapping that had already been done. They didn't do any additional on the ground reconnaissance, or maybe they did.
They were using, the maps were from the open space plan, which was done in 2012. So they're actually probably going to update them soon, but they were based on sort of surveyed state data, wetlands, habitat maps, but also based on a community values matrix that the town did a public process on, where people ranked what pieces of land were important to the community, whether they were for a view shed, like everyone likes driving down that road, seeing that big open field, places that people like to hunt, like to fish. So it was a combination of sort of like scientifically significant land and the land that was important to the residents.
Cool. Any other questions, Cal?
I'll hold mine so I don't take anybody else's. And if
right.
there's any left over, then I'll go for it.
Okay. John Clark.
Could you provide a few examples of some climate initiatives that you've done in other towns and what those have looked like? And, I think some articles were sent around, and I think a big part of this would be, how could they be implemented? And I know that there is several avenues for grant money available for the town to take advantage of, because I do think that we are looking at the value of some of these improvements, and how we pay for those things is an important piece of that equation.
So when you talk about climate initiatives, are you talking about how climate is incorporated into the comp plan process, or are you talking about energy plans or street light to LED conversion type projects?
More the former.
In the comprehensive planning process?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a couple ways that we've worked on this, and I will say that this has become the most popular non-state required comprehensive planning topic to incorporate into a planning document. There's a couple ways you could approach it. One would be to have a dedicated, we're going to have a new chapter in our comp plan dealing with climate adaptation and climate issues in our community. And the other is to look at those kinds of concerns throughout the project. So I'll take a step back, and I'm sure a lot of you, and actually I think there's a fair number of folks on this group who were part of the prior comprehensive, or the current comprehensive plan drafting. So you may know, but I'll say for folks who may not, there's a lot of state required inventory chapters: transportation, natural resources, municipal services, and so on. Each one of these can be viewed through a climate lens. So changes to the weather and changes to the climate will have an impact on transportation infrastructure. Changes to climate will have impacts on municipal services and so forth. So that can be a way to bring that more into the heart of a plan. One of the make it one of the core features that carries through all of the chapters. And I think either approach is doable. Communities have been working on that from both perspectives, but it's a good conversation to have early in the process as you start drafting. Should this be something that we want to look at kind of on its own, and then think about how it factors into recommendations, or is each chapter going to have one or two or a handful of recommendations specifically dealing with climate change?
Mm-hmm. And I guess just a follow-up would be, maybe this falls more on the implementation stage, but do you also include, ways that we would be able to implement these, or, kind of that roadmap? Or is that really outside of the scope?
I think that I'm not going to. I'm fairly new to North Star, so I'm not going to speak for how Ben likes to do an implementation strategies matrix. But I think that in my previous experience, I worked with the city of South Portland and Portland on their One Climate Future plan, which had a really robust implementation matrix. And I think especially with a lot of those climate initiatives, which they touch all the other aspects of the plan as well, but you can kind of separate them into sort of three categories. You have the things that are like really big. We need to wait for the state to have a program where they're going to help us with this. DOT is going to help us with this, or even federal money is going to help us with this. Then there's things that the town can enact on a local level, like some zoning changes to land use policy, requiring EV chargers, things like that.
Yeah.
A capital improvement plan. And then there's the things that are more of like an advocacy, public-private partnership kind of thing, like saying the town's going to have a climate committee that works with local businesses, or that publicizes, like in Topsom, we had an energy committee that did a lot of outreach with members of the community to show people how they could personally save energy by better insulating their homes, or adding solar panels to their house, or other initiatives. So I think you kind of split it, especially with something like a lot of those climate change things. Not everything is something that the town of Raymond can personally fix, but you can sort of categorize where the town needs to advocate for it, what the town can do, and what the citizens can do.
Okay, thank you.
I think Kate had a lot of good ideas, and it kind of touched on the idea of, this comprehensive plan is one really high-level conversation and high-level recommendations. It's not going to be the energy plan, and it's not going to be the open space plan or the transportation plan, but it can help inform those things. And we want to make sure that coming out of this process, because again, I was a municipal planner, and there should be more recommendations in here than just, we recommend you do another study, or we recommend you do more planning. There need to be some things that you can get right going out of the gate as soon as you adopt the plan. Maybe you've even got a head start on a few things as a result of the process that you're going through right now. So that's the only other thing I'll say is, like, you may not get as detailed as you would in an energy plan with this kind of effort, but that's not any reason to say, we're going to have to save that for a future study.
Yep.
I think there's real things you can do.
Greg.
Thank you. This is the land use ordinance from 1993 in Raymond. And this is a land use ordinance as of now. Can you make this thickness? You don't really have to answer that question. But the question I do have is in regard to town government. We have a
Good evening. Welcome to the Select Board meeting of April 11th, 2023. We have a quorum. Everybody's here. Lonnie's on Zoom. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes of the last meeting?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Okay. Next, we're going to go, I told the Budget Committee we're going to get them out of here quickly. So we're going to go right to the warrant articles, which, first, I need, Sharice, can you give us a number on undesignated fund balance if
You're
you have
lucky,
one?
I got it at about 10 minutes of 5.
There you
It's
go.
horrible.
Okay.
$2,226,069.
$2,226,069.
69.
069. Alrighty. And what's our minimum in there? That-
It's 15% of the tax commitment. It's
Yep.
2,223,246. So we're right there within a few thousand,
So we have like nothing to play with.
basically.
All right. Okay, so now let's go to the consideration of the warrants. And we'll start with warrant number 11.
You can't put anything in there.
Yeah, you can put here's the thing, you can put a number in there in case you have a balance at the end that's larger than what we have right now. And you can use up to that 226 number. So if you put in the same number we did last year, which was 200,000. It gives you leeway, because it said the warrant says not to exceed 200,000. So if you have nothing to play with, the number is 0, because you're not exceeding 200,000. But if there's anything above, you can use it. But you won't know until probably August, after the final numbers come in through June,
I can give you a rough estimate in August. Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
I mean,
for
and that's really when
FY23.
you would apply it.
Yeah, FY23.
Yeah.
See if we end the year in a good status.
No. So can I have a motion on?
Move Article 11 at 200,000.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor? That's unanimous. Next article is Article 23.
Next is actually Article 12, sir.
12.
It says 23, where's 12?
Oh, this is the new TIF amount. Okay, and
Yes.
you got the email from Sue showing the new TIF numbers? That was in the email at about 4 o'clock today.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute, where's that? Just recently.
I've got it right here if anybody needs to see it.
319,770.
Yes.
Right.
Right,
And the difference is Sharice realized that I was missing the $7,000 and $7,040 for Kurt's salary that could fall under the TIF.
Okay.
Move Article 12 at 319,770.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
oh, shoot.
Now we go to Article 23. This is the LD1 article. Motion?
Is that number in there correct now, the 3,630,036.38?
That's the number that Kurt had in his memo, yes.
Okay. Kurt's in the audience here, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Okay, move Article 23 at 3,630,036.38.
Second.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. Article 24. This is the main PERS article. I think the change has been made to authorize town manager. Yep. Okay. Can I have a motion?
Motion to move Article 24.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous. Article 25. As you know, Owens McCulloch, our engineer, went out to the site this week to look at it. There's a few snags in there, so Nathan gave me a call and we discussed this, and we deemed it best to pull out the public safety amount for this year.
Public Works.
Public Works, I'm sorry, thank you.
Sorry.
But include $150,000 as part of the bond package to do engineering and study for a Public Works garage down at the sand shed. So the total article would now amount to $1.15 million. We also reduced the time of it to 5 years. There'll be a bond for 5 years instead of 15. And the interest rate from Sharice or Kathy is 5.59%. So interest payments over 5 years would amount to $271,572.31 for a total amount of $1,421,572.31.
Move Article 25.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion?
I think we should, I know they have work to do. I know we talked to Owens, but I still think that we should move forward with it. I mean, look what we're paying out for this small loan now with rec. And I know it's 5 years, and that's a really stinky, like, honestly, interest rate. But the public garage will come together. I know it will. And I think, I don't know, I still say we move forward with it. And if we have to pick up more later, then we pick it up later.
Yeah, I think the problem is we just don't know what it will end up costing in the end. I mean, this has been going on for 2 years. I mean, these accusations that all of a sudden we're doing this is not true. This has been going on for 2 to 3 years, actually, we've been talking about it. But we just don't think that the $3.5 million is probably gonna cover the cost of this thing in the long run. So I just assume put money into planning it, studying it, making sure it all works, and then come forward with a bond next year. Yeah, it will be done, the planning will be done in a year.
Okay.
So,
Mr. Chair, Lonnie had his hand up.
go ahead, Lonnie.
I was kind of going to piggyback on what you said after you finished. You pretty much took the info, and I agree with you, but I also agree with Teresa. This definitely hasn't been the first time we've talked about it. We've talked about it in most meetings, especially if Nate was involved in that meeting. But I think at the end of the day, it is. I don't really want to use the word better, but it works that we, put the money aside to have the exact engineering specs and plans made. It'll probably alleviate any pieces of the puzzle that we'll run into along the way if we didn't dot our i's and cross every t. So I'd be game just to put the 150 and try and put it through next year. But the thing that irks me the most is that we constantly tell the town employees to sharpen your pencil, do better, be safe, do all these things that any employer would tell an employee, management or regular line, that and we're telling them to do things that are unsafe, or we're not giving them the tools, I should say, to do the job correctly and safely for the longevity. It's, don't want to bring up any specifics because I don't want it to come back and bite me. But it definitely is the town needs this just as much as it needs a pickleball field. It really does.
Yeah.
It's actually more than, I should say, because it is about safety. So,
Right. I mean, the only thing I would say to that, Lonnie, is that what we're really doing is we're throwing probably, from a total time standpoint, probably a 6-month delay into it, because in going forward and bonding it next year instead,
right,
we'll still have a lot of that pre-work done. We can get a lot of the pre-stuff done, so that when that bond goes through, the work can start sooner.
Yeah, we could hit the ground running. That's the thing. We can go out to bid by the end of the year and hopefully start, everything by spring, late spring, and hope that the bond passes and be going. One thing I would caution you is to say that we're putting our employees at risk and not safely doing things. I was assured by Nathan that we can still continue where we are, get things done. It's not the most ideal conditions, but it's not unsafe.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that's better to hear.
Yeah, I mean, I would never stand here and say, oh, we're putting our employees at risk because we're not in a safe working condition. I just think that puts the town at risk. So
we are in a safe environment, it's just not optimal.
Not ideal, exactly, not optimal.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, and we are going to pay another point or two by this 6 months extension. We're looking at 559 on.
Well, that's because it's only a 5-year bond, all right,
Because
at a
we don't
small
need it as
amount.
much, though,
If
right?
you had a higher amount than a 15-year bond,
Right.
you'd be at 3.5 or 4,
Right.
somewhere in there.
Right.
The other thing, when we go out on the bigger bond, then we can, we'll also look at self-bonding instead of going through the bond bank.
And the other thing you can do is, we're gonna have 2 bonds paid off in 2 years. You could also roll this bond in and refinance it to a longer bond for a better interest rate.
Oh. Sounds great.
Okay? So,
Yep.
any other discussion on this? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Unanimous? Aye.
Mr. Chair?
Yes?
Is it safe to assume that these motions were to approve and recommend?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good assumption on your part. Must be the cocoa.
It has to be, and there isn't anything adult in it.
All right. All right, so did we cover all the warrant articles now?
Yes, you have.
All right, so now I want to turn it over to the Budget Finance Committee, and you guys can have your meeting. So we will sit back as a selectmen meeting
We'll suspend the selectmen meeting while they have their discussion.
Yeah, do I have a second on the suspension?
Second.
All in favor? Okay. Budget Finance, all yours.
Can I have clarification on those numbers?
Which ones?
Letter A is not 3,500,000, now it's...
No, it's
1,500,000.
1,150,000.
Okay, and the other values don't change?
Article 23 doesn't, Article 11 does the 200,000. You did that one.
No, he's just talking.
Oh, on that one? Oh.
No, the other values don't change. You're just adding 150,000 in for a study on the Public Works building.
Okay. Thank you.
Study and engineering.
Then I'll go ahead and read the article. I will entertain a motion, and we'll have some discussion and vote on it thereafter. Article 25, referendum question W. Shall the town of Raymond, the town, approve a capital project including engineering and design costs, transaction costs, and other expenses recently related thereto the project, consisting of A, the design and engineering of a public works garage to be located at 170 Plains Road at an estimated cost of $150,000. B, recreation improvements to include lighted tennis courts to be located at Sherry Gannon Park on Mill Street at an estimated cost of $440,000.
You did?
Improvements to Tasseltop Park consisting of a snack shack, bathroom facilities, and a maintenance building at an estimated cost of $560,000.
Did you read Part A?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, you need to pull that out.
We just talked about not doing the garage. So you're just gonna do the Tasseltop part, so that whole thing has to be.
Yeah.
But the design is in there, isn't it?
That's for the design, Mr. Chair.
But it's not 3 point.
150,000 for the design.
It's 150,000.
Right.
You know what? Let me give you this laptop and you can read this.
Well, he's got it there.
Oh, you got it, yeah.
Yeah, what he read was correct.
I'm sorry. I just heard, sorry.
All right. Teresa's hearing things.
2, appropriate the sum of $1,150,000 plus any additional premium to provide the cost of the project. 3, authorize the town treasurer and the chair of the select board to issue general obligation securities of the town, including temporary notes in anticipation of the sale thereof, in an aggregate principal not to exceed $1,150,000, plus any additional premium to fund the project. And 4, delegate to the town treasurer and the chair of the select board the authority and discretion to fix the dates, maturities, interest rates, denominations, calls for redemption with or without premium, form, and other details of said securities, including authority to execute and deliver the securities on behalf of the town. Financial statement, total bond indebtedness.
You don't need to read the financial statement.
All right. Validity. The validity of the bonds and the voters' ratification of the bonds may not be affected by any error in the above estimates. If the actual amount of the total debt service varies from the estimates, the ratification by the voters nevertheless conclusive, and the validity of the bond issue is not reflected by reason of the variance. I will entertain a motion.
I move Article 25.
Second. Thank you, Karen. Bob?
And Mr. Chair, is that a move to recommend?
Can you please clarify, Karen?
It is a move to recommend Article 25.
Thank you. And Bob seconded that?
Yep.
Any discussion? I can't see the screen on TV.
Oh.
Because Sue said something, didn't she?
No. No.
No.
We need the other people back.
Yeah, I need my budget.
Bob
budget
and
people.
Karen, they're not on the screen.
Just you.
Just you, Sue.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that-
Oh.
Yeah, I can't control it.
Yeah.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? It carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Wait a minute.
No, we need 11, 12. You need to make recommendations on 11, 12,
23.
And
23.
24.
24.
They have already, the Budget Finance Committee had the number for the LD1, and they've
Okay.
already recommended
Yep.
that.
Okay, so we need 11, 12, and 24.
I don't have 11 here.
You want them?
You want to know how much? Oh, here's 24 too.
Article 11, referendum question I, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to appropriate from undesignated fund balance or surplus to reduce the tax commitment as the select board deemed advisable in an amount not to exceed $200,000.
I make a motion to recommend.
Thank you, Dee.
A second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Article 12, referendum question J, to see if the town will vote to appropriate $319,770 from the tax increment of the Pipeline Route 302 Tax Increment Financing District for fiscal year 2023 to 2024, project proposed in the Tax Increment Financing District Development Program.
They should be able to just share the screen, right?
I'll entertain a motion.
I move to recommend Article 12.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob. Any discussion?
Just a question. It went up from 312 from our last week, and it's at 319,770 now.
Yes.
Yes, I was missing $7,040 of current salary that could
Sorry.
be put under the TIF.
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
And then Article 24, please, sir.
Article 24, referendum question V, to see if the town of Raymond will vote to join the Maine Public Employees Retirement System, Maine PERS, as a participating local district effective December 1st, 2023. And A, to offer Special Plan 3C to its regular full-time firefighters and emergency medical services employees who are paid at least 2,800 hours per year between hours worked, paid vacation, paid holiday, and paid sick time.
2,080. Not 2,800.
2,080, yes. B, to exclude all other employees, including all other elected, appointed officials from participating in Maine PERS. And C, to allow its eligible employees who are currently employed by the town on September 1st, 2023, who elect to join Maine PERS, the option to purchase prior service upon the employee's full payment of all associated costs. The town will not participate in the purchase of prior service, and so employees who wish to purchase prior service are responsible for paying the full liability associated with the service. And D, to authorize the town manager to sign the agreement between the town and the Maine Public Employees Retirement System. And E, to adopt the provisions of 5 MRS subsection 18252/C as enacted by PL 2021, Chapter 286, as allowed by Maine PERS Rule, Chapter 803 for non-participating employees with optional memberships who decline to participate in Maine's PERS when first eligible, and comply with the following requirements. A, beginning in 2024, to annually offer eligible employees who have been employed for less than 5 years the opportunity to join Maine PERS on a prospective basis during an open enrollment period from September 1st through November 1st, and to provide Maine PERS with documentation of each election made by eligible employees under this provision. And B, to withhold employee contributions for employees who join under this provision on an after-tax basis and to remit them to Maine PERS. I will entertain a motion.
I move Article 24 for recommendation.
Thank you, Kevin.
Second.
Thank you, Bob. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
All right, Sue, we're going to hold our public hearing now.
They've got to close.
Yes, the Budget Finance can adjourn their meeting if they'd like to.
I have a question. What about Article 23?
You did make a recommendation on that article at the last meeting, and the number hasn't changed since then.
Okay, thank you.
So you guys can adjourn your meeting.
Yep. I'll adjourn the Budget Finance portion of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We're going to now come back into the selectmen meeting portion of this, and we're going to go right into a public hearing. Excitement is just beginning.
If I didn't have to go to work, I would stop. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
We're going to do the previous minutes first.
We did that already.
Did we?
Yeah.
Did I vote for it?
You did.
I don't, oh no.
I moved it.
Okay.
Teresa seconded it.
Alex,
now-
you were already up there.
We are now in a public hearing. Anyone from the public would like to comment on the town meeting warrant articles? Seeing none, I close the public hearing. All right, Sue. We're going to go right to the final warrant approval.
Yes, please.
Okay. I don't need to do each one separately. We're just going to take them up, right?
That's correct. This is recommending the warrant as a whole document.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have it. Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous. All right. Wow, we're making progress. Okay. Kirk, where are you? You ready? You got a couple of things on there.
I got to figure out how to get this thing to go up there.
Oh.
Will they help me with that? Go back?
Yeah.
Or Sue?
Bill, can you go out and help Kurt, please?
I know how everyone loves this slideshow.
Do you want to do the business license? while
Yeah.
we work on that?
Why don't we do the business licenses? All right.
Do we have, yeah, one, two.
Are you plugged
Okay. Goodhue, Sebago.
Okay, so I didn't want to mess it up.
So we're gonna do the business licenses.
Okay.
4A. Have a motion to approve. Wayne, are there any issues on that? 4A. Goodhue, formerly Panther Run.
Yes, the
Can you
inspection
exit out of
hasn't
this for
been.
a second and just go to your laptop?
Oh, go ahead.
Your desktop?
The inspection hasn't been completed. It's scheduled for tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be showing up with that monitor.
All right.
If you wanted to approve, subject to adequate fire safety inspection report, that should be fine.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Sam.
No, you go ahead.
Motion to approve the business license for Goodhue, subject to successful fire safety inspection.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous? All right, Wayne, how about this ice cream shop? Unnamed.
The ice cream shop at, was it 1259
Yep.
Roosevelt Trail? That inspection is scheduled for Friday. My recommendation would be the same, for you to approve it, subject to successful fire safety inspection.
Which one is, where's 1259?
It was the old pot shop,
The old what?
the old pot shop, pot house, B&B cultivation.
Oh, they're out of business?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
So,
Tells you how often I go there.
well,
All right, can I have a motion?
Move the business license, move to approve the business license for the ice cream shop named TBD, subject to successful fire safety inspection.
second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
Mr. Chair, you have both of those business licenses.
Yeah, we're gonna
Yeah.
sign them right now.
Sweet, thank you.
All right, Kurt, you ready?
Sure, I think so.
Okay. So we're gonna start with reval RFP.
Sure.
Is that okay?
So I guess half of my slideshow is pretty general assessing stuff. So I don't know. It's mostly for the public. So
Okay.
we can. If you guys are willing to muddle through some generic stuff, then I'll go through it as quick as I can, and then we'll
Go
get
ahead.
to the rest of it later. Okay. So. The assessors in a town like Raymond, as with many small towns, the Board of Selectmen also serve as the Board of Assessors. And assessors are somewhat unique in that they're local officials, but actually act as agents of state government in their role and are subject to enforcing all of the state statutes. So it's a dual position. It's a local municipal position, but it actually is overseen by the state tax assessor. The Maine's Constitution governs taxation, and with property taxes, Maine's Constitution requires that all taxes on real and personal estates shall be apportioned and assessed equally according to the just value thereof. Just value has been determined by the law court to be the equivalent of market value. And so the key word there is apportioned. When you're in the assessing world, values and everything we do with taxes is all about apportionment. Who gets what share of the overall tax? And what Maine's Constitution requires is that it be assessed equally according to value. So if you're assessing at market value, you want everybody to be at market value. If you're assessing under market, you want everybody to be in the close percentage in terms of what percentage of market. That preserves the equitable distribution of the property tax. The next section of the Constitution, the legislature shall never suspend or surrender the power of taxation. So everything comes from the state legislature, and towns and municipalities basically have to follow whatever rules the legislature puts forth, unable to kind of come up with their own assessing rules, unless it's been granted by the legislature. A little bit about state divisions of tax authority. On the left side, you have essentially the legislative branch. So as most of you know, the legislature delegates the authority to raise and appropriate tax down to the municipal, the county, and the local school units. The residents vote on the school tax and the municipal tax through the budget articles that you proposed tonight. And the county is put forth by the elected representatives, the county commissioners. On the other side, you have kind of the executive branch, which is how do those taxes get apportioned out? And the legislature creates the laws. The state tax assessor is charged with implementing those laws, and they delegate their authority down to you folks as the Board of Assessors to implement that on the local level. A little flow chart as to kind of how taxes come out. A lot of people are kind of unaware. It all starts with the legislature, and then, like I said, it flows down to the local level, the county level, and the school. Those are all funneled into the assessors, who establish a tax rate based upon the amount of value that they have in the town. That's kind of determined by the assessors, and then the tax itself, which is determined by the voters. And assessors issue that tax, and then it goes out to collection. And the tax collector is warranted to collect those taxes, and then she issues that money out to the treasurer's office, who then funds it out to the county, the school, and municipality for expenditures. So it's kind of the way the flow of how taxes are derived and collected. Am I going too fast? Is good? Okay. The number one responsibility of the tax assessor or the Board of Assessors is to slice the tax pie. That goes back to the Constitution and the apportionment according to value. Essentially, our number one job is to make sure that everyone is paying the appropriate amount of property tax. Not too much, not too little. Essentially, we use value to determine how big your pie slice is. So the more valuable your property, the bigger the slice of the overall pie that you're going to get for property tax. That kind of goes back to a few hundred years ago, when land ownership was the number one ability to pay taxes. It's not quite as accurate as it is today. Today, you can have situations where people have limited income but maybe have high value property, but we're still in that system from a few hundred years ago, where land ownership and value is an indicator of ability to pay tax. This, for some reason, this slide is acting up. It's not, actually. It comes in. I don't know why, but it's about the tax rate. And essentially, the tax rate is the overall property tax, which is approved by the voters and the county, divided by the value that's derived by the assessors, and you get a rate. So that the assessors are constrained essentially to collect the amount of tax that's warranted to them. So if everyone, the voters say, we need $13 million for school, county, and town government, the assessors aren't going to say, well, that's great, but you're only going to get 11, or they're not going to say, that's great, but we think we should have 14. The assessors are constrained to collect what the voters have approved. I don't know why that's not, there it goes. Won't let me move forward either. Okay, assessment standards. In the practice of assessing, we use something called an assessment ratio, and that's essentially for every market sale or qualified sale that happens in town, we take that selling price and we measure it against our assessment. And when we have 100 sales in town and over a given year, we're able to see how the assessment model is performing. If the assessment is $140,000 and the sale price comes in at $280,000, then the assessment ratio is 50%. The statute requires that there's a 70% minimum assessment ratio, and the maximum is 110%. Those are statutory requirements. They really don't want the towns to fall much lower than 70%. The second part of the assessing standards is called the coefficient of dispersion. It's the quality rating, and it is how far does the average sale fall from what the overall average assessment is. So if the overall average assessment is 90% of market value and your coefficient of dispersion is 10, that means on average the average sale is either 10 points one way or the other of the average. So the average sale is either going to be 80 to 100%. So you can see even with a 10% quality score, there's a pretty good bandwidth there as the sales come in. Mass appraisal, where you're valuing thousands of properties all at once. The law doesn't expect the models to hit every sale exactly. There's a test of reasonableness that we apply. Statutory maximum is 20, but if you're under 10, that's excellent equity. 10 to 15 is good, and 15 to 20 is considered to be fair equity. This is Raymond's assessment ratios going back to the last revaluation in 2005. So in 2005, when the revaluation was done, you could see Raymond was really close to 100% of market value. Over the next 2 to 3 years after 2005, the market continued to trend upward, and the assessment stayed the same. So you can see that our assessment ratio begins to drop. Going into 2008, we were probably around 85% of market value. And then, as we all can remember, in 2008, we had the great financial crash, which was a fairly large real estate bubble. Suddenly you see values for houses go down. The assessment ratio over the next 4 years climbs up to about 110%. So Raymond the average person lost about 25% equity in their home from 2008 to 2012 with the real estate crash. And we pretty much peaked out in 2012, and then things began to slowly right themselves, and you can see the assessment ratio starts to drop again. And it was dropping, at a fairly regular rate until around 2020, and that's when we begin to see the effect of the corona pandemic and its effect on real estate market prices. Migration coming in from other states, there's a multitude of things, low interest rates at the time, low stock in terms of what's available. Suddenly, you can see that the assessment ratio begins to drop like a stone after the corona pandemic onset in 2020. And that's left, most towns all in the same position. Most everyone who revaled in the anywhere from 2004 to, 2015 is pretty much in the same spot. This is a sales sample of the last 2 years, and Raymond, you can see that things have sold pretty much everywhere. The lighter the color, the lower our assessment ratio. There's, waterfront tends to, appreciate faster than interior sales. That's historically been the case. During the corona period, though, things were pretty well even. We were seeing almost the same pace of appreciation on the interior. And I suspect that's something to do with some of the migration from corona were, kind of average working people that worked in other states that migrated in. They weren't necessarily buying vacation homes and waterfront homes, but they were paying prices that, I think, to them are reasonable prices, but maybe a little higher than what the local economy might normally support. So going into a revaluation, this is typically what we're going to see after almost 20 years since the last revaluation. We're about 55% of market value, and what we really want is every one of these black dots represents a sale. We really want things to be in this 10% zone, one way or the other, of our average, but things begin to spread out. Because the model is 20 years old at this point, and homes haven't been looked at, things have changed. People have either improved homes or homes have gone into disrepair. Markets have changed in certain neighborhoods, and we end up with kind of an inequitable tax distribution. Coming out of a reval, this is what we can expect to see: an assessment ratio up closer to 100% of market with a tighter band of sales within our equitable range. And that's really what the revaluation will do, is it will narrow everyone in and restore equity to the tax burden. So right now, where are we? As we know, we've had a lot of accelerated market activity through 2022. It does look like things are leveling off. Who knows what's going to happen? You know, if you turn on your news or your web browser, you're going to see every possible scenario right now. So, you know, I don't know whether prices will hold, whether they're going to go down, or what they're going to do. But the last revaluation here was almost 20 years ago. So the last full inventory of property was in 2004. And the assessment ratio coming into this year is going to be around 50%. We were 55% in 2022, April 1, 2022, and we've had some appreciation since then through the summer of 22 and fall of 22. So as things come in, we see sales right now. If we see a sale that's, you know, if we're at anywhere between 40% and 60% on our assessment to sale, doesn't even read. It does. We're expecting that. So that's what we're seeing right now. Homes that are selling for $450, you know, we're going to have 200,000 on them, stuff like that. With this current budget, the budget that's going to town meeting, the town will have pretty much the majority of the funds necessary to conduct the revaluation. We'll have $280,000 in the reserve account with the FY24 budget, and I'm expecting that the cost of the project is going to be somewhere in that range. That's going to get us almost either it is all the way there, or is there going to be only a little bit more. We'll have to see what the bids come out to be, but that we're right in the ballpark from what I've been told from a couple of the vendors. In terms of revaluation, the project pipelines for the revaluation companies they're filling rapidly. You know, everybody's doing the same thing at the same time, and there are only so many companies that are able to implement a project like this. So in order really to have any hope of completing a project for 2025 or 2026, we really need to start the bid process now to get into the pipeline, wherever that pipeline may be, when we are ready to go to contract. Until we get a revaluation implemented, residential property owners are going to absorb some level of financial penalty imposed by the state, likely mostly in the form of reduced homestead exemptions, reduced veterans exemptions, reductions to personal property, which shift some of the tax burden onto real estate. These all kind of add up to tax increases on the residential home side. I think this year our ratio drop will cost residential home, you know, a homesteader about $65 from the homestead alone. So before we even get into what the tax rate's going to be, we're going to have a tax increase for homesteaders. And as I said, forecasting the markets over the next few years is difficult. Hopefully, if we do get a deflation in the market, we will have that built into the sales sample. So by the time we implement, you know, it'll have already happened. And if it doesn't happen, then, you know, we'll be where we are today. Timeline, you know, what I'd like to do is I'd like to get permission from the board to issue a RFP out for the revaluation. I would work on that over the next month. And likely, by the time we receive bids, go through a selection process, and award a bid, we're probably going to be into the fall of 23. And that's the point in which we'll kind of know where we are in the pipeline. Are we a 25 or a 2026 reval? The company's got to be in here working in the spring of 24, which is only a year from now, if they're going to, you know, put out a 25 reval.
How long of a project is it, Kurt?
It's a solid year. You know, we typically what we see is they'll move a crew in here to begin home inspections through the summer of 2024. 2024. They may work in the fall, depends on their timeline, and then you'll have a period in the winter preceding the valuation effective date where the appraisal work is done. And then through that next summer, you have hearings, informal hearings. We try to shake out as many, problems as we can before they get into the formal appeal process. So it's a lengthy project. It's a good year for the project, and then it spills over at least another 6 months after that, and with hearings and taxpayer inquiries, things like that.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens with that whole property tax freeze for seniors.
Yeah.
If that stays in place, this whole reval,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it could be a huge savings for some people.
Yes. Yep. And we'll have to see. I know they're weighing options up there right now.
Right.
If the freeze were to stay intact, it essentially makes the reval mute
Right.
for many people.
Right.
We'll stay tuned.
So, at this point, all you're looking for is approval to create
Start
the
the
RFP.
process.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
Essentially, we get into fall, we always put in these RFPs that the town can scrap it. It's hard to imagine though. I mean, if we're at 50% of market, even with the 08 financial crisis, if things were to go to crap and this 25% loss of value, we're still at 75% of market at that point in 20 years post the last reval. So
Well, I mean, when you look at it from one other standpoint, it gives you the opportunity to catch things that haven't been caught yet.
that's right. What we typically do now, is as sales come in, we get on Redfin and, we're seeing any improvements that may have been done. Sometimes they're permits and sometimes they're not, but, we capture those things as the sale happens within our current model, but that's only 3% of the stock, right? So you're right. Who knows what's out there that we are unaware of at this point.
So, we need a motion.
Yep.
A move to approve going forward with the RFP.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions? All in favor? Okay.
My only question is, do you folks want to view the RFP and approve it before it goes out, or do you want us to handle it?
I have complete faith in you.
Okay.
And that the administration of the town will review and make sure it's all correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay?
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. We have a tax abatement.
And we have one tax abatement,
No.
one personal property account. Pretty straightforward. The owner of the business,
We got to send it to Don.
he reported 30 Adirondack chairs, $661. And we thought they were $661 a piece,
They should
which
have been.
seems reasonable.
Really nice.
Turns out, no, that's what he bought all 30 of them for. So I don't know what kind of chairs they are. But it's, he has a receipt, so we're looking
Have
to
a
fix
motion.
that.
Make a motion to approve the abatement.
All right, motion to approve the abatement.
Second.
It's $235.50, correct?
That's it. Yep.
For Wyndham Pines, tax year 2022-9.
For personal property.
For personal
Okay.
property, $235.50.
Do I have a second?
Sam seconded it.
Okay, been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? All right.
We don't sign it.
Where did they buy the Adirondack chairs? I want to buy a couple.
The $600 ones, that's the one you want?
No, I want 30 for 600. I'll buy quantity even.
All right.
Go back to C.
Go
Thank
back
you.
to C. Did I miss something?
Yep. Presentation of FY 2021. Which
I didn't even put anybody to
What?
sleep tonight.
the audit.
Appointment of the warrant.
We already got that.
Where are you?
Yeah.
No, that's the one that had to be tabled, Joe, because we don't have it. We don't have the
Oh, that's right.
audit.
That's right. We do not have an audit, so
Motion to
table.
table.
C, presentation of FY 21-22 audit.
Have a second? Second. All in favor? Unanimous?
That was quick, easy.
Big
Uh,
catch, Teresa.
Appointment of wardens for the election.
So,
That one I struck out of the agenda because I realized that was left over from last year. We don't have a state election this year, so we don't need a
You don't
warden.
need a warden? Okay.
What we will do is elect a moderator at the beginning of the annual town meeting, which is the election.
Or, that's warrant number 1, right? Or whatever.
Yes.
Okay.
That's article number 1.
All right. There you go. All right, we're now on public comment.
Good evening. My name is Char Jewell. I'm a lifelong resident of Raymond. I'm also a member of the RSU 14 School Board. I'm speaking tonight as a Raymond resident and parent of a student to bring attention to some controversy currently affecting RSU 14. Over the last several months, public participation in the school board meetings has increased, but we are not seeing enough voices from Raymond. I am asking all those who are listening to this evening's meeting, what does it mean to be a child? Every child is innocent. Every child has the right to dream. Every child has the right to protection. A child's innocence is the magic in their lives. It is what all of us yearn for after it is lost. Do you remember dreaming when you were a child? What did you dream about? I remember dreaming of becoming a world-renowned equestrian. When I was in high school, I dreamed of becoming a successful accountant so I could afford to be a world-renowned equestrian. I dreamed of meeting the man of my dreams and starting a family. I had a lot of dreams growing up. Looking back on my childhood, I wouldn't trade it to be a child today. Frequently, we hear people talk about how difficult it is growing up today than it was in pre-internet and cable TV. I certainly share this sentiment. The world is a much bigger place than it was 30 plus years ago. Back then, all we had to worry about was to be home by dinner time and have good grades in school. There was no access to limitless information as we have today. We all know children are unable to make serious decisions. That is why adults need to be there to protect them. We need to protect them from the things that parents couldn't even imagine 30 years ago. Children today face a huge flood of educational and social information from a very young age. Are they equipped to handle the information they come across? How much damage can information children are not ready for due to their development? What are the long-term effects to individuals and communities where children are exposed to information they were not prepared to handle? We see it every day. Children with anxiety, depression, ADHD, general behavior problems, the numbers are growing. Every year we hear the statistics about our children are becoming less stable in their mental health. This makes me ask the question, what are we doing to cause this? Each of us needs to look at ourselves, those around us, and our institutions to find the root cause to help all children grow into healthy adults who can have a solid place in our communities. The question to us adults is, what are we prepared to do about it? I know what I am prepared to do. With each day that passes, we have become aware of more allegations of inappropriate materials in our school libraries. I think we can all agree that at least some of the materials presented so far are absolutely not acceptable in our schools, considering the librarian at Wyndham High School has already removed one book. I have grave concern for where this is all going and how unprepared the school board administration is for what is being revealed. Saying, but we didn't know is not a valid excuse. It is our jobs as parents and community members to know what the children in RSU 14 have access to. We do not. We have failed. We have failed our children. Frankly, I am horrified that my daughter has had access to some of these materials and I had no idea. I trusted staff, administration, and the board to protect my child and assist with the social and cultural education she's received growing up. My fault in all this is that I assumed that staff, administration, and the board agreed with my social and cultural viewpoints. Teaching children how to have sex is not the same as sex education to protect them from the dangers of sexual activity. Children are not mature enough to handle the emotional toll sexual activity can take on a person. Sexualization of children is a crime and should not be conducted or supported in schools. If a child cannot access the information on a school computer, they should not be able to access it in the school library. Support, respect, and affirmation of LGBTQIA+ children should not include pornography for children. There are numerous resources and materials that are available to support different communities of children without crossing the line of impropriety. If for no other reason, the recent CDC Youth Risk Behavior Surveillance results show an increase in sexual violence in teens, especially LGBTQ. Quite a coincidence. School boards across Maine are bound by federal and state laws and regulations. Most of the time, we are bound to these laws, regulations, when conducting business of the RSU. We have a set process along with laws and regulations we must follow. The review of any challenged materials will be thoroughly vetted against RSU, state and federal laws, regulations, and policies. If a member of the public is not happy with the laws and regulations school districts in Maine must operate under, they need to reach out to their state and federal legislatures to lobby for change. I would encourage everyone to be aware of a proposed bill currently being talked about in Augusta. It is Chapter 117, LD 394. It is regarding the power of school counselors and what they can and cannot do with our children. I am speaking today to ask Raymond residents to start investing their time into the future of our community, our children. Without the investment of time in our future, it is lost. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment? Seeing none. Selectman comment?
Just a question
Yeah.
first. As long as we have Char here, can you just fill people in on the schedule and whatnot, on hearings and whatnot on the school budget?
So speaking as a board member, switching hats, so we are meeting tomorrow night as a board to vote on our proposed budget. It is currently sitting, last I knew, currently sitting at a little over 4% increase. It started out much higher. We did take a look at what surrounding school districts are having for increases. Some are as high as 11%, which is insane as far as I'm concerned, but that's for them to deal with. So the board's voting tomorrow night, and then assuming that the board will pass it, then it will proceed to town vote from there.
Isn't there a public hearing first?
There is. I don't know the date off the top of my head, but yes, there is. I think that will be hammered out tomorrow because the dates are flexible depending on whether, if we don't vote in favor of it tomorrow night, then that pushes everything out. Mm-hmm. So there has not been a firm date set yet.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, actually, no. I want to say thank you to her. She is sitting literally in a battlefield on the other side of that board and watching these meetings. And one of the things that I wanted to say in Selectman comment was thank you for not sitting there with a timer with 3 minutes, because in the middle, I mean, we want people to come out and voice their concerns and talk to us, and we give everybody that public comment, and at least if they have a question, we answer them. I mean, we don't get into a debate back and forth on things, but we answer them. I don't know where and when and how they answer the questions at the school, because everybody has some kind of a comment, but it's not put out there publicly. And you get voted in by the public, and it is nasty right now, nasty down there. And I thank you for sticking it out and what you're doing. And I do agree with what you're saying too. But I thank the select board for giving people, if they're going to come out to this meeting and make the time that we give them the time to talk, because they're not giving it to the people down in Wyndham, or even Raymond for that matter.
Yeah, the way the meetings are set up right now is very it's kind of a necessary evil because so many people are coming to speak. I mean, we've been up to 3 hours with public comment in the last month, and it's every single meeting. And the passion that all parents and community folks are having is great. Frankly, we need more of it. We need more discussion. because it is such a troubling time for all involved. I will confirm, Teresa, that I share your frustration that we are not able to engage verbally with people that are coming and asking questions. It is something that is pretty frustrating for me as a board member and me as a parent and me as a taxpayer. It would be nice if we could engage more openly, but that is not the way it is set up currently.
Scott McLean, I think it is, came in and did say, he says, I found out sitting up there on the board, you don't have as much say as you do out here in the public.
Yep.
Yeah, so yeah, I watched that whole thing, but yeah, it's, I don't know, I think that this is not gonna end for a while, and I just wanna say thank you. Thank you for what you're doing down there. And
I think we all agree with you too. And thank you for a 4% increase. I mean, that's amazing. Yeah. That
nice
they
going.
just didn't go crazy.
Right. Yeah. And it really is. The administrative team did a fabulous job this year. I can't give them enough credit. They really took a hard look at what do we really need, and cut where they needed to, and increased in a couple of places where we needed to. The mental health problems going on in schools right now is not just RSU 14, it's across the country. Right. And we need to get in front of it. And the only way to do that is to increase services.
That extra money they got from the state on, GPA, did they spend that or did they just set it aside? Because that came in pretty much after the budget was done.
So that's part of the reason why we're down so low of an increase. Using that, yes. Yep.
Yay.
Yay. Yes.
That's exciting.
Yeah, it is.
Financial management. Holy mackerel.
Right? Yeah.
You don't usually see that.
And Shar has a very involved job during the day. So hats off to her because she is a rock star.
Thank you, Lonnie.
Thank you, Shar.
Yep.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
thank you.
All
Mr.
right.
Chair, one date that I do have for the budget process is May 17th. Will be the vote at Wyndham High School on the full budget that has to precede the election.
Okay.
And that's at 6:30 Wyndham High School.
Okay. Hopefully everybody listening in heard that.
Yes.
Town manager's report. I'll quickly do it. Our next meeting is May 9th. Finally, we're going to get a break for a month. The June 20th meeting is, I'm not going to confirm that one right now. We're going to take a look at where we're at, okay? If there's a chance that we don't have to meet on June 20th, there's a good chance we won't. Or I also have a commitment that day, so we might have to move it. Upcoming election, anybody who wants absentee ballots, you have to request them by June 8th. The election is on June 13th. It will be held at Jordan Small Middle School from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. That includes the town warrants and the school budget. All right. Have a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
You gotta read the thing, I don't have anything.
Move to go into executive session for discussion of code enforcement with attorneys pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056E.
So since they're both,
There are two sessions, yes.
but they're both discussion with attorneys.
Yes, they are, but they're with two different, as I understand it, there were two different attorneys on two different subjects.
Okay. All right, so we're going in under A right now. All right. Alex. All right, thanks, Kurt. Thanks, Shar.
Thanks, Shar.
Thank you. Therese, thank you.
You're welcome.
So Alex I don't know who's first.
Let me get out of here.
It's a bit static. I'm sorry.
I think Jim Katsafikas would be first.
Did you make a motion?
Whoever's not going to charge us while we wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
All in favor?
So,
Yes.
Zach, I'm gonna put you back in the waiting room.
Sorry, Zach.
Yes, please. Thank you. It's okay, Jim. Have fun. I'll make it brief as much as I can. Thank you.
We're still.
Yeah, all those in favor of executive session? Unanimous. All right, we're in executive session now.
Wait till he shuts it down.
He needs to shut
Very good.
that.
There you go.
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Move to, excuse me, move to allow the chair of the select board to sign a consent agreement.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous? All set, Alex?
Yep.
All right. Need a motion to go into
Move to
executive
Move
session?
to go into executive session, discuss with code enforcement with attorney pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056E.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? All right, we're in executive session.
Wait till they call us out. They can hear us on this one. You don't have to hit it.
Now we're on. Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
All in favor? We're having executive session.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you very much.
Second and third.
Are we out?
All right, we're done.
Join the comp plan. I mean, you just experienced probably one of the more informative meetings we've had to date. But that was good if you were able to listen in to what you're up against. And we welcome the opportunity to talk with you some more. And do you have any questions for us here, looking at us?
Not.
So,
Derek, you're muted in case you're trying to speak.
There he is.
I think I'm back. All right. Let me know if that goes out again. I don't know. I'm trying to do it on my phone. My daughter's in a cheering practice, so I'm in the parking lot listening and watching you guys, but I can't get the video to work. I tried on the laptop, so here I am with that. That was a great meeting, though. I like the interview process. Got some good questions. Those people seem on top of it and done it before. A lot of knowledge there, so I think that helps. And then I was able to text in a couple questions to some people that were there, so that was good. And that's about it. I don't know how the other meetings have gone, but very well organized, to the point. There wasn't a lot of off-topic rambling. It was pretty good. I like that.
Derek, I'm just going to have this observation, and it's this. First of all, echoing John as far as, we really appreciate volunteerism. It's not something that you can capture a lot these days, and so anybody willing to step up for the betterment of their community and sacrifice their free time for any of the committees or boards, I'm very appreciative of. That being said, here's my concern, and it has to do with the makeup of a committee that is tasked, as you heard tonight, with land use ordinances and development. And that the state guidelines in how this comprehensive plan committee is put together says that the committee should be diversified enough to represent the community. And so my concern is the process would go from here, where we review your application, ask you questions, and then make a recommendation one way or another, or decide to make a recommendation to the select board, because understand it's the select board that appoints the members of this committee. I would just say, and I heard it tonight, I believe, from Don, that one of the exceptional parts of this committee is the diversity. So we have men, we have women, we have old, and we have young. We have individuals that are for more regulation. We have individuals that are for less regulation. All of these things are good because they meet the basic premise of what a comprehensive plan should be, which is to be representative of the community. My concern is, if I go around the room in this committee, what I find is we have a forester, we have a geologist, we have a healthcare provider, we have an educational administrator, we have a financial advisor, we have an attorney,
And if I understand it correctly, we have 3 individuals that are either directly or indirectly involved in real estate. So right now, 30% of this committee is represented by realtors. And so that's my concern. It is not that I don't believe we should not be looking to embrace anyone that wants to serve on the town committees. And I'm gratified to see that you're also interested in the planning board. And I don't know that there is a realtor. There is not a realtor on the planning board. I don't know if there's a realtor on the zoning board of appeals. There really should be. We draw from our internal expertise in those areas. So that's my primary concern to the committee. And understand that recommending you as a member will then go to the select board. When we had the discussion at last month's meeting, we had determined that we actually weren't going to have an interview. We were going to skip that step. And that was something that afterwards, in conversation with Kayla, the co-chair, what we determined is that our reasoning, and it was actually my reasoning, to skip over this phase was faulty. What we had said at the meeting was none of us had to go through an interview process. But understand, this was a new committee. It was the selectmen that appointed us. But now there is a committee. And therefore, what we decided, Kayla and myself, is, in all fairness, we needed to go back and actually conduct this interview and make a recommendation, because that's the process to go to the select board. So those are my views. I figured I would just express that. And, you know, it's not hard with a committee of 10 right now to figure if there are 3 individuals on this committee that are either directly or indirectly involved with a sale of land in the town of Raymond, that might be viewed as the appearance of a conflict, because it represents now, realtors represent 30% of this committee. If, quite honestly, had I been involved earlier on in the selectmen's choice, I probably would have said, no. You know, once again, we're hopeful that what the select board did is thoughtfully looked at all the applications. So it may very well be that our recommendation going to the select board will be, they'll say, well, yeah, 40% of the committee being realtors is okay. I have my doubts about that, but I have no knowledge beforehand that that's the case. So I just wanted to make that statement. Does anyone have any other comments?
Well, I wonder if we might, I know Derek, he's a neighbor of mine, and realtor is one of the many hats that he wears. And I wonder if he might share with us some of the other businesses that he's involved with, so we can get a more comprehensive understanding of his skill set and his experience in the town of Raymond.
I think that's an excellent query. Derek?
I think I'm unmuted again. I'm a part-time real estate agent. I do it basically for my own friends and family, and then my own personal properties. But I put that on there as just, you know, I was putting all the things that I do on there just so that everybody would be aware of the things that I have, and the many hats that I wear as well. Is I have, you know, some storage unit businesses. I do development, and then I also, I would say takes up the most of my time would be building. So I'm a general contractor by trade. So, I mean, that's kind of, with all those hats on a comprehensive plan for the town. I have 3 children that I'm raising that are young in this town. Volunteer quite a bit on the coaching and the sports aspect of it. So I mean, as wearing every single one of those hats, I just think that it's a good spot to be on when you're coming up with a plan for the future of the town that I'm planning on living in and raising my kids in for the entire future. I think all those hats benefit it. Just because one of those hats is worn by a couple other members on there, I'm not sure if that's a huge deterrent, but maybe it is for the selectmen or for you guys. I mean, is when if I were to vote or to give an input, I need to, give that. I would be giving that as a developer, a builder, real estate, father, kids in sports, all of those hats. I think I'd be wearing when I came in to vote or to give my. Sorry, my daughter's getting in now. But I would be, interpreting some of the stuff that's going on and giving my input with all those hats, not just one.
All right, thank you, Derek. Any other questions for Derek?
Hey, a quick question. Just, I think you made a comment that some of the boards that were hiring, so to speak, and the pay's great there, were did not have any contractor experience members, I'll say, or people with Derek's skill set. And certainly on the planning board, that's certainly a valuable thing to have. In the past, there's typically been a builder or two to help bring reality to rules that are being made at the planning board level. So just quickly from you, Derek, did you have a preference of those committees? Was any of them ahead of the others? Apparently the comp plan was rising to the top, but did you have a strong feeling about the planning board or what was the other one, appeals board?
Zoning board of appeals.
Yeah, I think on that I put it in the order, most important to me, I feel, for my family and the community. I think those, in that order that I put it in was the order that I would wish to, to volunteer at, but I'm up for all three or none or one. It's kind of, I'm up to the mercy of you guys at that point, but I do want to get more involved, so.
Great.
All right. Any other questions for Derek?
Brad's got a quick one.
Brad?
Thank you, Peter, for raising the issue. It's a sensitive issue to bring up, and I appreciate you as a co-chair raising that issue. I do share that concern that you brought up, and I also would just like to ask a couple of questions. What experience do you have in serving in volunteer organizations, on boards, on committees, leadership in those, if you wouldn't mind, Derek?
Yeah, sure. Zero. The only boards that I've been involved with would be sports, youth programs, and things of that nature. This would be the first one that I'm, that's why I put in there for those. Just trying to be, I've been established in Raymond for a while, and I feel, it's kind of my duty as a father and also as a businessman in this town and a resident to be able to volunteer at some level on here and kind of hopefully shape the town to where our family likes it. And that's basically it. I don't have any more expertise in these. I mean, I think I'm not necessarily young anymore, but I am, you got to start somewhere. So I think being just turning 40, I think it's time to get involved in these. So that's where I'm at.
Good.
Thank you.
Peter? All right, Sean?
Just real quick, Derek, I just was kind of curious, as a developer, are you currently developing anything, or do you have any recent builds or anything? And the reason I was asking is if you feel our process as the town is kind of conducive to growth, or do you feel that's kind of, is there a hindrance? And I'm not sure if you're developing anything right now, but can you speak on that a little bit? Just kind of curious.
Yeah, I have two developments going. I have a 9-lot in Naples and also a 9-lot in Raymond. And it kind of was interesting bringing up the point earlier of the open space, because I have a cluster subdivision that is going in Raymond right now, and I kind of lean towards that. I like the idea of keeping that open space. We have a 40-acre subdivision, and most of those lots are between 1 acre and 2 acres, and then there's a large community common area space with trails, hunting, walking, ATV, bike riding, all that. And I lean towards that. I kind of like that idea. It's beneficial, I think, to keep some of that woods and the deer and wildlife and everything in those areas. Let them live along with us instead of kind of spreading it out. I grew up in Poland, and they have some farm and forest areas that are minimum 5-acre lots, and it kind of breaks things out so much that you don't have those big chunks anymore, because everybody's got to do their 5s, and they have this, and they have an outbuilding here, and it just kind of pushes some of that wildlife in some of those areas. It just keeps pushing them away and away out of the town instead of kind of leaving some spots for them to survive as well. But that's just, my opinion on that. It just doesn't matter, I guess, with the rest of the town. Go with what they agree on and what they're kind of leaning towards. But as far as, being in the business and being a builder and a developer with that was my favorite way to go. I thought it was pretty beneficial for both parties.
Cool. Well, I appreciate your input as a builder, so thank you for that.
Frank?
Peter?
Frank?
Thank you. Want to compliment you for being willing to stick your neck out and join committees. We are always looking for members for our committees because we don't have enough people willing to put in the time and the effort in order to serve on them. But I agree with Peter in that I don't want this committee to go through, make the plan, put it in effect, and then have people criticize us because they feel that it was overrepresented by one group or the other. I'd like to stay away from that if we can do that. I would love to see you serving on a committee, but I'm not necessarily believing that this is a particular committee you should be on just because you are presently in real estate.
Any other comments? No, and I just want to reiterate, my sense is this one. As far as the applicant is concerned, my guess is that if the applicant had applied to the select board, as we all did when we were first forming the committee, there's every chance in the world that the select board would have said yes. That being said, it now falls to us through the process to basically make a recommendation to the select board. Make no mistake about it. This is not our final decision. It's the select board's decision. Our decision is whether or not to recommend it to the select board. So that being said, if there's no other questions, then I would make a motion to approve now this applicant with a recommendation to go forward to the select board for appointment. All those in favor? 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Opposed? 2. So okay, yeah. So it's it carries with a vote of 7. So the recommendation is that this applicant, we will bring this application to the select board for a decision. Sue, can you make that happen?
Yes, I will. I will tell you that the select board isn't meeting in February, so the meeting will be, I believe, it's March 14th. And Derek, I'll include you on the agenda when your application is up for consideration.
All right, Derek, we're all set? You're going to go to the select board for approval or denial?
Best of luck, Derek.
Thank you, Derek.
All right.
Thank you guys very much.
You're welcome. So I will ask this. It's 8:35 or 8:34. I would ask either the board, the committee to decide we could go another half hour to complete this agenda or make more of a dent in it, or we can vote to carry the rest of the business on to the next meeting. So I guess I need a motion one way or the other.
I would like to at least carry old business.
All right.
Because that stuff can wait, in my opinion, and you know, I mean,
So
maybe quick.
if I understand, Caleb, what you'd like to do is to have the discussion about North Star planning,
I would.
and then we can just do you want to do the community association outreach opportunities as well? No, we can carry that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess my thought is, besides setting the next meeting date, obviously giving the public a chance to doing the, you know, those small things.
Okay.
Personally, I would like to carry the old business, and I guess that would be D.
So if I understand, the Caleb's motion would be that we finish the business tonight with the committee discussion on the North Star planning, and next meeting date, public comment, committee member comment, and adjourn.
Yes.
All right. Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion?
I have a discussion point here.
Brad.
Yes. I'm in favor of carrying forward just because of the hour and what's before us. I'm also in favor of a conversation of the board to just learn more about the RFP process. And I'd like to see that happen before next month. Like to know where the RFP went, what, if any, feedback we got, and the follow-up that we did on that, so that we know what we're up against. Is there only one applicant for us to vote on when we vote, or are there others?
Yeah. So Brad, we can have that discussion. You can have that discussion in committee member comments.
Okay.
All right. Okay. All right. So
this motion won't defer committee member comments, correct?
I believe we
Correct.
included it in the motion.
Correct.
The comments, committee comments would take place. All right. So there's no more discussion. All in favor? Unanimous. All right. So next on the agenda is the committee discussion on the presentation for North Star Planning interview, and I'll open it up to the committee.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I mean, we had one applicant, and I feel fortunate that went really well. I felt as though prepared, competent. I think that as far they're open to us. It didn't, they didn't seem like we were scary to them. I think we could develop a good working relationship. I personally think it would be a good idea to move forward.
You said it perfectly.
Yeah, you did.
I'll second Kayla's statement.
Any other comments? Brad.
Yeah, can I just get a show of hands again? How many have been on one or more strategic or comprehensive plan committees, led them, whatever, in the past 20 years? How many?
Are you when you say strategic plan, what do you mean by that?
A strategic plan would be, comprehensive plans are typically municipalities, nonprofit organizations, for-profit organizations would typically have a strategic plan. That's how it's referred to.
All right. So I'm going to put myself in that. I've been involved in strategic plans.
Strategic planning, yeah.
Okay, so we have 5 of us. How many have been on 2 or more over the past 20 years? So we have 1, 2, 3. And how many have been on 3 or more over the past 20 years?
1, 2, 3,
4.
4.
5.
Yeah, we'll say.
Call it 5.
Yeah, we'll say half the committee has that experience.
Okay, and how many have led those? How many have led one?
Including the planning board?
Yeah,
absolutely.
One. How many have led 2?
2.
How many have led 3?
Brad, is there a purpose to this? Where are you going?
Because if you're experienced in strategic planning and the process of interviewing, one of the most important parts, there are 2 critical parts that we should really discuss here. One is the competition in terms of bidding. I'm not going to get into that right now. The other is what you learn from interviewing multiple planners. Whether or not you're going to hire them, what we can learn from interviewing multiple planners. And this community is, in my judgment, being shortchanged if we don't have an understanding of what the bidding process was and are there any other options to consider. It's not at all anything against this group of planners. It is that there are a lot of very capable planners here in the state, and I think we owe it to the community, and I hope everyone on this committee feels similarly that we owe it to the community to turn over the leaves out there and just to find out what else is out there.
So, sure, Kayla?
It's my understanding that we did follow a due process with this. It went on the typical listservs. It went through the typical process, Brad. So I feel as though we did turn over the leaves and uncover the rocks, and it just people did not apply.
Well, the question is a little deeper than what you're saying. Number one, where did Don? You had mentioned you wanted to send it out to some friends of yours. Who did you send it out to?
Brad, can I interrupt here? And I'm going to interrupt here. Here's the deal: you sent an email out to the entire committee, as we asked you that you do, and that's our process. All right. Let me just paraphrase your email. Requesting a discussion of contract planner distribution. Where it was sent, how it was advertised, what communications between potential planners and the town and/or the committee took place, and what, if any, attempts were made to solicit bids during the bidding process. Now, I'm paraphrasing, but that's what you said. And then you closed with this, I quote, "It is, though, a conversation that ought to be that should be had publicly to assure that the community that we did our best to obtain multiple bids." Yes. So I will tell you that as I read that, especially when you use the term committee with communicating with bidders, that this seems to be a continued history of you to actually operate, I guess I'll use the term supra-legally. We have no business to do that. If we, as a committee, invest our confidence in the town, and we all have, at the beginning of this process, gotten a purchasing policy of the town of Raymond that was adopted 1/9/2018 by the Select Board, and I quote, "The request for proposals competitive process shall consist of the following: identifying all significant evaluation factors, including price and cost, and their relative importance and weighting. Proposals are solicited from an adequate number of qualified sources." What you are implying to me in this email is that that was not done, and that to suggest that the committee reached out and actually talked to bidders while there was the process going on would be an extra legal activity. So I know you can shake your head at this, but I will tell you this, Brad. This line of questioning is out of order. It's out of order. So, Don.
Yeah, I think Sue is prepared to talk about what she did, but I don't think that I want her to do that, because, I mean, we can provide that information. But I have a few thoughts, and that is that if anything, on this particular solicitation, we went a lot further than what we normally do and what other towns normally do. Normally what you do is you advertise this RFP on sites like MMA, on the website. You might buy newspaper ads. You put it, I think in this case, we put it on the planner's listserv. So it's really incumbent upon the professionals to monitor those things, and if they're interested in the opportunities that present themselves, through those portals and venues, then that's on them. We never, ever, ever reach back, because when you reach back to an individual, you have an individual conversation, and that's inappropriate. Sometimes they reach to us, and so when they do that, we record the question, answer the question, send it to everybody who's expressed interest. Right. And so, I mean, I think what Sue did in this case, in terms of the solicitation, back to the solicitation, she looked everywhere she could find, consulted with people, you know, talked about who's in this business, and we actually proactively sent it to them, which is way more than most towns do. But that's what we did. And so we got one response. That's unfortunate. I would have liked to have had 10 responses. I'm not sure there are 10 people in the field doing this. Now, we did have a late to the game inquiry, you know, a firm that we were unaware of, you know, contacted us after the deadline and said they would be interested should this thing be re-advertised. That's up to you. But I can assure you that the process that was employed that resulted in the one presentation, the one proposal, was 100% as it should be, and even more so in the sense of how hard Sue tried to get this thing out there. She talked to me about it. We knew it was going to be difficult because planning and comprehensive planning is not what it used to be in terms of the number of consultants that are engaged in it.
And Don, thank you for that explanation, although I don't think it's necessary. I have one question for you.
Sure.
All right. The proposals, were they solicited from an adequate number of qualified providers?
Yes.
Then you followed the policy of the town.
Yes.
Brad, if you get a problem, you talk to the select board because it's their signatures that are on this policy. Otherwise, this conversation is at an end because it's out of order. Can I ask Sue? Sue, this is the question of the night. Can you tell us what North Star's proposal was as far as cost?
Yes. It is on my other laptop that's sitting in my lap. And
Oops, no, that. There's only one bidder. Yeah.
Oh, come on.
While she's looking at that, I just want to make an observation. This particular planner has done all of our, all the towns around us, and that may not just, because I mean, they may be the only ones sort of around. I mean, that just may be, they're the ones that kind of, yeah, there's a reason for that, and I'm willing to bank on they're the only ones applying.
So what they bid was to do everything. And put a caveat at the beginning of it that it would be negotiated based on what the town staff and or committee would be doing. Yep. But to do inventory and analysis, vision, values, attitudes, goals, policies, strategies, future land use, implementation, plan drafting, review, and adoption. Those 5 tasks are $99,310. They then included direct expenses, printing and website at $1,000 and mileage at $400 for a grand total of $100,710.
Thank you. So basically what we're talking about, the proposal was, as I understand it, is for a little under if I understand it, it's a little under 1,000 hours. So we're talking about $100 an hour. We discussed that at the last meeting.
That's the full meal deal. We would do a lot of that work, and we would negotiate that number.
Absolutely. So germane to my question of North Star, as far as how would you vision that we would utilize, let's say, a intern from St. Joseph's? You know, if they were going to say, if she did part of the inventory, let's say 50 or 100 hours of that, that basically is at no cost to us, as I understand.
Well, that would be the intern, but the other big piece of it is how much are you willing to do?
How much are we willing to do?
And the staff willing to do?
And how much is staff willing to do? So all that is negotiable.
And we have to have a long discussion about that before you'd ever, you know, come to a position where. Typically, I negotiate these things on behalf of the town.
Correct.
And you know, if somebody from the committee wanted to be involved in that would be fine. But
I believe that's actually in the policy.
Yeah. What, did I negotiate it, or?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. So anyway, I'm confident that that number can be reduced. I was hoping for a smaller number, but I had a sense that it could be an even much larger number given what's happening.
Well, this number, that, I mean, it's a 22-month-ish plan.
18,
So
I
that-
thought, was
I mean,
what was
this
in the
covers
proposal.
more than a year's worth of work. But I know for myself, I mean, when he mentioned, some committees want to be the ones actually writing the plans, I do not feel qualified to write a chapter on a plan.
Yeah, I don't think the writing part is something that I would do, that you would do. It would
But
be
I liked his suggestion that it was, that we would be kind of the liaisons between the information that they, do and provide to us and the
Yeah,
public.
Jackie, the phrase that I heard used several times was the higher order or the higher questions. So as an example, the vision statement, which we've talked about before, and some had suggested, oh, we're getting ahead of ourselves, the planner's going to do that. The planner may put that vision statement together in a format that can be placed in a plan. But that vision statement and what's included in it really comes from the community, and then we craft it. And once the planners see the vision statement,
take it to words.
Exactly. They can put it in the format. They can format it. Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The other thing they said about the vision statement is, they take what we're able to come up with and tell us what's measurable out of it. They extrapolate what needs to be practical in order for us to put the next steps in place, so that we're not just doing the apple pie mom and pop vision statement. We're doing one that actually works for our town and is productive and is of value to what we're putting into it.
I agree.
I was just going to say that in my experience, when you get this initial number, and this has happened a number of different times, it happened when we did the community survey in 2014, they throw at you a number that they're comfortable with in the event that they're not going to get much assistance or any assistance. And so that's why he talks about it being negotiable. So, I mean, you have to decide. I mean, we talk about it to figure out what it is we could do, and then we would have to assign a value ourselves to that, and then, task me to go back and negotiate with them if you went with this firm, or you can, you could go out and try to re-advertise it. But I'm telling you, on that point, there's nothing wrong with what we did. It yielded what we got.
Yeah. And so the discussion we will have at the meeting going forward is going to be how much of it are we willing to assume as far as the working of this plan, how much can be contributed by the town staff, and how much, if any, but my guess is it's going to be significant that the St. Joe's intern...
And we may have the opportunity, by the way, to get more than one.
And maybe get more than one.
And she's right on point. So basically, you may have somebody who's an environmental scientist. That would be great. You get people who are in different specialties. I don't know what they offer for specialties there, but basically, if we could get 2 or 3 students, and that'll be the thing. We have to, have a match. And I forget her name. I'm sorry, but she's right about the idea that, or somebody brought up the idea that sometimes it's a learning experience for them, and you help to define what their interests are. That is true. That can happen, but that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for somebody who already knows what it is they want to do. They already have this major. They already have this direction. They already have some level of capability. This is not rocket science. A lot of towns use GP-COG at a cheaper rate with AmeriCorps people. So that's what we have to decide. How much you want to do, how many interns we want to try to obtain, how much you're going to push onto the staff. Then that's what we do.
All right, so I guess not, because the hour is late, I would ask at this point that does the committee feel at this point we are prepared to either vote yes or no on asking Dawn to go forward with contract negotiations with North Star Planning? I'll just survey the group.
I'm certainly comfortable with that.
Yeah. All right. Does someone want to make a motion?
I motion for, I don't know how I would say this, but I guess I motion for to allow the town to begin negotiations with North Star Planning.
I'd second that motion.
Is there any discussion? Brad?
Yes. I think, first off, my comments were not at all accusatory, and that needs to be made clear on the record here. They were, I think we can go out and do a better job of that, Don, I respect your comments, but I don't agree with them in terms of contacting people. Secondly, there's word that there was another party that approached us. I'd like to hear about that before voting on this one. I think we owe it to the community.
Brad, my understanding is that individual approached us after the bidding period. Therefore, it's not germane to this conversation unless we repost the bid.
If we decide to, which we can, but we ought to hear about it.
That's all, you've just said all we know about it.
Yeah, I don't think we can know more about it. They didn't apply in a timely manner, so we do know nothing about it.
And all they did is reach out to the town and express interest should we re-advertise.
All right, well, you answered the town. This bid came in at twice what my expectation was.
Yeah, well, so we have a motion and a second. And as I understand it, the motion, just to reiterate it, it's to authorize the town manager to enter into negotiations.
Frank had his hand.
Oh, Frank.
Frank's got a comment.
Do you have a question, Frank?
No?
No. All right. Okay. So the motion is this committee authorizing the town manager to enter into contract negotiations with North Star Planning for the purpose of providing contract planning for the Comprehensive Plan Committee. We've got a motion, a second. Yes. All in favor? Opposed? All right. So we've got 9 yes and 1 no. Any other committee member comments?
I guess that just leaves one question for me, and we kind of need to decide, I guess, at some point what we're willing to take on, right? So for him to enter into.
I can't actually enter into negotiations till we have a discussion.
So we're probably either going to.
Sure. So we've pre-authorized it after we determine the metrics of what we're willing to do. You come back with us, Don, with what you believe the staff can do. Sue, if you could research what St. Joe's has available as far as hours for us, and then we can formulate and give Dawn the guidance as to how much is negotiable as far as the 900 and some odd hours that is contained in this bid.
I guess that's what I was asking for, is that we can.
And should I send the fee proposal to the committee at this point?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes. The idea originally was, of course, to do it, cost blind, because we thought we were going to have multiple proposals.
Sure.
And to select the one that we thought was the best fit for the town, had the right, approach and core competencies. But, we got one response, and we really went overboard in trying to, I guess, make this known and to promote interest in it. And, that's all I can say about it.
Great. So there's no public I see Derek up there, but there's no public for any comments?
No, there are not.
No. All right, I'd accept a motion to adjourn.
So second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you.
Welcome to the Wednesday, February 8th, 2023 Planning Board meeting for the town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum, and we'll start with roll call down that end.
Mike Richmond.
Mike D'Arcangelo.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Greenwich. Mark Childs.
Kevin Woodbury.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the approval of minutes. We have the public hearing for the 2023 ordinance amendments. Under old business, we have a Nicole Starrett applicant, I'm not sure what, status review. And then new business, we have the Tranquil Cove Acres, Stephen and Hilda's Clark application, and Stephen and Susan Adams lot line change. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone and state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chair. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board records evidences of your appearance this evening. Okay. Should put that on a tape recorder. Approval of minutes is the first item of business for the Wednesday, January 11th, 2023 meeting.
Move to accept the minutes.
Second.
Moved in second. Any discussion, changes, anything? All those in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
Minutes are accepted. Thanks, Kevin. All right, our next order of business is the public hearing regarding the ordinance changes. Is anybody here for that particular reason? Public hearing for the ordinance changes? No. Okay. How do you want, I think we do need an individual vote, would be my guess, right?
For each one, yeah.
For each one.
Yeah.
How would the board like to proceed? I mean, we've discussed this a number of times. There doesn't seem to be any that are.
Shipping containers, right?
The only one that has any, real changes is shipping containers. Everything else
Is as they've been
Yep.
changed, okay. Does the board have any preference? Do you want a quick summary of each one? Or do you want to just move to vote on them? I take it there's nobody on the telephone for the public hearing portion? Nope.
I'm okay with the amount of discussion we've had on them already,
Yeah.
except, is there an additional update from last week or last month?
Yeah, so the only change was, so I sent all of these to the town's attorney, Bill Saucier, and he reviewed all of them. The only thing he altered was shipping containers, and the changes that he made were pretty minor. It was a slight modification to how we presented it. Instead of it being temporary construction, permanent construction, it's now temporary use, permanent use instead of construction. He didn't like that, the way we had it set up that way. The only other thing that he changed that was kind of substantial is we had based it on using the 2021 IBC section for shipping containers. And it's his opinion that we can't actually use that because it's not adopted by MUBEC through the state. We're on the 2015 version. I don't necessarily agree. I think we can actually adopt a section of a code into the ordinance for zoning purposes, but he's the attorney, so we'll go with what he says.
2021.
Yep, so that's the only thing I was gonna say. There is one error in the public hearing document in the first part, or the second part, I think.
B1.
B1, yep, has the 2021. So that just needs to get altered to match the first section. So if you guys accept that and recommend approval, it would be with that modification. Otherwise, he didn't really change anything. There were some, minor wording changes, but for the most part, the intent is the same.
Okay.
I agree with that. I'm comfortable.
You're comfortable?
We've discussed it enough.
Yeah. Kevin, you okay with just proceeding?
Yeah, okay.
All right, so we have three options for each of the ordinances, proposed ordinance amendments. We can approve, we can send to the selectmen recommending approval, we can send to the selectmen just as is, or we can send the selectmen not recommending approval. So the motion then has to actually be for one of those. And we need to go a little bit slow so Sandy can keep track of us. So for 23 Tech 1, 23 Tech 01, the shoreline zoning ordinance, modification 350-7.7. Do we have a motion? Anybody want to try it?
I would move that we recommend adoption by the select board.
So then the select board recommending approval.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Any discussion? All those in favor? Kevin?
Aye.
7-0. Next is the shoreline zoning, let's see, no, I'm sorry. Next is land use ordinance 300-13, TAC 3, the open space subdivisions, correcting and clarifying ordinance errors. Is there a motion?
Same motion.
Second.
Skip one? Yeah, I was just wondering that. I think I did. I think I skipped 3, didn't I?
No, they were, yeah.
They're all under one.
All under one, but you might just want to clarify that they were what they were.
Yeah, I'll do that right after this one. Thanks. Okay, the motion is on the floor by Mike to approve and send to the selectmen recommending approval. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Passes. Just to drop back a second, and for Sandy, our first motion covered shoreline zoning ordinances 350-8.2, 350-7-3, and 350-5.4, and 350-8.2 are all included in my motion. As a friendly amendment, I think that's okay. We could just do it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, next up is shoreline ordinance 300-10.5 on the amendment to the special features standards. Is there a motion?
Same motion.
Mike moves to approve, recommending approval to the selectmen. Second. Greg. Any discussion? Yep. Oh, you're ahead of me. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion pass. Next up is the land use ordinance 300-9.22, shipping containers, defining terms. We need to have any, Alex, explanation to this beyond what we've done?
No, I would just say if you're going to send it to the select board and recommend approval, just send it with the modification that we just discussed to that section.
Okay. Is there a recommendation? Excuse me, is there a motion? Mike, do you want to do the same motion?
We're on a roll. Ditto.
Mike recommends sending selectmen with a recommending of approval. Greg, you're up.
Do it second.
Oh, right, jumps in. Mark.
I wasn't paying attention.
All right, this is for 300-9.22, the shipping containers with mods as discussed. All those in favor?
Aye.
Passed. Next is land use ordinance 300-2, TAC 2, land use regulation map, an amendment to the land use regulation zoning map, correcting minor errors.
That also includes the shoreline zoning.
Oh, thank you. And also shoreline zoning ordinance 350-21. Thanks, Jim. Mike?
Same motion.
Mike recommends approval, forwarding to the selectmen recommending approval.
Second.
Greg seconds, beating out Mark. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion pass. 2 to go. Subdivision ordinance articles 6 parent 4 and 7 parent 4 requiring notification to all lot owners within the subdivision when an amendment is proposed. Mike, you making the same motion?
Recommend approve and recommend approval by select.
Oh, now, all right. Is there a second?
Second.
Right. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes, thanks, Kevin. And our last one, Land Use Ordinance 300-9.26, accessory apartments, 300-12.2, terms defined, 350-5.4, table of land use changes, and 350-8.2, terms defined, amends to maintain consistency with LD 2003.
Which is accessory dwelling.
What did I say?
No, people in the public may not know what that LD is.
Oh, gotcha.
It's accessory dwelling units.
Accessory dwelling units. Is
Same motion.
you dropping back now?
Yeah,
You-
it's too hard.
Second.
Mike recommends approval, sending selectmen with approval. Greg has seconded.
It's simple.
Ed.
Oh, Ed's.
Yeah, the other Greg.
Oh, Ed. Geez, what am I doing with Greg the whole time? I'm looking at you and... Sandy, did you catch that?
Sandy got it right. I don't know.
Every time I said Greg, I meant Ed. And then when I said Ed, I meant Greg.
I'm living rent-free in your head.
Well, yeah, I don't want to go into that. Is there, we need a vote. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? All right, pass. Sorry, I didn't know how I did that one. That's why you were, all right. Done. Sandy, you okay? Did you get all that? Okay. So next up is a status review for site plan for the commercial use in R1 from Nicole Starrett. Asked to be put on the agenda. Nicole, you here? Are you there?
Her name?
Nicole, you're up there. Nicole, are you on there?
And my engineering consultant from Mainland, Rick, is also here.
Okay, is there a reason you asked to be put on the agenda?
I didn't necessarily ask. I kind of just want to show an update of where we are. It should take like 2 seconds.
Okay, we don't usually, normally we don't usually take, we only review applications, but sure, if you want to tell us where you are, that's fine.
We also don't have to if you.
Nope, go ahead. That's fine. So who's doing it?
Rick would be.
Rick.
Yeah, thanks everyone for having me on the interwebs through the video. It sounds like you guys have a full agenda, so I don't think we want to take a lot of your time, especially given the initial conversation there. But Mainland has been retained by the Starretts to work through the site plan review memo that Jim produced, and as well as we've got some comments, I guess, from the Raymond Fire Chief. So Mainland's been on this for a little while, but this kind of all landed in a time when a lot of us consultants were backlogged, especially in the survey end of things. So by now we've now got a site plan survey, excuse me, and we're ready to move on to some engineering design now that we have that basis of background information. And what I think we look forward to is going through the review memo, drafting up some comments on here's how we propose to address these issues, and hopefully working directly with Jim if he's willing on the solutions for those comments.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you folks for your time.
Nicole, do you have questions?
I do not.
Okay. Done. Next order of business, Tranquil Cove Acres. Bill, right?
Yes.
Jim, you want to start this off?
Sure. Mr. Chair, Planning Board members, this was before you, I believe, back in December, which at that time, I think we all understood, or maybe had some clarity as to this was a little bit complex because this Tranquil Cove, formerly Potvin Minor subdivision, was really one lot out of others owned by Diane Potvin. And I believe at that time we had requested that somebody put together an overall property plan showing how all these lots are being broken out, because each one is now kind of have its own subdivision going forward. I don't think we've seen that yet. No. So that'd be something that we'll need to see. But just moving forward with this as it stands right now, this is going to be, talking with Alex, I guess there is some numbering sequences here that we've discovered. The Cutler lot is actually not going to be included in the lot for our conversation with the attorney. That's an existing lot.
That's lot number 1?
Yeah, it will not be a lot. It'll be shown, but it won't be numbered.
Okay.
The Diane Potvin lot is 1.
Yep. 1 and 2 would be the lot on the other side of the road.
2 on the other side, and then, did we get an answer on the proposed for family member?
The proposed family member lot can be considered exempt as long as it was a gift or was sold for less than 50% of the assessed value, which I believe I was told it was a gift. So if that's the case, then it's exempt and would be still shown like the Cutler lot, but it wouldn't be considered a lot in the
That's
subdivision.
interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting.
So it would qualify still as a minor subdivision going forward.
Okay.
Going through the technical review, we did have a few comments and concerns. A couple of them are minor, but a few of them are a little bit more. There is an easement where Eastern Painted Turtle Road right away was shown going through the Diane Potvin lot. I guess we just need to know, is that going to be dissolved with the new orientation of the road, or will that continue to be a right-of-way or an easement, because it kind of transects the Diane Potvin lot on the southern side. Also, probably a bigger consequence, we know from other subdivisions down here, there's a lot of vernal pools down here, and we have not seen any documentation saying that they've gone out and looked at these during the breeding periods to see if there's any other wetlands out here. I do know that I think we got one on the other subdivision that they did the front portion, but I didn't see that we did anything with regards to looking at potential for vernal pools. I know the wetlands have been delineated, but the vernal pools issue is a little bit different, and I know that was a big issue on one of the other ones that was Chase was presenting that created a lot of complexities with setbacks, so that's something we need to look at. The other items that I had to deal with, this is in the shoreline zone. All of Raymond Cape is in the shoreline zone, so one of the things we need to be very cognizant of is lot clearing and the percentages of lot clearing on the lots. There's a limitation in the shoreline zone. I think when they did their phosphorus calculations, they may have included areas that are larger than what we could allow under the shoreline zone clearing, so we need to be careful about that. And then there are some existing vegetated buffers on this plan, which I think were from previous actions. So I'm just going to kind of say that those are existing, but we probably will need, like I said, either restrictions or some kind of buffering for the actual lots themselves. I know they're looking at it from the road perspective, but probably on the lots we'll need to see somehow how they're controlling phosphorus within lots themselves. I know the fire chief had some comments. I didn't see a stormwater management report with this per se, and I guess the only thing I said is we just need to look to see how those lots are impacting phosphorus calculations. There was no HHG 200s provided, so I'm not certain to the septic design. I think this test is shown, but we just haven't seen an actual design for the septic system. And we did get documents for this party association. And like I said, the biggest issue is we need to have some kind of clarity on the overall Potvin, I'll call it the Potvin empire down there and how it all comes together. Last both of the plans that you'll get this evening is, I think going forward, we're going to want that sunset provision, which discusses the terms of the approval dates and when they expire.
Right.
That note should be on the plan as well. Well, one other item I had, sorry, was on the existing part of Eastern Painted Turtle Road. We did want some evidence that the road was constructed per private road standards that are in place now, so we will need to have a statement from an engineer saying the widths and the depth of materials meet town specifications for private road. So with that, I guess I can turn it back over to Representative Bill, BH2M, and he can take you through anything I missed or follow up with any questions.
Wait, before we go, the proposed lot for the family member is part of the subdivision or not part of the subdivision?
Part of the subdivision is just not numbered.
It wouldn't be considered a lot in the subdivision.
But it needs to be shown on the plan.
Correct.
So if that lot is later split, it comes back to the planning board as part of the
Anything changes
subdivision.
on this plan, it has to come back to the planning board.
Okay,
Any
so
lot,
even though it's not a lot
correct.
per se, it still is a lot.
It's a lot. The family member can, that was gifted, can develop that, build a home on it. If they sell it within 5 years, they have to come back to the board, correct?
Yeah. They have to hold it for 5 years.
You have to hold it for 5 years. If they come back within 5 years, it's an amendment to the subdivision.
And then we go to a 4-lot subdivision.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is still minor, right?
I think that kicks it up
Isn't
to...
That kicks up the next level.
It kicks it up to major.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, which is going to change the road, right?
The road's already pretty
no,
wide. I don't think it would affect that, but it
Just
might
the review, Paul, just some of the
Yeah.
review. Some things under minor subdivision you can waive, which under major you cannot. So that it doesn't change the road design at all. Because the road's still designed, because you have lots beyond this.
Okay.
It's still built to that 4 to 10
Standard.
lot level.
Okay. Okay, Bill?
Thank you. Is the microphone on? Bill Thompson, BH2M Engineers, Project Manager, and with me tonight is Austin Fagan, one of the engineers. Doing this for Diane Podfin, and summary from Jim was quite detailed. If Lot 1 is not a lot, then we have what I've shown as Lot 2 and 3. It's really 2 lots. And that gifted lot, yes, the deed states that it was for no compensation. So I think we're qualified that is the case. The lots will be served by the Eastern Painted Turtle Road, and that was built 15 years ago, 2008, 2009. So that when it was built, it was inspected, tested, gravel width, depth, and it is designed and built to serve the additional homes. So we don't see a problem with that. And when Eastern Painted Turtle Road was built, that subdivision on the far end, on the easterly end, it went to DEP. DEP did a stormwater review. We got a stormwater permit. So all of the issues with runoff, pre and post treatment and quantity, there's a number of different buffers along that existing road and vegetative soil filters. So this parcel, being next to it, received quite a bit of review to include whatever's draining into this road was evaluated and treated and met the DEP standards. So we feel pretty comfortable with what was done out there. Some of Jim Seymour's comments, we will add well zones, and on the HHE 200 forms, typically I don't do those until we're getting a building permit. These 2 lots, what we call 2 and 3 on this plan, will be sold. So we don't know where they're going to build, what they're going to build, or how it's going to be situated. Diane's not building houses as part of this development. So I've shown 2 test pits on each lot to show that the lots would support a septic system of a 3-bedroom nature. But until somebody comes to the code officer, says, here's my site plan, I want to build a house here, here's my septic, here's my well, it'll meet the well zone separation of 100 feet. So I'd like to think those things can be brought forward as the lots are being built on. We can add, he asked a couple notes about silt barriers being placed. On sheet 2, we do have a detail for how erosion control should be managed for any site development. so that we don't have any issues, soil erosion surrounding. And again, we're just looking at 2 lots, 2 houses, driveway, so it's pretty minimal disturbance and improvements, if you will. Same with driveway locations. Those will be picked at the time of a building permit. We don't know where the house would be situated, garage right, garage left, and we think that could be part of the permits at that time. We don't think the main historic preservation is relevant. Typically, that's when you're working in a neighborhood with old homes and, historic. There's nothing out here. We have elevation that would situate the 2 houses, and we don't see that either one would impact anybody's visual. Shoreline zoning criteria will meet. We're going to take a look at what we're going to need to do for phosphorus, whether it to be a foundation drip edge. We don't think we have, we don't have a whole lot of issues given the limited number of square feet and the improvements that are going to be done. Talked about the HAG 200, test pits are on there. Vernal pool review, yes, we have one area up on this corner that it could be a potential vernal pool. All of these other wetlands are what they call flow-through, and flow-through drainage swales, whatever, they cannot support a vernal pool. It needs to be a confined basin, if you will. And this one here up in the corner qualifies for that, and come spring, well, we're getting close now, a couple of months, we'll be able to take a look at that and see if it is a significant vernal pool or not. But the other wetlands on there are just basically forested wetlands with drainage swale, and there'd be no issue with any vernal pool issues on those. The 15% limits on improvements, footprint of structures, parking, and non-vegetated surfaces will be met. We added a fire lane turning bump out, if you will, based on the fire chief's design standards, and on sheet 2 we have the details of how that'll work. 20 feet wide and I believe 65 feet deep from the center line of the eastern painted turtle. So I think we're in pretty good shape. It's a fairly simple project that we want to fine tune some of the things that we talked about tonight, what the planning staff has talked about, and bring it back. And one thing I'd like to ask, potential, this lot 3 has a potential for a significant vernal pool. If approval could be granted with the condition that this buyer can come up with a site plan, show where they want to build, show the setbacks, a 100-foot setback on the vernal pool, and then a 250, and there is some provision you can impact 10% of that setback between the 100-foot and the 250. So if we showed a potential building site, showed the setback, showed a 10% impact if it is needed with the septic and well locations, would the town consider approval before the vernal pool season, if that was requested?
That's a good question, Bill.
Sounds reasonable.
I don't know, do anybody have any thoughts?
So you're saying you would do what would be required if this was a significant vernal?
Right, I would treat this as if it was significant and show the setbacks and the area of potential disturbance to make the site work.
The only question I have with that is if it is a vernal pool and they can't make it work, then we've approved an unbuildable lot.
That's exactly what I was thinking there.
Puts you in a kind of a precarious...
Well, I'd submit the requirements first before the board would vote on that. If you would just...
Well, is your goal to get to the next meeting for final approval? Is that what you're hoping for?
I don't think I'll make March due to the submission deadlines.
So you're hoping for April?
Yeah.
Bill, can you, I'm just throwing this out there, could you, if you were to say worst case scenario that was a vernal pool, could you do a plan for the April submission that might show that worst case scenario? Then if it's relinquished, then we could put a note on the plan that says, following a study, we'll assume it's a vernal pool for now.
Right.
Worst case scenario. And if it's determined by study that it's not, setbacks may be reduced to what's allowed by DEP.
Yeah. I thought that's what he asked.
I could have that
That's
for
what I thought.
the April meeting.
Right, but he's gonna have to show us, I thought he was
I'll show
gonna
you a
wait.
site plan with all the
Everything
things
on
that
it.
we're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I took it out of the wrong sequence. I thought he was gonna wait to see if he had a vernal pool before he did that.
No, I was saying you couldn't wait that long.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that,
I think that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, if he can show that with the worst case scenario, it's still a buildable lot, then I think we'll be fine.
Kevin, it seem reasonable to you?
That seems okay with me.
Okay, yep, so,
That's good. Good, thank you.
And I did have one question as well, if I can. With the stormwater management permit you did, when was that done?
Well, it was 2007 or 2008.
So it was under the current standards for stormwater originally?
Correct.
And at that time, most of the time you do a stormwater permit, you have to do a historic preservation letter? Was that
All
part of
that
that
was part of it.
application?
Correct.
So if you have that, or if we have that, or somebody has that on record, just provide us evidence of that, and that'll meet the historic piece of that. And then, on the lots themselves, because I know when the DEP reviews that, they're only looking at the road.
Just the road, because we're not building lots.
But the town's gonna look at the lot coverage for the lots, all of it. So I think your point about doing drip edges and anything you can with maybe a few buffers for if there's any lengthy driveways, makes some sense.
We could take a look at that.
Yeah, okay. Oh, and what's going to happen with that right away that?
To the south of the?
Yeah.
Well, it's not part of the project, but I would say if anything happens out there, that old right-of-way will be relinquished.
Because right now, obviously, that's a restriction on that lot, right?
Right, but there's nothing proposed at this time.
No, I was just wondering if they want to just release.
Yeah, it makes sense to get rid of it, yeah.
I would just get rid of it now with the recording, because if you do it later, you got to come back again.
Okay, that's a good point, yeah.
I have a question. Do you know the lot area shown, does that subtract the wetlands? Or is it just including everything within
The
that?
wet area, the lot areas on there are complete, everything, the lots.
Okay, because in the shoreland, you have to subtract areas below the upland edge of a wetland from the lot calculation. There could be some question on the classification of the wetland. Maybe if it's forested, you might not need to, but we'd probably have to look at that.
Yeah.
I think you'd be okay either way, but it is a 3 acre
Okay.
minimum lot.
Right, the lots are all large. We have 5 and 4 acres, and I think they're classified as forested wetlands.
Yeah, so I would think you might want to just look at the definition in the shoreline zoning ordinance for wetland.
Sure.
Make sure that you'll be able to take that out. I think you can, but just something you might want to look at.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, it gets a little unusual in this case because most towns it's 250, but in our town, all of Raymond Cape is in a shoreline zone.
Yeah.
that was Greg's idea.
I noticed the whole peninsula is shoreline zone.
Bill, the turnaround that you have for the fire department, is that, Wayne, is that where you want it?
It's 1,000 feet in from Raymond Cape Road, which is what I was shooting for.
Normally you license it at the end.
Well, no, because
there is another one at the
this,
end.
this,
There is
another
one
one,
at the end. Oh,
this is an
okay.
intermediate one because the road's so long. It's an intermediate.
Yep.
I didn't see one at the end.
Are you okay with
The
it,
next
Wayne?
project has one
Okay.
that was approved.
All right, that's fine then.
Wayne's gonna.
Yeah, that's okay. That's all right, Wayne. It's okay, Wayne, I got it.
So the only other thing, the location would be fine. We did have some comments in our memo of in January, and just would want to make sure those get addressed before final approval.
Okay.
And you have that, right, Bill?
Yes, I do.
Signs and things like that.
Bill?
Yes.
You have that,
Yeah,
memo?
I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, okay.
So Jim, I guess I have a question. I know these are large lots, but what if one was all ledgy and we found out that it wouldn't, you couldn't put a septic in it? Are we okay approving lots?
Typically, good question. Typically, we get test pit data, which I believe we have, which proves that there
Really
is
good
soils
soils
that
out
could
there,
pass. And what we typically do, Bill, is we ask for a typical HHE 200. We understand that these things are fluid and they move with a house location, but we just asked to at least get a typical HHE 200. Does need to be signed, but usually that's enough to
Going
suffice
bed
for the board
size
to
and
say,
location, sure.
gives us an idea of the dimension and size of
Yep.
the septic system that would be on the lot.
Yep. Yeah, we didn't find any ledge with these test pits. We just took 2 random spots, and it's just, just a gravelly, I don't know what the classification is, but we did not have any ledge issues on this site.
Go ahead,
The lot on the water side, it doesn't look like there's a test pit on that one, since we would be considering that a separate lot.
There's no proposal for anything on that lot.
Well, it's still gonna be considered a separate lot, so I think if the board's going to approve it as a lot, you need to show that it can support a septic, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because we can't create non-conforming or unbuildable lots.
Which I'm sure it can. I'm sure it's no problem.
Okay.
And
Excuse me, this is Diane. My understanding was basically 10 years after that road was built, that was already a separate lot. That's when it became a separate lot. When our attorney spoke, that's what was clarified to me.
Diane, you talking about the lot on the water side?
Yeah, the south,
Yes.
south side of the road.
Yeah, my attorney spoke to the special attorney because Bernstein Shore is conflicted. That's funny, huh? Are they always conflicted? I don't know. Because it was, so that would have been created in like, what, 2018, it became a separate lot?
So let me just.
And in fact, I will say, I actually did have some tests done and they're both fine.
Okay. That's all we need.
Because it's already, it became a lot in 2018. So your attorney said it should not be on this plan.
Well, that was going to be my question. Is this part of the land that we're reviewing? Because I do see it's a different color line going around that now. So
it's just in a butter, really.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm.
Yeah. That's the opposite of what he told me, so it doesn't really make much sense for me, but.
It's really, because if it's in there and you're going to approve it, it's kind of a moot point. But I will, it's just that I did have those done. I don't have them at my fingertips. But
wasn't that part of the overall Potvin Empire at one point? So I think it does get pulled in.
But it would have, how do I say this? It would have been so much of a bigger undertaking than the discussions, than what was said to me. And in fact, there was a slideshow done that he prepared of the lots that excluded the waterfront. So now I'm confused.
Well, I think there's a bigger area here that we're trying to clarify as well, which is all of the properties you held, because they're all kind of being developed simultaneously. We need to see the overall.
Well, actually not developed. I just wanted to hold them, quite honestly. I went through a divorce I did not want to go through. The court assigned me 3 separate lots that I thought I had 3 separate lots. Don Dyer met with Alex. That's what she understood we had paid taxes on for 20 years. And then I thought I was giving one piece to my daughter. I've known Allison since she was an infant, and I sold it to her then less than half of what it was appraised for. So it's not like I really wanted, I just want to leave it there. I want to leave it alone. I just, maybe it would have been easier for the state to find me. I don't know.
No, I don't think, I think what you have the information we need. It sounds like she has test pit data on that lot already. That's all we're asking for. And then I think we can just proceed. You know, whether the attorneys agree it's part of the subdivision or not, I guess we'll work out in the interim.
It doesn't make much difference.
It doesn't make much difference whether it's on the plan or not on the plan. We can rectify everything through this
Right.
process.
Yep.
Will there be a sunset date on the road construction? Because it sounds like she does not plan to, you know.
The road's in,
go
isn't it?
The road's there.
It's
Road's
just
there.
dirt gravel road. It's,
Oh,
the detail shows it paved, or shows a turnaround paved.
Turn around, that's an option. Yep.
Okay, so it may not be paved?
Yeah, I didn't understand it had to be paved.
It doesn't.
No, I just thought from your drawings that it was
Yeah.
you intended to, but if not, that's.
Yeah, I don't.
No, but there will be, the sunset provision will be on there for this. But there's really, to your point, the road's already there. So, I mean, we'll put the note on there, but the road's already in. Bill, I had one other question. Is that, well, now, if it's not part of the approval, then I guess that's maybe why it wasn't shown. I just had a question about the flood zone for Sebago Lake and the elevation.
Yeah, that's elevation 278, I think. It's down at the lower end of that lot on 268, I think is the 100-year flood.
Yeah, I thought it was 267.1, is it?
Yeah, I read somewhere it was 268.
I don't know off the top of my head.
It's in that range.
Yeah, yeah, we're within a foot from each other, but
Yeah, I just didn't know if that lot had any floodplain.
it doesn't really come up into that lot at all.
Okay, I just couldn't follow the contours and I was
Sure.
trying to backtrack, but
Yep.
it looked like the lower end of that might be part of that floodplain. I didn't
Yeah,
know.
it's just right along the very, very bottom edge, yeah.
so if lot two goes away,
Lot 2 becomes Lot 1.
well, lot two becomes lot one,
Yep,
the exempt lot becomes lot two.
Yep.
Right? And then lot three stays lot three. If lot two goes away,
well,
then we're
Lot
only left with
3
two
becomes,
lots.
Lot 3 becomes Lot 2.
But then is it still a subdivision?
Yes.
But then the Diane Potvin lot would have to be sold together. You couldn't sell those separately.
Right, okay, yep. Yep, okay.
So, I mean, they could do that, I suppose.
Right.
I don't see why you would want to.
Right.
point,
Yeah,
right.
Once I've been through all of this,
Yeah.
All right, so where are we?
it's been very educational.
So you need to, I can't remember if we accepted this as a sketch plan last time or not.
I would know that.
If not, then you need to schedule for a public hearing. Or if you do, it needs to be scheduled for a public, either way, it needs to be scheduled for a public hearing.
Yes.
Which,
Yes.
because it's minor, you could go to final at the same time.
I don't think I think this is, we just looked at it as sketch plan review last time.
Okay. So you need to schedule a public hearing, but with the understanding that if everything's in order, you could, because it's minor, give it final approval.
That'd be the April meeting.
At the April.
Yep.
And we could
Yeah.
have the details of how we're trying to work that second lot with the vernal pool potential.
Right.
Okay, so we do have a couple of things. First, which we probably should have already done, we need to have a vote to accept to deem the application complete.
So moved.
We should do that first. So Greg has moved the application complete. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, any discussion? Everybody okay with that? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, so we got to.
Aye.
All right, so our next step then would be for preliminary approval, based upon what we have so far, and to schedule the public hearing for the April meeting. Jim, does that sound okay with what we are still waiting?
Yeah,
for?
I think as long as the information as discussed is submitted in time,
Right.
we can schedule for a public hearing.
Yeah, it'd be better not to do it twice. You fairly confident you can make be a March deadline for the April meeting, or do you want to?
Yes, no, we can make that.
You can make that,
Yep.
okay? All right. Is there any other, I didn't mean to close the discussion here. Is there anybody else that has any questions on the application? Okay, so we need a motion to accept, to grant preliminary approval. What are we calling this one? To Tranquil Cove Acres. Is there a motion?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
And Sandy, you catch that? Greg and Ed, in the proper order? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, aye. And then a public hearing in April, assuming everything. Sandy, when do you have to send that out? The public hearing?
I have to look at a calendar. Give me 1 second.
Be mid-March?
Something in March, yeah.
Middle of March.
Yeah, let me see. The meeting is April 12th, so I'm grabbing my calendar now.
Yep.
I needed to know the meeting date to start with. Come on, next month, there we go. All right, April 12th, so it would have to be published April 7th and March 31st. So I would have to send that out probably the week before that, which would be the 24th.
March 24th.
March 24th.
Yeah.
Okay. So Bill, if things are not happening by March 24th, would you let Sandy know?
Sure.
And then we'll just push the whole thing to the May.
That's plenty of time for us.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chair, I have one question.
Yep.
Is where do we do this, Alex, with your conversations with the attorney? Do we still need that overall property plan?
It was his request to have the overall property plan. Bill and I talked about this
Put
earlier.
something, oh, sorry to speak over you. I need to ask, though, that he put something in writing to my attorney, because that's not my attorney's understanding before I invest in that. It's a whole huge addition to this project, and it makes no sense given the Maine state law that it became a separate piece of property in 2018. He said he wanted it, that we could show it as an exempt piece, not that it had to be included for review and approval, is how my attorney explained it to me, and it was shown to me visually on a slideshow he said he got from your attorney. So a totally different concept than what was explained to me. It's not funny, Alex.
No, I created the slideshow. That's what I was saying.
Well,
So what he suggested you guys ask for is a drawing that shows all three parcels and how they're being split, so that it's clear down the road what went where.
Because this is all one parcel to start with, right?
Yep. So Bill and I talked about this earlier, and he can jump into. He has access to the survey information for both of these two contiguous parcels here, but not the third one, which was Brandon Chase.
Okay.
That was done by Sebago. So I don't know if maybe you guys would accept just these two, and then a note for that one explaining what happened with that third lot, to kind of make this go a little smoother, but that's up to you.
yeah. How am I to do that? That's not my lot anymore.
Yeah, I've got the information obviously with both parcels, and with the CAD capabilities, I can put an overall together at a 200 scale, which would show the relationship of these two projects. No time at all.
I understand what you're saying now. You're talking about something different than pulling in. You're talking about showing my land and Steve Clark's land all as one, and then basically we'll do the outline.
Correct.
Correct.
All right, that's something totally different than what I was getting from the previous conversation. I am sorry for speaking over to you and speaking up. It's been a concerning process, as you can imagine.
Okay, so we could go for two. The third one, Where are we? That third one, Chase, has been
Withdrawn. I believe.
Withdrawn.
withdrawn, right? So it's now, it's just a lot.
It's a moot point then.
Moot point, yeah.
A lot, but it's just.
And it was the first split.
It was the first split.
It was a legal split.
So why don't we just go with the two?
I think
Is
that's
that-
fine.
Yeah,
That's
and
what you-
with the understanding that I would just like to have the attorneys at least review, so they're all on the same page.
To make sure, okay,
Make sure that our attorney, town's attorney.
Okay.
And their attorney are on the same page, so we don't.
I'll have it in as part, the March 24th submission.
Yeah.
I'll have that
Okay.
plan.
Yeah, just so that we don't get any confusion
Yep.
at the public hearing.
is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
They're okay with everybody? All right, okay.
Just a reminder to Bill that the filing date is March 8th. But if it's going to change, I can hold off sending the notices if he lets me know before the 24th.
Okay. March 8th. It's okay, it's 24 hours in a day.
All right, you have any other questions?
Tell my
Bill?
engineer. No. I'm good with that, if,
Yep, I think we're all set.
okay.
All right, next up is,
Next door.
next door. Right next door. All right, Jim?
Okay, so this is the Woodstone subdivision, which is located between the Brandon Chase parcel and the parcel you just looked at. They are proposing a new road going in, 5-lot subdivision. This would be a major subdivision. And going through things, they did provide large stormwater management plan. I believe they're going to be filing that for stormwater permit, is that correct?
It's filed.
It's filed, okay. Did we get a copy?
Yeah.
Okay. With that, a lot of the same kind of concerns with impacts. What are we doing for lot area coverage? Because we are still in the shoreline zone, so we'll need to verify all that. I'm just kind of quickly going through where they're filing us, again, the same thing, where they're filing a stormwater management through the DP. They'll have a Maine Historic Preservation letter. The board should require some kind of containment of phosphorus on the individual lots, even though they may not be developed by the owner. The road is a 16-foot travelway with 3-foot shoulders, which they've shown. Just gonna be going through, just gonna, again, making sure. We did not, again, same thing, did not get an HHE 200 form. There's no floodplain, as this one's a little bit further back from Sebago Lake. Same issue, the wetland report dealt with all the wetlands from basically the front of Lot 5 back to Raymond Cape Road. Same thing, I'm betting that some of those back wetlands on Lot 5 may be vernal pools, so we're gonna have a very similar situation as we did to the last one. And same thing overall, sunset provision letter. I believe the Gone lot is, that's shown in the front is similar to the other one. It's exempt because it's already.
That's actually been, that's taken out of this.
Okay.
It was split years ago.
Okay, so we don't, so that lot, the boundary for this property actually goes around that, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And so I think with that, we'll just let the application, this will be served by underground power, is that correct? Okay, so we'll just, the only thing with that, Bill, is we'll just need to see where you'll have future transformers, or if you need any easement for transformers or anything like that, if it's not in the actual right-of-way, which I know dealing with CMP is not much fun, but. And there'll have to be a road association with this as well. It's going to be private. So with that, I can turn it over to the applicant.
Okay, Bill.
Thank you again, Bill Thompson, BH2M Engineers, Project Manager, and Steve Clark is here tonight also. Just a little history of this piece. Lot 1 was the first division out. Steve sold that to his sister, and she's building a house there. The road is 1,450 feet private road, 22 feet wide, which includes the shoulders. Underground utilities, which are in partway up to get power for that first lot. So we'll continue the underground utilities. We have 2 turnouts for fire lanes. They're shown on the site plan, one between the lot 2 and 4, and one to the other at the end of between lots 3 and 5. So the distance of the road required a little more than one, so we've said we need one at the end of the road for turnaround, and then we tried to split the difference close to give another turnaround. Those will all be signed fire lane with the proper signage, and the details on the subdivision plan show what the fire chief had requested for that. All the lots exceed the minimum standard of a 3-acre lot. There'll be on-site septic wells. Test pits were not completed at the time of this submission, but they have on the drawing that's up on the board. Again, 2 test pits we completed on each lot. Great soils, a lot of elevation out there, but we'll get the septic systems to work without any issue. So again, test pits are shown. And then, as I stated on the last one with the HHE 200, if we get a buyer for lot 2 and we come into get a building permit, come in with a little site plan, here's where I'm going to put my house, and I will do a sort of a preliminary HHE 200 that Jim had suggested on the last project, and we can get those to the planning office. Homes will have sprinkler systems, notes on the plan indicating how that is referenced as far as the NFPA requirements. Lots, again, will be sold to individuals. Steve is not a house builder on this project. So a buyer will come in and work with the planning office or the code office to get a permit as required. This design includes 2 vegetative soil filters. We have one down in the front near Raymond Cape Road, and the other one is halfway up the road. And that all meets the DEP stormwater for quality and quantity. That's your critical impact to any project is the road for that amount of impervious. So that's all taken care of. Go down through the filter systems and buffers and DEP. They're a little behind timing-wise, but they do have it, and we're going to try to keep prodding them along a little bit if we can. Wetland mapping was completed for the entire Lot 5 early on. We weren't sure how far we wanted to go back, but it was suggested that the entire parcel have wetland mapping. And again, most of these wetlands are flow-through, as I indicated on the last site, flow-through on and off the property. There are a couple areas on Lot 5. There's a long finger, if you will, of a wetland. And then out on the very back corner of Lot 5, there's a closed loop wetland. So those will be looked at again in spring when the season is here. On Jim's comments, again, soil tests were completed, logs submitted after the fact. Well locations will be shown. Sprinkler system notes, or note 12 on the plan, indicate the type and the requirements for that. We'll have a note on there about silt barrier on the plans. Again, driveway locations won't be known until the design for a lot is completed, so that'll hopefully work well with the permit department. Again, with the Maine Historic Preservation, we'll have a letter part of the DEP's stormwater application. Again, HHE 200 forms, wetlands were completed. Stormwater design provides treatment for the entire roadway utilizing BMP treatment. And again, the 15% area non-vegetated will be limited to the structures, parking lot, and that's it. And we're hoping to move this along. Again, DEP is going to be our, I guess, slow point. But we'll would like to move forward, with you folks as quickly as we can, and that may be a condition of approval a couple of months from now, so. With that, I think I've covered everything. Anybody has any questions, I can go up to the drawing. And we also have a plan showing the roadway design coming up off Raymond Cape Road.
Bill, if the wetlands are flow through, is that what you said they were?
Correct.
How then, is a culvert placed under the roads there that you?
There is, yep. Yep, there'll be a
Did I miss that?
culvert crossing to maintain the hydraulic connector.
Where was that?
There's one shown, it's a 36-inch one shown at station 750.
Should be on sheet 2.
It's in the plan and profile. See, station 750.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Just before the turnaround, yep.
The big one, it's a big one. But you have to now for connectivity purposes, so.
Yeah.
And I guess on lot 4, is there going to be a building envelope?
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
It's right at the 3 acres, and the wetland takes up a significant portion. You could only build pretty much on, what would that be, the east side?
Well, it'll be the back easterly corner, if you will. There's 2 test pits up there. Those grades are quite favorable. We've got to take a look again of the deduction, if it applies to this, that was mentioned by Alex.
I think it'll be fine.
Yeah,
If it's just forested, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
It's got to be significant or fresh water over
Greater
a
than
large
10
area.
acres,
Yep.
so.
Yeah, no, I think that we'd be okay with that then. Good, thank you.
The only thing I would have on that one, Bill, is because a lot of that frontage is kind of consumed by that wetland, it might be advantageous just to show where the curb cut would be for the driveway. I mean, it's pretty isolated, it's pretty narrowed down anyway, but, and if that building envelope's going to be back far, just
4.
Just make some assumptions for the lot as far as impervious and lot coverage,
Okay.
as far as what you might have to do for maybe a small side buffer or something.
Okay, thanks.
The board have questions? Pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it is. Kind of like the last one.
Yeah, you're putting sprinklers in this one, too, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
I didn't see the note anywhere.
It's on this one. It's not on your current
Oh,
plan. They
okay.
put it on the new plan they just presented.
It might be worth putting on there that lot 1 is exempt from that, because lot 1 was permitted and built prior to this.
Okay,
And there's no sprinkler system in it.
thank you.
Oh,
Yep.
Oh, good idea.
Burning your.
Are you looking for the same timeline, Bill?
Well, this is, again, DEP, they haven't even acknowledged that they have, we submitted it in January.
Are you going through Portland office or through another office?
Yes.
Going through Portland? Oh,
Yep.
boy. In the kindest of terms, good luck.
I think as far as getting this plan tweaked with what we have here, I could make the April meeting on that one also, on this one.
On this one?
Yeah. But we do need to discuss one more thing. I got a call today from Alex indicating our road design, 10% road grade does not meet the requirements in the shoreline zone. We've been, working on this for a couple months, and the first time we came in, we had a 12% road, and it was determined that you can't do 12. The ordinance has changed, and the online ordinance versus the paper ordinance didn't agree, so we made a 10%, which follows your ordinance as far as road standards. And then it was indicated to me today that that 10% road cannot be done in a shoreline zone. So that really throws a curveball at this point in the review and the design. So I guess I'd like to see what the board would consider for a waiver, or
You can meet the 12%, you can't meet the 10%?
You meet the
10%, yeah.
Shoreline zone is 8.
Yeah, there's a limitation
Which
in
is
the
weird
shoreline
because
zone.
it doesn't.
Needs to be added to the street standards so that this doesn't happen again.
Right.
it's not in the standards. You find it isolated somewhere in the shoreline
Shoreline
zone.
zoning ordinance, so
it was never brought up as part of
You're
this
looking at it from subdivision,
presentation.
didn't even think about it from.
Yeah.
And to go to 8% is really going to be tough. With
And you can meet 10%?
Yes. Yep.
Alex is looking in to see if we can waive.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it can be waived. I'm going to make sure that that's possible from you guys. Because it's in the shoreline zoning ordinance and doesn't include any waiver language like the other ordinance would. So we just got to make sure. I mean, I think if you guys want to discuss it and at least decide if you would be in favor of waiving it, and hopefully I can get an answer back from Phil before the end of the week so that they can.
Even if it's an arbitrary shoreline zone that we extended beyond the 250 feet, the state rules still apply?
Our ordinance applies to anything that's in shoreland, which would be on the zoning map. So this would be all in shoreland.
I know, doesn't make sense sometimes, does it?
So I'm assuming that the water runoff is going towards Raymond Cape Road. Is that a safe assumption?
Getting picked up in that soil filter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From the road.
Treated, correct.
And treated, yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So none of it's sheet flowing off into the direct discharge to the lake.
Whereabouts on the road, Bill? I guess I could look that up.
It's right down at the front of the road.
Right at the front, I've got a drainage easement shown on sheet 1.
Yeah.
And then there's another one at the first turnaround. That's picking up the top part of the road.
And it's the first, am I reading this right? It's the first part of the road that you can't meet, right?
Yeah, because
10%?
it'd be a deeper cut going through there.
Yeah, it really doesn't work, we've only got a 50-foot right-of-way, which was established, and with the grades in there, you can see my 10% road grade, requires removal of 3 or 4 feet of existing ground, and to go down to 8%, we'll be talking about a 6-foot cut through a lot of that, and then I start losing grading width to get back into the right-of-way. You can see the contour interval on the plan view. So it really, this is a tough one.
Wayne, you don't have any problems with the 10% grade, right? For the fire?
No, it meets our private road standards.
Yeah. So.
For the fire ordinance, 10% would be the grade that they need.
Would you say that again, please?
Yeah, sorry about that, my radio. For, to meet NFPA 1, that would be 10%.
Okay.
I think the purpose of that in the shoreline zone is not to have erosion to the soil. If you're creating a steep slope with a road, if we require an 8%, it's going to make a significant more side slopes. You have a greater chance of erosion. So I don't know if there's any way that we could allow it. I would be in favor of letting the 10%.
Consistency with the
It's kind of like a construction detail versus, a zoning.
Right.
I realize it's shoreline zone, but it's a construction component, if you will, on building the road.
Right.
Well, let me get the rest of the board in here.
I agree with that 100%.
You agree with Ed, Mike?
I do.
Wayne?
Yeah, I agree with that too, because you're defeating the purpose, like you just said, of having that, 10%. So if you go down to 8, it makes it worse.
Right. Okay, so I think what you've got is the permission from the board for a waiver, which you'd have to come in with writing with the caveat that it can be waived.
Sure.
Yeah, can we grant a waiver in this, Alex?
I'll do my best to try and make it happen. I'll have to be crafty about how I ask the question.
And we can write a creative letter to support what we just talked about, so.
Yeah, we would definitely need that to start the process.
For the waiver request, yep.
So the DEP still enforces the rules outside of the 250?
We do.
We do.
This is our fault.
Why can't
Our shoreline zone.
Why can't we waiver our extended shoreline land?
Well, it's the shoreline zoning regulations.
Yeah.
Why do we even have to go to the DEP and ask them?
No, we
don't.
Doesn't have to go through.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. So
just the
this is
stormwater.
our fault.
Okay.
We made this
This
rule.
is in-house and this
Yes.
stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
we've had this 8% in the shoreline zone, which we've never converted to match our other road standards.
It may come from Chapter 1000, I'm not sure, I'd have to look. That's the state document that we have to match.
Yeah.
And they don't let us alter that, because we can't be less strict than Chapter 1000.
Right.
It's kind of weird because we're outside of the 250. That only applies to within 250, but they won't let us say, you know, this applies to 250, this applies to everything else. It's kind of weird the way it.
Yeah.
But we're
Because we're more
comfortable with
strict.
the 10% in the shoreline zoning, correct?
What's that?
We're comfortable with the 10%.
You guys are, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if that's in the DEP's guidelines or not, the 8%. So I don't want to say.
Yeah, because you've got two things. You've got our shoreline zoning, and then we have the state model ordinance, which we can't be less restrictive, which 10% would be less restrictive, is what he's saying.
Right.
So if the DEP has it in there at 8%, we may not be able to go less than 8%. But the DEP's jurisdiction is typically 250 feet.
Right, that's the
from
difference,
Resource.
yeah.
We have the whole entire cape.
Right.
Yeah,
So-
which is why I asked the question.
Yeah.
We're like 1,200 feet away from.
Right.
Yeah. Which is kind of the issue with having so much land in shoreland.
Yeah.
Larger shoreland zone. These problems.
Interesting. But, oh, I see, okay. So even if we change, we can't change if DEP has got it 8% for shoreline. for
Yeah.
this
But
problem.
what I'm going to try and figure out is if you guys have the ability to waive that.
Right.
Where it's
That'd be the
outside the
easiest thing.
either it's outside the 250 or we just have the write-up to change the road
Yeah.
standard.
That's what I'll try
Well-
for.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the, I mean, if we are comfortable with the 10% in the shoreline zoning, and it's our ordinance that has 8, we could probably just change the ordinance.
If it's not in the
If it's not in the
guidelines,
DEP,
yes.
right.
Because all shoreline zoning ordinance changes have to be approved by the state, even if it's outside of
Oh,
250.
okay,
Yeah.
yep.
That's
Right.
where it gets
So
us in
that's-
trouble.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That's.
Well, that clear it up for you, Bill?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Clear as mud.
No, I appreciate your understanding, and we'll get the waiver request back. We'll put the notes and the things that Jim and Alex talked about.
The waiver request would probably be nice to get
I'll
quick.
get that right off.
Yeah, get that first, so Alice can work for it.
Then we'll meet the March, I believe, 6th or 8th that Sandy talked about, so that she can post and notice these two projects for public hearing and moving them forward.
Okay. Yeah, we still need to get those votes.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
a question for the applicant. Bill, have you done anything regarding the street name and addresses with the E911 coordinator for your plan? I haven't seen what came in today.
Not yet. The name, I believe, was approved for the road, and then I'll submit this to the E11 now that we know the lot numbers and let them assign the address for your benefit. Yeah.
Okay. And you understand that to add those to your plan?
Correct. Right on the final plan. Correct.
Yep.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, same drill. We need to vote for deeming the application complete.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Greg, second by Mike. All those in favor? All right, application complete. And now, we're missing a lot. And actually, Bill, everything I want to do is, we have not been, and I don't see us changing, giving approval to projects without, with the DEP approval being contingent upon.
You don't.
We do not.
Okay.
So if we can proceed along with the April, but we would not be, we'd be bringing it back in May if you don't have DEP permitting in. So you can kind of put that into the.
Yeah, because you're going to have preliminary first anyway. For this one, it's major.
Right.
You'd have to come back in.
You have to come back.
May or June. So it's got to June probably before we need to see the final.
Right.
Plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
The maps, yeah,
It should be online. It's-
Yeah, that'd be Brandon Chase. That's the one that you guys were talking about earlier.
Mhm.
He's here about 5 acres. He's planning on building a single family. So it's permitted. He can clear 10,000 square feet or 25% of the lot area. And it's like 26 acre lot, I think. So we can clear quite a bit. No.
No, he's pulled that application.
Yeah, these are going to be back on the other side of the hill too.
All right.
We're good. Great. Thanks for your time.
You're welcome. Ma'am, you can have my copy if you'd like. You're welcome. All right, next up, Stephen and Susan Adams on a lot line change. Where'd that one go? There we go.
This one's pretty straightforward, I think, Mr. Chair. It's just basically a swap of property between two lot owners on Granite Wood subdivision. Both the lot that's giving up is more than adequate land to do that. There were a few minor things that we'd want to see on the plan before the board either approves or signs. This is for the benefit of Lot 8 and 9 only. The plan should show pins to be set along the new common sideline with Lot 8. A note should be on the plan. This plan amends Lot 8 and 9 only of a previously plan approved of Granite Wood Phase 2 Granite Wood subdivision in May 29, 2002. All the record information. The lot areas would have to be updated, and then we'd want to see the appropriate yard setbacks for the new property lines. And then the final plan will need to be signed and sealed by a professional surveyor, provide a signature block with the board. There is a stream in the back, Hayden Brook, but I do have a plan right here. But obviously the lots are already in place, and I think it's just to benefit Lot 8 wants a little additional land to do some things in the back of their property. They would be in a stream protection, part of that lot could be in a stream protection district, but it doesn't preclude them from doing certain things. Which their lot, piece of lot 9 is already in a stream protection. It's in the stream protection, but it doesn't preclude them from being able to do certain things. If you look, Hayden Brook's way over to the west.
Okay.
So to me, it's just a simple property swap. Because they're altering the lot lines, it has to come back to the board. And
That's everything. Yep. Okay, sir.
Hi, I'm Steve Adams. My wife Susan's here. I'm the owner of 19 Ball Drive, and I submitted the application to request approval to allow us to sell the 0.86 acres that goes directly behind the lot 9. And on the map, it's roughly located where the you see the C11. If you find lot 9 and lot 8.
Found lot 8.
Okay. Lot 8's property, which is the one that I own, that we own, goes behind lot 9, 10, and 11.
yeah, it's 18.73 acres. Lot 8.
Where is lot 9, 10, 11?
65.
9 is, if you go to the hammerhead, right here.
That's it. Okay.
You got it?
I got.
This is 8. This is 8. Am I looking at this right now? Am I upside down? This is lot 8 here on the end, lot 9 is right here, but 8 goes all the way up into here.
Oh, okay.
So 8 goes all the way behind lots 9, 10, and 11.
You can see lot 9 is 1.44 acres.
Yep.
So so what I was trying to describe is that roughly where the C11 is on lot 8, going down that side of that right of way.
Yep.
We'll cut triangle over to the back of the corner of lot 9 and 10. So there's an existing pin there. It's roughly a triangle section. That was surveyed and included in the application. So it's selling just really being neighborly, sell the to the next door neighbor.
Butters.
Oh, between the brothers?
Butters.
Oh, butters, okay.
Not brother.
Yeah.
Not brother. We are not
Okay.
of relations.
Oh, that's all one lot. Okay, so,
And so we had George Sawyer did the survey, and as I noted in the filing letter, that if we had approval to actually consummate the sale, I've already contacted George. He would prepare the new subdivision map.
Right.
But I assume that we actually have to have the sale occur so that we can.
Or just a right to it.
the right,
Yeah.
normally.
Yeah, right title or interest.
Yes.
Could be interest.
Right.
I didn't follow that. Can you just?
What's that?
I didn't follow what you said.
To show proof for a subdivision, you either have to have right, which would be ownership, title ownership, or interest, a letter saying that there's interest in the property for both parties to do the transaction.
Okay.
So that's all we would need in this case. So you don't necessarily have to execute it, but there has to be an agreement between the two parties. They're willing to play ball, basically.
Okay.
Okay, and there are a couple other things, weren't there, outstanding? Or besides just the plot?
Yeah, I think I went through everything. I hope I didn't miss anything.
Was I thinking something else?
I mean, it doesn't change anything with any of the lots or any of the uses on the lots. The lots are already served by homes and wells, the septic system, so it's all just lot lines at this point. Lot lines and area changes. We just need to update the two areas.
Okay, so just for the board, we don't have enough of it, and actually for you, Steve, we don't have enough to approve this evening. But we could, we could approve with conditions that would allow staff to follow through with the changes. And the only change with that would be that we wouldn't bring Steve and his wife back to the board. And they could probably move it through a little faster.
Right, and you could waive the public hearing if you don't feel it's, I don't feel it's necessary in this case, but you can waive it.
Well, no, because it's the butters that
The
are
butters,
involved.
right. But understand in the future.
Yes. Yes. So it's up to you guys. So our course of action would be to advertise of approval, being that Steve brings in the right letter, the intent, and the redrawn subdivision plots without having to come back to the board. I'm good with that.
Yeah, you don't have to come back to the board once staff reviews, make sure everything's in compliance to sign.
Right, we have to sign it, but means they don't need to come for that.
Right.
Is there anybody's thoughts?
I like option 2.
Yeah.
Very good with that.
What was option 2?
The faster one.
The one where we didn't have to come back.
Yeah. Well, you did sit through this whole meeting, so.
It was all right.
Yeah, so no public hearing. They don't have to come back. They just have to do what we discussed and get the letter and a new plot plan.
Yes.
And work it out with Alex, with staff.
So we need to make that a motion?
We do.
I think Ed just did.
Yeah, that sounded like a motion, yeah.
That's a motion.
All right, did we get?
All right.
Did we get everything in there? Dan, did you have that, all that? What do you have? You have it all?
I did. I already had it written for you.
Oh, what?
I'm glad because we'll have to do a findings of fact on that too.
Right.
Everybody else, what do you have written, Sandy? I just want to make sure we are.
Okay, I have it that Greg moved to waive the public hearing and grant approval of the amendment with the conditions to submit and I haven't written that part yet, but it's up there, the survey and the letter of intent.
Okay.
It's Ed.
It was Ed. It's Ed.
Ed, sorry.
It's contagious.
Sounded alike.
All the time, two of us.
All right, so which one of you seconded that?
It looks a lot. You just switch
Kevin, thank you, Kevin.
Just switch them out.
Well, I got two.
Do you want that compliant to the items I brought up in my memo as well?
Yes, that's what I was.
Okay, just be
We
clear.
have to vote, right?
Yep.
Yes, we have to vote.
After discussion, which.
But we do, that was the other thing, though, is what I was asking for that is in there, that was in your memo,
Okay.
which we should put into the motion so Steve knows.
Yep, it should be the items I've listed in my memo, 1 through 5.
Got it.
Okay,
Part of my technical review, 1 through 5.
all right. Friendly amendment? Friendly amendments accepted?
Yes.
Accepted?
Yep.
All those in favor? All right. All right, I pass, you're all set.
All right, great. Thank you.
Staff communicate,
Just double checking that this letter got
Yes.
Yes.
I got it.
we all got it. Alex,
Staff communications?
staff communications and updates.
So, as we discussed a few minutes ago, that subdivision on Cape Road by Brandon Chase is no more. He does plan on building just a single family on that one, so that one's done. The condo project on 85 is well underway. They will be planning on applying for building permits, I think for pretty much all the units, pretty quick. So, Raymond Village, yep. The one down in the old gravel pit, I've heard nothing.
Oh, that's the Willie.
Willie, yeah, nothing on that one. I think he was trying to sell it.
Boulder Bend.
Boulder Bend.
They haven't even, no, decal. They haven't even recorded their plan yet. I've been trying to follow up with them, but, it's wrong.
Yeah, there's a time frame on that.
Time frame on that too.
That would
I
nullify,
reminded him.
nullify everything.
That may have to come back to be re-signed.
Yeah. The subdivision on Valley Road, I believe, expires in July. So that one, they won't even start by July. So
Okay.
that one I would expect will come back to you guys at some point down the road. There is a site plan application coming in for next month for a very small campground on the Cape. I'm talking 3 lots, so it's pretty small, 3 sites.
3 sites.
So that'll be coming in for next month.
I don't think we've ever had a campground.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Yeah.
I think, it'll be
I mean, a legal one.
Yeah, right.
Did that come in today?
It did come in today.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, it was kind of a mess today.
I'm not surprised.
Everyone's moving offices in our building for our annual office move that we do every year. So it's a little bit of chaos.
And a quick question on you, Alex, while you're right there. We were supposed to move your computer tonight, right? Because they're doing it right now.
Yes. Yep. Yes.
Don't log in.
You can move anyone's. Just move anyone's at this point. So I think that's all I have. You have anything else, Jim?
I can't think of anything else. You answered my question on both Boulder Bend and Valley View, so. Yeah, there is a statute, and I think it's 45 or 60 days from the time of approval, those have to be recorded.
From the time we sign it?
Correct.
Really? I didn't realize the time. on that.
Yeah, there's a time that's a town or state statute for that, so.
Yeah. I will regret saying it, but it's been very slow. It's probably been the slowest winter that I can remember since probably 2016 or 17.
And the Chase subdivision is gone. It's just now going to be a single family lot.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually issued a building permit for a new single family in 2 months or more.
Wow.
Which isn't, I don't know if that's ever happened.
Yeah.
So
Single family has.
It's
down.
really,
The interest
really
rates
slowed.
did it kind of.
Yeah.
But outside of Raymond, we're seeing a lot of multifamily.
But I mean, we'll be issuing 25 or, well, 13 building permits for this condo project. So that's gonna probably keep us going this summer. And I expect it'll pick up with some seasonal stuff, but.
Did they make the water tap yet?
No, they're getting ready to do that March 1st.
Yeah, 'cause they gotta pave, so they gotta.
Yeah, I think March 1st, he said.
And that's been inspected by
Chris Baldwin.
Chris Baldwin from Cumberland County, so there's been eyes on that because there was, as you remember, there was a lot of eyes surrounding that. So.
And the marina seems to have started back up again.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the marina will be.
Will that be on the next?
Yeah, I believe so, right?
I think that's what Rob told me.
Okay. So when the marina comes back, just so we all know, when we're looking at it, one of the things we'll need to determine is whether or not that the redone plan is a major revision. And I don't think there's any criteria for that, is there, Jim, or Alex, whether or not it's a major revision?
I think there may be. I'll have to look at that up.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there may be some language for that. That might be in subdivision. I think it's just subdivision.
So the impact to us would be if it's in fact a major revision, then everything starts over.
Right, you're going to determine where you want to pick up the roof.
Right. If we're just going to say it's a revision to the ongoing project, then everything that we have done can stay and we can just move forward. So when you look at the plans, that will be one of our first discussion item.
Yeah, you may have to go back one step to go forward too.
Yeah, right. Well, I mean, I think it's going to be we probably may or may not have to do a site walk, but we certainly would have to do the public hearing again.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's probably the biggest piece of that. You have to determine if it's substantial enough, and I think the attorney's going to tell you if it smells and looks, you should.
Yeah, I think I would probably agree with that.
So.
Okay, what else?
Comprehensive Plan Committee, we have selected a person to take care,
Consult.
a planner. God. We selected a planner. That's as far as the committee's gotten so far. We only had one bid. We did everything properly and so forth. We only had one bid, and I think we've accepted that. And
who's the planner?
it's North Star.
Yep, Ben Smith.
Yeah, they've done
quite a few.
comprehensive plan. They did Gray, Naples, and several other nearby towns.
Yeah, that's who we recommended too.
Yeah. Seemed very good, very competent. We were very comfortable with them. And
yeah, they've done a lot around this area. So.
I think their bid was 107,000 or somewhere in that neighborhood to be probably negotiated. We have students from the University of Maine that are willing to help to some degree. And some of the work that the planner might do, we may be able to do ourselves. So that's where we are now.
It's a lot of meetings.
We're looking at a couple of years.
Yeah.
Okay. I am traveling probably the next 2 meetings, so I will be zooming in, definitely next meeting, and maybe April otherwise. Ed is standing by.
Greg?
Yeah, Greg.
Greg, yeah.
Ed is standing by to step in.
Is that your middle name by chance?
And I only bring that up because, I'm not sure how it'll work from the Zoom. I'm assuming it'll be okay. But if you guys would be more comfortable with Ed running it, since he'll be here, you're not going to hurt my feelings. Just, yell at me and I'll pass it over to Ed.
Yeah.
Or Greg.
You gonna bring the gavel with you?
I'll definitely bring the gavel with me, yeah. Okay, anything else?
Move to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Done.
Good evening and welcome to the March 1st Comprehensive Plan Committee meeting. Our first order of business is going to be to approve the minutes from our previous meeting. I just have one comment regarding that. I did find a smiley face in there, which I thought was interesting. I'd like to keep it, so if anybody else noticed that, I'm in favor of keeping the minutes as is. But I'd be looking for a motion to approve.
So move.
Second.
Move to approve.
Oh, move to approve, and a second? And all in favor? All right, and I cannot see Brad or Frank. So I don't know if they raised their hands.
Brad's hand is up. But I can't see Frank.
Okay, well, that passes.
There he is.
I wonder if there's a way that we could see the other members of the committee? Because I won't know if they're raising their hands right now. So that's something that...
Graham, can you change the view so that on the TV screen they see all four of us?
Yeah, I only see you, Sue, so it's... Thank you.
Which is spectacular right now.
It is spectacular. It's a very nice sunset wherever you're at.
Richmond, huh?
All right, well, I think while he's figuring that out...
There you go. There you go.
Thank you. That's so much better.
Look at that.
All right, so moving on, the next order of business is our old business. And I have an update on the comprehensive plan logo that we've been working on. I did hear back from Time for Printing. Their estimate for those, if we recall, I know it's been a while, for the drawn logo and then to add coloring and lettering was anywhere from $200 to $750. Now it's something I can't show you what that would look like because that would be their work. But I don't know if we'd like to discuss if that's something that we'd be willing to have them do. I guess the decision is, do we like that idea better as a whole over the other logos? And then I didn't know, just putting it out there, if we wanted to wait and have a planner's opinion as well on what would work best. So just kind of throwing that all out there to discuss. If anybody has any opinions on the matter.
Where were the options again? Pete's got them on his little screen here, but
There were the arrows, the various
four
arrows or
three arrow
circles.
options,
Yeah.
Yep.
And then there was the drawn logo.
Of scenes.
Yes. The two
Watersheds.
scenes.
Yep.
Yeah. The $200 to $750 would include a vector file. So for those who may not know, that's important when you're scaling on different items so that it comes out correctly. So if you're making it really big or really small, it's important to have that vector file.
I like the idea of having something that's versatile that we could put on stickers or t-shirts or make a sign out of it, something that could scale up or down in size easily without...
I kind of like the idea of the drawn logos. I think it fits a little bit better in with the rest of the things that Raymond has for logos, in my opinion.
I like the drawn logo. For the cost, I mean, is this something, if we've already done a lot of the creative work?
It would be on the lower end.
It'd be on the lower end. I mean, is this
that was
something
the range.
that we could have a high school student with a inkling towards graphic design would be able to produce this for us?
Probably. I mean, I think we could look into that before we committed to spending money on it.
I think that'd be a cool
I mean,
incorporation.
if I had the software, I could do it.
Yeah.
I don't.
I have no creative design talent, so.
What about a combo of I'm looking at the kind of beige brown circle, Raymond tomorrow, without the arrow, and then one of the scenes below it as a double punch, kind of a little more interesting. Having the imagery of Raymond's landscape, I think, is important, but then having the formality of the symbol together seems like might be a good combo.
No, that's something I think that I could, if we could find someone to do it for us, at
That would
no
probably
cost.
push it to the $900 end of the
But
range.
but we could also ask time for printing to incorporate the two as well.
Well, it seems like we should certainly have a logo, and I think if we decided that before the planner came on, that would be a good step forward to not take their time in deciding our logo.
Brad, I see you had your hand up. Oh,
You're muted,
you're
Brad.
Muted,
You're
Brad.
muted,
Sorry.
Brad.
Okay, now?
Yes, perfect, thank you.
All right, sorry about that. I come back to what I said when this was first introduced. I'm very much in favor of logo. Thinking about what we wanted to do is really going to drive what it looks like. But if you look at the most popular, most recognizable logos in the world, whether it's the red dot from Target or the arrow from Amazon, they're really the simplest. And they don't have a lot of colors. You recognize the arrow from an Amazon package or on a trailer truck, and you instantly know what it is. You recognize what it is. I would just kind of favor simpler rather than more complex, one color rather than multiple colors. But I'm just throwing that out, something that's easy to recognize. Even if it doesn't say everything on it, if we get it around the community enough, people will see it and they'll be, what's that? What is it? And there's something to be said about generating a little, what is that?
Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
That's what I'll add on this topic.
Well, I get the sense that this is something that we can sort of continue to come back to.
I think we're close enough to a planner that we could get their opinion and see if they have any driving reasons to do it one way or the other. I think it seems like we're all going in the same direction, but.
I mean, I hate to keep dragging something out, but I also don't think there's necessarily a huge rush to this, as we're not putting out materials yet. I think there's a bigger drive for that once we are. And it is kind of an important decision on how we're going to brand ourselves.
They probably would add they probably have some good ideas to add to it.
Yep.
Could I, as far as, could this committee arrive at least a consensus on the examples that we have here, so that at least we have some idea of where we're going to be looking at down the road anyway? Because I don't know that we've reached a consensus yet, have we?
On what we all like.
On what we like.
No,
yeah.
No, we haven't.
I've always liked the arrow, the kind of orange kind of arrows. I've always kind of liked that. I don't have any problem with the actual drawings or the logos, but that's always kind of been the one I lean towards. Not so much the grayed out one, but if I were to pick out of those, my personal favorite would be the kind of orange arrow.
I kind of like the circle one. That's just simple, easy to read. Raymond tomorrow on there, Raymond. But I like the idea too of having something that specifically says Raymond. So if it were something like a fish or a lake or something along those lines that would kind of represent our town and what we're known for, maybe. Maybe we could have a fish that looks like an arrow.
There we go. There's some progress.
A pointing fish.
If we don't want to devote too much more time to this, I could make a recommendation that what we do is look at this, and for the next meeting, maybe come in with a preference and just tally it up, and that way we could get at least that portion done.
Yep.
That's unreasonable.
Yeah, I think that is reasonable to give us each a chance to review them again.
Sure.
And come prepared for a vote. Yeah.
We may need ranked choice voting to come to a decision.
All right, okay. So moving on. It looks like the next thing I have is development of a short video and creating an action plan behind that. As we all know, part of the proposal from North Star does include video creation, so I guess the discussion needs to be, do we wish to do something on our own in addition to, or have North Star help us with this?
I wonder if there's kind of like a format or a general sort of video out there that we could just customize to, you know, insert our town name or something like that, that would be easy to kind of copy and paste, that would, you know, that describes generally what a comprehensive plan is and the process, so that it kind of dumbs it down for the general community.
Did North Star create Gray's video?
Fairly positive that they did.
So we could either take the stance that we'd like to utilize what they've, something similar to what they've already created, or tweak it to our desire, or do something new. It seems like those are the options we're talking about. And I'm happy to, I don't like to, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. I don't know too many other Raymond residents looking at the Gray Comprehensive Plan Committee's website. So if there's something that we could utilize there, I think that would be a fine and appropriate way to approach it.
It is definitely common practice for municipalities to use what everybody else has created. So that wouldn't be out of the norm. John?
Maybe what we can do is a little combination of both. If we do like a teaser, like a 30-second, something that's good for kind of like a reel, like Facebook or Instagram or that kind of thing. Just 30-second teaser, and then help us with either we borrow Gray's or create another one. I think maybe having a teaser might be nice to get people their attention span, just to kind of capture it real quick.
Do we have contacts to any like local videographers or somebody that can do drone type stuff that we could maybe get some clips and images of the town that we could, you know, maybe insert?
Yeah, my I try to film as much as I can. I would have to go back to my database and see what I have for all seasons, because a lot of times I can just have Sebago Lake in the summer, which is great, but it doesn't really capture all 4 seasons. So I have to kind of go back and see what I have on file.
Okay, or maybe the town even has stock photos about, you know, events that happen in the town, or...
I mean, I think it's very doable, because 30 seconds, you have clips, you know, short clips with a voiceover. Very doable, something like that. Peter?
Yeah, I think if memory serves me, when I looked at that Gray, they basically did have, along with the stick figure and basically just the PowerPoint, you know, what is a comprehensive plan? They also were flashing pictures of the community, and they look like stock pictures, and they, you know, as far as like if it's a short presentation, something like that, I believe that's what they had actually worked into their presentation. And I think this was only 1.5 minutes or less. It wasn't a long video at all. And also, as far as under old business, B, and then D, community association outreach opportunities, both of those, I believe, were placed on the agenda prior to the presentation from North Star. So, you know, as far as looking at what we're going to do, I just made some notes. So under the Develop a Short Video Action Plan, under the North Star proposal, Task 1, April, build and launch a website. And then Task 2, August through October, update website and produce 2 videos. So that kind of gives us a little time frame as far as that. So if we wanted to get something out sooner, I believe that what North Star is saying is that they'd be building starting to build the website in April, but that they're not talking about the videos until August through October. So I guess that just gives us a time frame as far as, if we wanted to get a quick 30-second presentation out, we'd probably want to do it within the next month or two, because after that, then I guess we'd be waiting to see what they develop in the 2 videos.
And I think maybe what we could do, since we have so many emails on file, is maybe we can ask for photos, because people are going to have various seasons and various activities. Maybe it's them at the ice cream place or something like that. Maybe we just ask for photos from Raymond residents of them doing whatever in Raymond. We might have a really good response, and then photo credit that each person going into it. That way now the community is kind of getting involved, and now we're getting more than just footage from what I might or might not have.
Okay. I think that's a great idea, because that definitely involves the community, keeps them, keeps us in their mind. And then I know that Raymond, we also, Sue, correct, have a bunch of pictures that we use as well.
Yes, I have a number of pictures of Raymond and whatnot that I've used in the town reports and all that sort of thing. So we do have pictures that can be put out.
So I think between a little community outreach, so blasting an email, asking for pictures that could be used, maybe you go through your footage. I think that's a great, action plan to sort of get one, and we can come back to it next month with those pictures, that response, and whatever you may have for some drone footage. Is that something you'd be willing to put together for us for next month?
Yeah, absolutely.
Would it be doable to put out a call on like the Town of Raymond Facebook page or something too? See if people wanted to post on there.
We can do that. What I did initially for the town report was sent emails out to various organizations like the summer camps and the Boy Scouts and places where I assumed they would be taking pictures fairly regularly, and got some absolutely spectacular pictures, but most of them are summer.
Okay.
Do we have any further discussion on this? I think that's a good plan. I am willing to craft an email to send to Sue asking for those pictures for the people on our listserv. I'll put that on my to-do list.
Yeah, it would be good, I think, to send out something to the listserv each month anyway. So if we're asking them for something, that's letting them get involved too. That would be good. That would be cool.
Is this the first email that we're sending out to the listserv?
It'll be the second.
Second.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I think we have accomplished an action plan. So scheduling of the bus tour part 2 is the next on my list here. And I guess I'll look to Sue for a little bit of information on that.
And I talked with Joe, who talked with Wyndham, and they're still in the throes of ski season and taking kids to various ski events and winter events. But that's all going to be winding up, and they said that if we looked at April 10th on, they would be available. So what I thought would probably be easiest is if all the committee members sent me what days, morning or afternoon or both, that you're available in April. I can come up with a more or less a consensus of the people that when most of the people could be there. And from April 10th on, Wyndham's fairly open. So if we come up with 2 or 3 dates, then they can accommodate at least one of them, is what they said.
Does anybody know which week in April is the vacation week? Is it the 17th to the 21st?
I think I think it is that week.
Okay.
It usually is.
Okay.
My sister never went to school on her birthday, and her birthday's that week.
Yeah, I think that's.
Is that Monday Patriots Day as well?
No. Oh. No. Okay.
Brad?
I just have a question for Dawn, or if Chris is on the call. I was very enthusiastic about the tour that we took back this past fall, and it was, I can't say enough good about it. The tour guides we had, and Dawn and Chris were outstanding, and Sue piped in with a lot, and Frank piped in with a lot. It was just wonderful. Raymond Cape is a little bit different in the sense there's like one road that runs out the middle of Raymond Cape. To my knowledge, there are only a couple of areas where we can see the water without going on private property. That would be just before Camp Wawanock and the ferry landing, unless I'm missing something. Are we planning to go across private property? What's the goal on Raymond Cape, Don?
Well, I'm not sure we've really talked about that. And if you have it on April 10th, I'm having surgery, so I won't be on the tour. So Chris, of course, is very, I think, knowledgeable about the Cape, and I don't think the idea is that we're just going to take a one shot down and back and stop at, public, access, viewshed opportunities. I think the idea would be to go down some of these roads and take a look at some of the development, and that may be on private roads or not. Chris?
I can add that my thoughts were it wouldn't just be the Raymond Cape. We'd take the 302 route to get to the Cape. We've got industrial zones where there's Sabre yachts and some other different facilities that we could look at. And when you get down on the Cape, there's many private roads that you can take that get down towards the water where there's been development in the past, like Castleton or Zephyr Road. You can take Sunset Chimneys Road, even though it's a private road, there's plenty of places to turn around and see the kind of development that is on the Cape. I think the purpose of that would be to see the other side of Raymond. We went up to North Raymond and saw rural Raymond. This would be more the developed areas where we have a large tax base of seasonal residents, and more we're seeing the tear downs and rebuilds, and I think there's plenty of opportunities to see that. There's Wild Acres, there's Papoose Island, there's Quarry Road, there's the Fry Island landing. There's plenty to see. It's just a different section of Raymond with a totally different set of topography and zoning and land use. So I think it would be very positive, and we can add anything that anybody wants on that tour, but I can see it taking as long as the last one did with no problem.
Peter?
Yeah, and I would say also, will we, I agree with Chris, and also, I think it's important that we take some time to look at the village. I think it's time that we take that time when we're in the village in that area, also look 121 in that area. We didn't really spend a lot of time on those areas, and those are areas where we're either going to be considering, I know in the last plan, we attempted to direct some growth in those areas, not necessarily the Cape.
And there's other areas, depending on time, there's Thomas Pond, you can go down Thomas Pond Terrace, you can go down Twin Pines, there's a lot more to Raymond. We got a good view of maybe a little more than half, and it's very easily that we could see the rest of it.
Sure, and to Brad's comment, as far as the Cape is concerned, the Cape isn't complete without talking about Sebago Lake, but I think that's the plan for the boat trip that once the weather gets better, we would do as well, and I think that's going to give us a good vision of the Cape and the lake.
Is there any merit in going down deep shores? Are you on deep shores, Brad?
Deep Cove.
Deep Cove? Deep Cove,
no. I'm down off of Cape Road.
But Chris, we go down Deep Cove.
We can go down Deep Cove, you can go down to Turtle Cove.
Yeah.
There's a ton. You won't be bored.
Yeah.
No, I was asking whether we were planning to go down private roads or not. That was, because if you don't, you really can't see.
Yeah, absolutely, we gotta go down private roads.
Going down private roads. I mean, we're not gonna go by, gated residences or something like that, but, as far as the town's concerned, the code officer can travel, I think, at will.
Well, we can go anywhere the postal service can go, so.
So
there's
if it's not a
plenty of-
prohibited
there's miles that we can travel.
area, we can go. We will.
Do you want to put a date up for?
Yeah, I was just about to say, I'm available anytime in April as long as I have enough notice, which I do. So I don't have any specific time where I can't.
Yeah, so I think the plan is to just get an email into Sue with availability, and then you can look at when the most of us can make a certain date and see if that works.
As far as the staff goes, the tour guide, I can go anytime during working hours, so I'm available. And just as a teaser, we've got projects on the Cape that are $50 million. That's significant. So we can see some, we don't have to travel into the gated community and see it, but I can show you where they are and why they're where they are. And we have other properties where we have significant violations. Maybe we can take a look at those. There's all kinds of things that we can do. It should be an exciting day.
And I don't, at least this is my opinion, but I don't think we're in any kind of an emergency. We have to get this done right away. And I would like, if we could, to do this a little later in April so Don can join us as well. Because I think his contribution to some of the history and the stories and all that are very valuable.
Yes.
Last week in April, tentative?
Yes, I think that's a good idea to kind of narrow it down a little bit, just even for ease for Sue. So if everybody could give their availability for the last week of April to Sue, that would be great.
Good.
So that's the 24th through the 28th.
And that would miss vacation week.
Yes.
Frank, will you be back in town by then?
Yes.
By the end of April?
Yes.
All right, we have a second action plan. All right, moving along, I have community outreach opportunities, and I just wanted to begin by telling everyone that I did reach out to the middle school, but I have not received a response yet. That doesn't necessarily concern me because I think that they have layers that they need to go through first. They can't just say, yeah, sure, come to our school and say something, or we'll incorporate this. I think that they have to sort of go through a process. But I will reach out again and see if I can get any sort of response on that. I like your idea. So that's another opportunity that we will be doing, is increasing our participation by asking for photos. So there's another item, and I didn't know if anybody else has something that they would like or have thought of any ideas.
You can use the monthly Roadrunner and have a little block in the Roadrunner. It would have to be something that would, I think, catch people's attention. It would have to be, brief, but you might talk about the progress, or you might pose a question, or provide some information. I'd make available a space in the Roadrunner each month as we go forward.
Peter?
Yeah, question for Sue. Sue, do we have at the town a listing of associations, or I'm thinking in terms of things like Lions Club, lake associations and the like. Is there any listing that the town maintains?
Not really. We have a few. We have some of the road associations. I'm not sure how up to date that is. We generally don't keep much of that because it doesn't have any bearing on what we do as a town.
Sure. Any suggestions on where we would find those things? I'm thinking in terms of, if I was looking at, once again, at North Star's proposal, task 1, stakeholder ID groups, and that's how and that supposedly will happen in March. My guess is that's what the North Star is going to do. They're going to want to know, what are the contacts in town? So I think that this could serve, if we were to start to compile a listing of those things, because
Yes.
I believe North Star is going to be looking for that. Unless they do that exclusively on their own, my guess is that they probably come to this committee, they'll come to you and say, you know, what are the lake associations, Raymond Waterways or the like comes to mind. Certainly, if there's small woodlot owners associations or any type of group like that.
Maine Woodlands.
Maine Woodlands.
Yep.
So it's those type of things where if we could, you know, put some sort of a listing together, because my sense is that the consultant's going to want to see those.
I don't think that's going to be too difficult to do. If we don't have it presently or maintain it at the town office, we can, you know, do an outreach to the groups that we do know about. And, you know, for instance, the Raymond Waterways group can probably tell us all the different lake associations. And so we can identify those stakeholders, I think, pretty easily.
Would road associations be one on that list? I mean,
That would be harder, but I think we can do that too.
I'm wondering if it's.
I think between this town staff, we can come up with something. And as I remember, we had some kind of a survey when we had the Raymond Revitalization Committee. So maybe Frank would be of some assistance on that task as well. Because we had the same conversation at the Raymond Revitalization Committee 6-7 years ago.
Yeah, my sense is that something like a road association, you think, well, why would they be stakeholders necessarily? But when we start talking about services and trash pickup and what's going to happen in the next 10 years with recycling and trash, that they're going to have to want to weigh in.
They want to be on it, yeah.
I think a big question that I would have about stakeholders is, you know, a significant percentage of our tax-paying population are people who are not full-time residents. Is there going to be an opportunity for those people? That will be a question that, you know, I'll get.
Sure, it's a great point.
And you know, in the past, we've sort of taken a narrow view on stuff like that, but I don't know if that's the right approach. I think that, you know, they play a significant role in the, you know, economic vitality of the community, and to know it's important what would work and doesn't work in terms of attracting people, let's say, who have those, you know, I guess, established residences to come and, you know, maybe work remotely, live here, and contribute more so than they already do. So if that were a goal, then I think engaging people who are seasonal people would be important.
And doing that through notices out with the tax bill, we decided it wasn't a good approach.
Well, I didn't say it wasn't it's an approach. We can talk about it, but we have to be careful about that. You don't want to dilute what we're really doing there. You have people who say, oh, I didn't get a tax bill, right? Geez, I guess something from the comp plan, I didn't see the tax bill.
Yeah, that's actually one of my specialties. I've been, you know, through a lot of these plans and identify stakeholders. Really, truly one of my specialties. And I'd love to work here with you, you know, maybe Frank, some of the people, different parts of the community who've been around. And as long as we can get direct access to town staff, which you could do, Peter, I think we could identify the stakeholders pretty easily.
As far as the roadrunners, I think that is a good idea, that we are starting to sort of put things out there on a regular basis. Is there something that we would like to envision that we're telling people on a monthly basis? Is that something, you know, how would we want that to look? How do we want to format that? What do we want to tell them?
I think it's just for the first bit of it is getting people used to seeing the name and everything. So I think for the first couple of months, it's just the same message. And then as we kind of grow, maybe each month switch it so it becomes different. But I think for the first maybe 3 to 6 months, it's just the same consistent message for starters.
Should maybe we start something like, what is a comprehensive plan, like really the basics?
Or do you know that Raymond is doing an update to the comprehensive plan? Here's what a comprehensive plan is.
I think we'll get a lot of guidance from the planner.
It'd be helpful to have for the paper, have a 2 or 3 bullet, not exhaustive next up on the agenda, next 3 months, here's what we're hoping to do.
Right.
And hopefully those would migrate towards progress.
And give them a summary of what we have done,
What we've
and what we're
done.
looking forward to doing.
Real brief.
Let's say I put something together, would we want to wait each meeting to approve that? Would you like me just to send it out in an email and say, hey, what do we think of this? That seems,
I think between you and Melissa, you can do this. You used to do the Roadrunner. She does it now. I mean, if people really want to see it, they could see it, but I think you could do it.
Do we want to wait until we have a logo that we can attach on with our message every month so it's recognizable and consistent?
I think we did talk about that, yes.
We'll have a vote as of next month, perhaps.
So, right. I don't know how long it would take, like, let's say we did go with time for printing for them to turn around an actual logo for us to use. But that does add some additional time. So maybe for the first month, you know, depending on when the Roadrunner schedule is and when the deadline would be for that, we may not, is this the beginning of March? I mean, we probably could get something in the March Roadrunner. But you're right. I mean, I guess we need to decide, do we want to wait until we're completely ready to start doing that? Or do we want to start with something really small, and then as it grows, we can say, hey, we've made a logo, here it is. Sean?
I think getting it out would probably be good, even if we didn't have the logo. I think getting it out, and then once we do get the logo, finally putting it, but I probably wouldn't wait for the logo.
Yeah, I agree.
with that.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Yeah, I'm getting a bunch of nods.
Yeah.
Frank, did you, I thought I saw your hand, but maybe not.
No, I'm just agreeing with that idea.
Okay, all right.
And if I would ask, I would just ask is, you know, similar to, looking at the bus tour and doing a little homework there, and maybe a little homework would be between now and the next meeting. We're all professionals here, and we all have professional associations. We're all on roads. We all, use the lakes and the like. So if we could maybe come back to the next meeting with just a list, I'm sure there'd be a lot of duplications to it, but just a list of what we would consider to be stakeholders or community associations for outreach, and start compiling that list, and then we can look at that at the next meeting as well.
I don't think this is a perfect answer. It wouldn't be a perfect list, but I'm thinking about, we could potentially contact the Secretary of State website and see what associations, LLCs, corporations are listed with business addresses in Raymond, not necessarily registered agents.
Sure.
So we'd likely get a lot that are not appropriate, but I think we could extrapolate some pretty good ones off that too.
I also think that because Raymond has, like, for example, the big strip that we have on 302 is not Maine resident anymore. I believe that was just sold to Massachusetts.
Oh, yes, our little mall.
Yeah.
It did just sell this.
La Plaza.
So even though that plaza is not owned by someone in Maine, it's still important that they're having business driven to them. Like, that would be somebody we want to identify to speak to.
Okay.
Yeah, the first Roadrunner publication could invite anybody as stakeholders, groups, or organizations that could be part of the first Roadrunner message.
Yeah, please let us know who you are.
Yeah.
All right, any further discussion on this?
This is kind of not related, but I don't know if we want to put it out there to the town or offer, if we want to do any sort of an abbreviated version of a tour around Raymond for residents that would be interested in learning more about the town. I don't know if that would be a way to get them involved and learn more about the town, and I don't know if anybody has the time or resources to do anything like that, but if we all felt like it was a beneficial thing for us to learn more about it, maybe the residents would feel the same.
If that's something we couldn't sort of logistically do, I'm wondering if a really good video that highlights different parts of Raymond would be an avenue that we could look at.
Yeah.
Like something that they could watch, because I mean, you're right, a lot of people aren't seeing all of Raymond. But it may be logistically hard for us to offer that sort of tour. But I'm wondering if a good video, I don't know.
I think we made one for the open space effort, something tells me, with Hugh Cox, and it was a 10, 15, 12-minute piece of tape that had some music in the background, and it had some aerial shots, and it had different parts of Raymond and Oconomowoc Road and down the Cape, and so digging that up and getting it on the website so folks could click on it. I'll look into that. I may be making that up, but I'm pretty sure we did that, and that there's a tape. So that would be a lower carbon way of not touring folks around.
It might be a good idea to take, at some point, the planners that are going to be working on the comp plan on the same tour that we took. Maybe something I can do. And I know that Ben Smith has a drone, and he's licensed to do drone photography and is an accomplished photographer in his own right. So we might be able to do that, come up with that video with the town planner after he's on board, and I can take him on a similar type tour, maybe a shortened version that we took on these two tours, and even on the boat. And you could put that video together in no time. And like you said, you can put it right on the website, and you know, it'd almost be like not branding Raymond, but it would be selling Raymond as all our natural resources and assets, and it could highlight some of the stakeholders that we're talking about. That might be the way to accomplish what you're talking about.
Madam Chair, Frank has a comment.
Oh, sorry, Frank?
I was just going to say that's a great idea. Many more people would watch a video rather than taking a couple of hours out of their day to do that sort of thing. And that would be a wonderful thing to have on our website that people who are interested in moving into the area could look at. That would attract the kind of people we feel we would like to see moving into Raymond.
Yeah, and it would hold
I
on.
think,
Sorry, Frank.
anything we can do to do something like that is going to be well worth it.
And once you produce that, you could use your monthly Roadrunner block to say, here's how to go see it.
I think also just to have that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, something that we created. Historically, it will be fun to look back on as well, because over the years, things will change in Raymond. So to have that already created will be a great thing for other future generations to look at down the road.
And Madam Chair, I have a few comments from Kevin, if I may.
Oh, yes.
He says, he asked me to mention that we should host the website to avoid any extra cost. The vendor can design and maintain it, but we would host it. And also we can turn on the listserv software at no cost. So that's something we can leverage. And we can also put everything you're talking about on our YouTube channel and get it out there to an even broader audience than goes to our website or uses our Facebook.
Okay.
Just, yeah, thinking about the outreach it'll provide, which is on one side, it is a marketing tool for folks interested in moving to Raymond, but perhaps zeroing back to our task at hand is making sure everybody who's here already knows what we got, and they largely do, but they may not know those corners of Raymond like you were talking about, Jackie. And in my view, having them learn about those parts of Raymond that they haven't seen, I think was your initial motivation there, and I'd see that as kind of a priority and a side outcome, though, would certainly be having a presence of Raymond on the
You know, what's funny is we all travel the same route to get home, how to go to work. And you know, I go by the Raymond Elementary School every single day. But, you know, there are certain days when you go by the elementary school and you see the sunset and it's just like, wow. And I can think of many places in Raymond that we could have those little clips, like this is, you know, North Raymond, or this is the Cape, or this is the beach, or this is the schools. It's just, it's you know, I keep saying that every meeting, you know, we all live here for a reason. And I think one of the things the tour did for me, the first round, was I travel Raymond every single day. And enlightening you people on what's there made me realize, wow, this is great. This is good stuff. So, you know, that's why I'm excited about this stuff. It's a lot of fun.
Yes, getting to drive that hill is great. Sometimes Mount Washington smacks you in the face this time of year.
When it's clear enough to see all the white.
Trees have kind of grown up a little bit, so when I first moved here, you got a real clear shot of that snowy covered mountain when you were headed down the hill, and now less so, but I would
And then
agree.
if you're on the Tenney River or just in a canoe, you know, it's all those things. Or if you're in the forest, like Greg's doing his forestry thing up on Patricia Avenue, when you mark that out,
The Picasso of the woods.
It's just great. What'd you say?
The Picasso of the woods. I paint the trees to cut.
Did you make a noise?
You can
You didn't hear it, I didn't make a
Washington when you come out to the rural side of town. On the top of Spiller Hill, you can come out if you want to see
Oh, and
it.
I'm sure you can on Tarquin Hill Road still, right?
And Patricia Avenue.
Yeah. But those would be, I mean, I think it'd be a great idea if we could capture that somehow now while it's snowy covered, because it's not the same, it doesn't have that same majestic feel to it in the summer. I think it's really hits you in the face when it's against that bright blue sky.
Well, we all have phones now that we can take the pictures.
So I think capturing that this time of year would be great to put that into all of our materials. That is really, it's something, you know, it's cool about Raymond. We have everything here.
Thinking about photographs, and you know, I've seen a number of really spectacular ones, and the Portland Water District does a calendar every year, and so you know, I don't know but what they might help us if we wanted to get permission to use some of those photographs. I mean, you want to talk unbelievable photographs, that their contests they have every year, and when they produce that calendar would be what you're looking for, I think. And a lot of them are from Raymond, because it's a lot of the shoreline.
All right, well, I think we have some pretty good ideas.
Homework.
And some homework, yes. Good ideas and some homework. So I think we should move on to what I assume will take up the bulk of our meeting tonight. And that's our new business and discussion of what we think that us as the committee and town staff can contribute to the planned completion. Everybody should have an email. This came out a little later this afternoon, but this was North Star's sort of their ideas of what is probably feasible that we do as a committee.
That's what I was looking for.
And then they also gave us an updated fee from that. So you all have that, I think, in your emails. You should. And then I can pass this around, which would be if we were to do the things that they proposed, the task 1.5, 1.6, and 2.3, it would take some amount right off from the estimate that they gave us.
I think the kinds of things that you could consider doing are the inventory and some basic analysis, interviews of department heads, other interviews, you know, some of the, I guess, rounding up and doing the legwork for the materials that you're going to need, the promotional materials, and you know, the probably the public meetings if you really want to do those, although I think it's good to have the experts there with you. But I would leave the planning as it is, you know, to the planners, but you would be doing the support kind of work, and so I think it would be, to me, that's where you'd look.
Now, I have a question. Can we add in the contract that we agree to pay up to a certain amount? That way, as we continue down this road, if there are more things that we take on, could that take away from their overall fee? I mean, I don't know how they would bill us, or I don't know how that would work, but is that?
I think from their standpoint, they would hope to have a signed contract with a scope of work, and, you know, you would deduct from that whatever it is that you thought you could do. You know, if you ended up not being able to do it, you would have to look at that on an hour basis as an ad. I don't know if they'd be amenable to, you know, on the fly saying we can adjust it. My guess would be that wouldn't be something they'd be very excited about. So I think what you should aim for is, what is it can you reasonably do? And you know, have me go and meet with them and do that. And I guess it's not really much of a negotiation because they've kind of delineated what it is by hours. And so, yeah, I think you have to be careful. I mean, you hire the professionals for a reason, but then there are many things you probably can do, and most towns do take on. So that's what you're just going to discuss and see what you're comfortable with. But I wouldn't try to take on things that are complex planning issues, and I don't know is that they'd let you do that, hopefully. Right. But I think to do everything we could to be helpful, staff and committee, to mitigate the cost, why not?
I mean, I certainly don't want to bite off more than we can chew.
Right. I would probably undershoot a little bit
I don't
than
wanna do
overshoot.
that.
We are volunteers.
Yeah, you know, we all have busy lives and things come up, so I personally don't want to, you know, overshoot myself. Peter?
Yeah, so I crunched some numbers, as I usually do. So this is my take on it. The existing conditions, 1.5, the department head interviews, 1.6, and the public workshops, listening sessions, 2.3. Basically, it came out to a reduction of about, what was it? 137 hours would be assumed by the committee of that. What they were saying, if I'm reading correctly here, is that they were suggesting, as Don did in their proposal, that as far as task 1.5, North Star's role would be the second drafting. So in other words, they've reserved hours in there. But what they're saying is if this committee can do the work for the first draft, then that would allow a reduction in the cost. The reduction is around $14,000 if we did all the things that they were suggesting. And so that kind of is in line with, you know, about $100 an hour. As far as the task, existing conditions in the inventory, that's the labor-intensive part. And so, like I say, they're saying that we would draft the first part of it and we'd be taking about half the responsibility. Now, where do we get that information? We get that information primarily, what I looked at was several of the comprehensive plans, including our own 2004. And what I see is that basically it's the growth management plan. So the 10 items that are listed at the beginning that we looked at in a synopsis early on, we're basically listing exactly what we do. So just briefly, economic and demographic data, significant water resources, significant natural resources, commercial forestry and agricultural land, existing recreation, existing transportation, current housing stock, historical and archaeological resources, current and projected development patterns, and assessment of public services. So there's 10, I guess you would call, short chapters in there.
Now, we could take a lot of that from what we've already done, correct, and update it?
I don't disagree with that, Kayla. Quite honestly, if we look at the documents that we already have available to us, we have the 2004 plan, okay, and this is an update. So we have that to start with. We have the growth management plan that has all of these points in it. We've got the checklist, which basically is directing you at how to develop it. We've got financial people, we have attorneys, we have realtors, we have geologists, we have foresters. Historians. So I guess what I'm saying is that and I'm not looking to bite off more than I could chew, but my recommendation would be look at the first part of this, the inventory and analysis, and look at, have the committee basically
first draft,
write their first, second, and third choice on a chapter. There's 10 of us here, there's 10 here. Not to say we can't draw upon the municipal staff as well for writing these chapters or providing guidance. And using the source documents that we already have, and the fact that we're just writing the first draft. And I believe what North Star says is that they would do the second draft in the formatting, which is kind of how I see this going anyway. So we're going to give them our input.
I like that. I think that's the way to go, and the staff would certainly do whatever we could do. As you point out, the expertise of the committee, and then we still have the issue of, possibly getting some assistance and from the students, because a lot of this is going to be kind of by rote. It's a kind of a cookbook approach to putting this material together. It's not something that's going to be wildly innovative for Raymond. It's the same town to town. So I think there may be work that the students can do too.
So if we, but if we took a chapter, we would be drawing on probably students to help us with any research, and also town staff to verify and research additional facts. But I mean, it doesn't seem like it would be that much of a stretch for us to sort of take what's already been written and update it.
After seeing this email this morning, I spent 45 minutes online, and this is just an example. This is from the 2020 census, Raymond Town, Cumberland County, Maine. As an example, there's 4,526 people in this community according to the 2020 census. Here's an interesting fun fact. The median age in the year 2000, according to our 2004 comprehensive plan, was 37.6. And in 2020, it's 47.8.
Whoa.
Wow. And I'll just tell you, this was 45 minutes of looking. I can tell you what the median value for an owner-occupied housing unit is, who moved in and out of the town, what the unit occupancy is, birth rates.
That's 2020 census.
So there's one chapter.
Yeah, I mean, 45 minutes.
The population of the town hasn't, expanded greatly since that time. What that tells me is you have a lot of the same people here, and you see it in the in the school enrollment. I mean, the school figures are going down, down, down. We're not attracting young families. I think that's a major concern, and so I'm with you. I think you've got a lot of data right there.
2% of the population is below the poverty level in this town.
2%.
2%, as of 2020.
That also doesn't surprise me. I mean, we're actively soliciting. The county has allocated monies to help with, basic necessities, and I think we had one response.
And unlike the 2004 comprehensive plan that was projecting that what was going to happen is we were going to age, but that those individuals going up to a point that Frank made early on, that aging population would be a more moneyed population that could afford housing. What seems to be the case is that we have aged, but those individuals are not as moneyed as it was projected in 2004. Just interesting stuff for 45 minutes.
Well, I think that's probably true for the people who are in the 04, survey, but I see a lot of people who are choosing Raymond as their retirement principal residence. You see the side roads that have been developed out in our part of town, and, a lot of, doctors, lawyers, captains of industry of various kinds are even in the more rural areas now.
It's certainly eye-opening.
Yeah.
I had an interesting conversation with a woman yesterday about, I'm trying to find a living unit for a buyer of mine in a 55-plus community. And she was saying how, she and her husband are on a waiting list to get into a retirement home. It's a 5 to 8 year waiting list. And she was saying, all of us baby boomers are getting to this point in life now that we're starting to flood the system. There's not enough housing and facilities for this generation. And if a large part of Raymond's generation is this this age level, it would make sense to start thinking about 55-plus communities or assisted living facilities in that area.
And the source documents, I mean, they aren't limited, I mean, just to the 2004 comprehensive plan, of which this is an update. But we have source documents such as the 2014 survey that has a lot of demographic and other data in it for comparison to where we are in 2020, 2023.
Right.
There's also the implementation committee, which was a 2010 document that's also one of our source documents, has a great summary of what was accomplished in the decade from 2004 until 2014, but it also has some pretty eye-opening issues. There's 5 issues that were listed as high priority that, as at least of 2014, had not been accomplished. As an example, one of them being hitting that target of 10% affordable housing in our housing stock. So we have access to all of that information for both comparative and in building. Let's say an endeavor like the committee putting that chapter together. And I just think we've got the expertise to do that. I don't think it's as much, saying, well, we can knock down North Star by 13 or 14 grand. Although it's a little more palatable to me to be looking at, a comprehensive planner in the 80,000s versus the 100,000. But once again, that's all. What we're trying to do is get a sense of where the municipal side is, because give you as much leverage as you can when you talk with them about what the final price tag is going to be.
I think this also, though, provides an opportunity for all of us to be more educated in what we're doing.
Right.
So it's not just about taking off money. I mean, I think it's also about us being educated and having this active role in this process.
And the best plans that I've seen over my career are done by towns with committees that are engaged and not just saying, hey, we go out once a month and the planner tells us what we're going to do and gives us the drafts and we all nod our heads. I don't think you want that.
And I think from the presentation last month, it was clear from Ben that he's not looking for that either. He's looking for input from the committee. The plans, I believe he was alluding to the plans that he's had the most success with have been ones where the committee was engaged.
So I think, just deciding what it is you want to do. I mean, we have the math on what that does to the to the finances, and then we get a contract, signed, and off we go, right?
I have just a couple questions on this, and I'm not against this by any means because I think that this is a very good option. What I'm thinking about is that a first draft can sometimes, unless you have something that you're pulling from, which we do, a first draft can a lot of times be a lot more work intensive than the second draft. And the second draft can draw from the first, but what it sounds like we're going to do is take the plan and update it. So we're not necessarily coming up with a new first draft, we're taking our old plan and updating it. And then the second draft would then be North Star's version, new version potentially of our old plan. And so just having a mind to what the new plan would look like versus the old plan. Are we okay with the old plan coming out? And we don't know at what point that second draft is going to diverge from the current plan that we have, whether it's going to look like a North Star plan or whether it's going to look like an updated version of the old plan. So those, in terms of the first draft and the second draft and formatting, are we okay as a group? We don't have to answer this right now or today, but are we okay as a group looking at a second draft that North Star's taken and revised and understanding that really underlying it is our plan from 20 years ago that we've just updated? I'm not sure if that made a whole lot of sense, but that's...
I think I'm getting a sense that, our ask would be just really the inventory and analysis, a tenth of the whole document. And the rest of this, I think, would be brand new North Star thinking and input and brains, visioning, goals, implementation, plan drafting, review, and adoption.
A lot of what you'd be doing is, factual stuff that you can draw on source documents to get, but I understand the point, though, and it's a good point, an important point. I wouldn't want to, I guess, sell the town short by just doing sort of a perfunctory update on the old floor plan. I understand that, so, but I don't know if that would be what you'd be doing if you did the inventory analysis and some of these interviews and things. I'm thinking, as you are, John, that it's a small part of it.
And I think some of this could be solved with questions and answers with North Star. When they say first draft, what does that look like? When I think first draft, I think, let's sit down and start writing something, but that's not necessarily.
Maybe what we need to do is you have a idea of what you think you might be able to do and establish that tonight. And then maybe, I could meet with North Star and the co-chairs and we could talk about this.
Just confirm that
And
what we think
confirm
is
our
the
understanding
first
and make sure it is something that's within our, ability level and
The
depth
first
too.
draft would just be of the inventories, right?
Right.
It'd be existing conditions inventories, and there's a herd of inventories, a whole bunch of them, natural resource and social and economic and stuff, and that's what we would have the update fingerprints all over it. But the rest of these 30 lines or so here would all be brand new North Star things.
But what I'm saying is, decide what it is you think you can do.
That's what I'm hoping
Then we
for,
meet
too.
them, make sure that we understand what we're doing and they understand what we're doing, and then you can have that amendment of the contract and come to an approval. But I think you want to make sure there's no misunderstandings about this. Very clear. Good point.
I would say, John, you used that operative word there. I didn't read anywhere in North Star's proposal as far as the inventory where they mentioned us doing analysis. And I see analysis being more their bailiwick. And so once we've updated, or let's say with the first draft, gotten demographic information and the like, in their second draft, I believe that in the formatting or whatever, that's where they're going to be doing the analysis.
That's why I say it's sort of a factual thing. I mean, you've got the old one, which is a roadmap. You've got, the materials from the state, which basically lays this out, what needs to be in there and what you should be looking at. So then it's whether you feel like you could go out and dig out all that data and put it into some sort of a, format that looks probably a lot like that 04 plan, and then give it to them and say, here it is updated, and now you take it from here.
And it didn't surprise me that, and it's 0 hours from 16 hours. But I was a little excited when I saw that they would be perfectly willing for the committee to do the department head interviews. I think there's a wealth of information that this committee could get. I'd love to sit down with fire and safety, ask them what they need, code enforcement, find out where they're coming from. Talk to the RSU, do those type of things. And sit down and say, your stakeholders, we're a committee, and we're looking at the future. So, it'd be great for us, rather than have an intermediary talking to the people that are basically part of the targets of this whole update. So, I mean, and once again, we're talking that they budgeted, North Star budgeted 16 hours for that, So I definitely see that as being something we could wade into. As far as the putting together the the meetings and stakeholder meetings and stuff like that, I believe what they said was that they would take half of that time and they would be training us. So public workshops. North Star could prepare town staff and committee members to hold workshops, listening sessions with stakeholder groups and the general public. North Star would manage data collection and analysis for those sessions. So once again, as far as that's kind of like the analysis stuff, they're going to manage the data that's collected. They're going to do the analysis on it. But what would be better for the community than if committee members were going there and organizing a sit down with Raymond Waterways and talk to them about where they think the lakes are going and what would they like to see in a comprehensive plan. So once again, I'm not at all trying to bite off more than I think this committee can do, and it seems like I've heard this repeatedly since we've been meeting, that this is a very talented group, and it'd be a shame to leave these talents unused. And I believe that the community will be better if we are more active rather than less active.
Yeah, agree with that, Pete, totally. I think there's some value in having the pros at those meetings just to get the public talking, ask the right trained questions, and to have them responding to,
I
to a
think
new face.
I said at the outset, I think when you have those, and there's not going to be so many of those, but the major, open call public meetings, to have them at those, sure, I think that makes sense. But what you're talking about is reaching out to these different stakeholder groups and then meeting one-on-one with them as committee members.
Yeah.
I think you can easily do that without North Star.
Yep,
Right.
agree.
And I guess, I'm just looking at it from an educational opportunity for myself, just personally. I mean, if I can have professional planners teach me how to conduct a meeting with stakeholders.
That's a win.
Why not? Why would I pass up that opportunity?
So one thing I would like to say is this is what North Star does. And I think that they have a sense of what people are capable of doing, and they want to succeed. They don't want this to fall on its face. So I don't think they would suggest anything they did not feasibly think people could do. Just another highlight of what I think. So I'm okay with taking on the first two tasks for sure. The third task, it would be good to have some good training for that. But that's the only one I'd be a little bit more on the fence about, is not having someone who's better skilled and maybe can articulate it a little bit better than I would be able to. But I'm definitely not opposed to taking their training and taking it on.
Yeah, and I believe that they left plenty of hours in there for that, Kayla. The only one of the three that they proposed in this email was the department head interviews. They gave that all out.
Which I'm comfortable
I don't know
personally.
why anybody would not want to talk to Don.
They already did.
Yeah.
Or Bruce, or anyone, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're basically saying that we're going to accept their proposal.
I think with just the, if you could confirm, we accept their proposal, but with the confirmation that what they mean by task 1.5 is just that initial first fact finding, is that's what they mean by first draft, but it doesn't mean.
I think Sue had mentioned, I talked with her earlier, as far as inviting maybe the planner to the next meeting. And to have the opportunity to ask questions like, can you just clarify a little bit more what a first draft?
I think that would be a good idea, so that everybody feels more comfortable.
Or what their format is.
Yeah.
They've done this.
Yeah.
Just hand it to us and we'll fill it in.
So is that what you'd like to do? I think that would be an opportunity, so you make sure of what you're doing here.
Right.
I do apologize. It was suggested or offered that one attend tonight, and I said, well, I'm not sure if that's necessary.
Yeah.
So
Well, I actually,
Oh, it's
I don't
fine.
think it was.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't at this point.
I apologize for the lateness of the materials, but I had written, back to Ben, and I don't know what happened. I called Sue. I was out in the office today, and then Sue reached out to him, so he did provide that information. Then I guess she called me later in the day and said that he was willing to come or send a representative. But I thought negatively on that, because I think, you weren't ready to talk to him. I think you would be next meeting. You had to have this meeting to have, I guess a general discussion and understanding of what you're doing. And now you're going to meet with him and have some more precision and understanding and then do it. So I don't think it would have been good to have him here. Hopefully he's watching.
Maybe he's already.
He's actually at another meeting tonight, but
Yeah,
I
but
think he was going to have one of his staff watch.
But I think, this process is a little messy, but it will work out. Yeah, and every plan that I've been involved in has done some element of this.
Well, I personally am in favor of us taking on the 3 tasks. I'm okay with that.
So do we need a motion?
I guess we could to formally take that on. So I'd be looking for a motion
I'll motion it
to
to accept the 3 tasks being put onto the committee members and taken off of the North Star's proposal.
Yeah, pending clarification.
Pending clarification and review of the tasks, because there's about 10 of them.
Yeah,
And
so then that empowers Don to basically open up that conversation. You don't have to wait until the April meeting to talk to Ben again. So, I mean, like you say, it would be hopefully someone there is going to be watching or will watch this discussion. But, yeah, so I would second that motion.
I'm sorry, I couldn't see who made the motion initially.
Sean.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Second. Peter has second. Sue, any discussion around this? Okay, you can go ahead and vote. In favor?
Yep.
And Brad has his hand up. Frank has his hand up. Okay, yep, so anonymous. Okay, that's great. Moving forward. The last thing I really have is consideration of roll call voting, and I'm going to turn to Peter for that.
Yes. It had been suggested to me by a couple of sources that we bring to the committee a discussion about roll call voting, and Sue did incorporate a short description that's on your agenda. Roll call voting is where there is not a unanimous vote and each member's vote is recorded by name. I know that I'm not one to be looking to make these meetings any lengthier. And what my research in Robert's rules is that it's, number one, can be very tedious if it's the standing process of a committee to do a roll call vote. What Roberts generally says is that any committee member can ask for a roll call vote. So as an and if a vote is going to, if we believe it's going to be unanimous or by unanimous consent, that also obviously doesn't require a roll call vote. But I guess in some of our discussions, or the discussion that we had last month involving the makeup of this committee, in order for transparency, it occurs to me that if we're voting on an issue that potentially could be questioned by the public as to whether or not this was a clean vote or a biased vote by a group or a voting bloc within the committee, that's where organizations use a roll call vote, which basically the recording secretary, as I understand it, would, if I make a motion that this vote should be roll call, that's not debatable. You don't have to vote on that because you basically, any committee member can ask for it. And then there is a roll call vote that is done alphabetically by members, yes or no, yay or nay, and that whoever is presiding as chair of that committee votes last. And that, I believe, if I understand the intent of that, it's that you're not allowing any one person who is potentially in a role of authority from influencing the vote. So it's all about transparency. When I watch the Zoning Board of Appeals, especially where they have been involved with several very litigious type of activities lately, they make it very clear, because of the potential for legal actions, to do a roll call vote. It's also, quite honestly, been suggested in some of the stuff I saw that when we have remote committee members, that it's not always visible to the audience who's voting and who is what. And so the last portion would be after the vote is taken, you're listed by name in the minutes. And so that's my understanding. So I throw that out to the committee for comments and possibly for an adoption as part of our process going forward.
Are you saying this would be for every vote, or we would just stipulate which ones we wanted that to be for? The ones that any one of
My
us felt
understanding is any committee
needed
member
more.
can call for a roll call.
And if it's called, it can't be challenged. We're going roll call.
No, we're going roll call. Because at least that individual on the committee feels that this is not transparent enough, or they feel uncomfortable with it. If that's not the case, then my understanding is the rules go the way they have now. We can either vote by consensus, unanimous consent, yes, everybody, fine, or we can do just a hand count. Is that your understanding, Sue?
Yes, and to add to it a bit, I believe once a roll call vote has been called for, there's no longer any discussion.
Correct.
We simply go to a roll call vote and the answer is just yay or nay. It isn't yes and I think. It's simply yay or nay.
So how would that work? We would discuss an item, we'd be getting ready to vote. Would someone make the motion? It would be seconded, and then someone would go, I want a roll call vote? I mean, I just want to know how that would work logistically, I guess.
So
that's pretty much it.
That's
yes.
it? Okay. I just wish she said no discussion, but we can have that discussion prior.
Yes.
Any thoughts?
Well, I suppose it could have a benefit of having the record for certain votes, but it does seem like an extra procedure that we certainly haven't particularly needed so far. Perhaps one way to go would be to keep this information in mind, and if we find ourselves in a particularly roll call-ish situation, is there any reason we can't implement it at that time? Or does it have to get locked in as a...
Once again, it just is at the choice of a committee member. I would see this personally as being the exception and not the rule. Yeah. And quite honestly, since we agreed, I think from the second meeting, even though I guess it's termed Robert's Rules Light, Robert's Rules actually incorporates roll call votes, so we could have been doing it right along. So I guess it doesn't need a vote. And to John's comment, it simply would be, this is informational as far as if someone feels uncomfortable or if someone feels that there is a benefit to saying, I'd rather this go on the record for the community, who voted how. And I guess the hard part for me in even bringing this up is because it suggests that I believe that there's conflicts amongst the committee that's going to require, I don't know, for lack of a better term, taking names and kicking ass. And I'm not interested in that at all. I'm really not. I think that there's a good working relationship with the committee. I'm simply bringing it up because of the discussion that we had before as a way to say, let's make us feel a little bit more comfortable if in fact someone on the committee doesn't feel comfortable. And that's just an option. So I guess I would say that I don't believe this needs a vote. I believe this is, I'll just say it's informational.
I think it's a good thing to have in our back pocket in case we're coming against something that seems like we should do that, so that we can go to the public and say, we feel confident about this. We've done a roll call vote in this, and it appears to be no conflicts here.
Absolutely. So we're in the almost unbelievable circumstance where someone would question the vote of this committee. We have some tool to say, well, we can show you. Yeah. In the last year, we had 2 roll call votes, and we've looked at them, and neither of them show any biased or blocked vote or anything like that.
I think it's a good tool. I don't think we need to vote on it
No,
since we already are operating.
We all know what to do.
Rules light.
Yeah.
Well, and another place that sometimes it's useful is if the conversation and discussion doesn't seem to be progressing and a committee member wants to move the motion literally, it's an easy way to stop the discussion and stop and take a vote. So it's a tool to be used.
A tool to end discussion.
Yes, it could be. Well, if you've already discussed it for 4 hours, then somebody might say, you know what, I want to go to bed sometime.
And I wouldn't disagree with that, too. It's my understanding the procedure is that at any time you can move the question.
Move the question.
Yes, you can move the question.
And then discussion stops. So,
but there are few people that understand all of the nuances of Robert's rules, and that's that's part of this education, is for folks to start to understand some of the things they can or can't do.
Yep.
Well, I think that's good to know and have in our back pocket. Are we all set to move on? I think we're all set to move on from that. So we're going to wrap up quickly, I think. We have our next meeting date is set for April 5th. Public comment, which I don't believe we have public. So we'll move on from that. So we have comp plan committee comment next. Sean.
Don, is there a way to get our Raymond emails through our phone? We've been trying to use like an app to receive the emails. Is there any way we can, is there any kind of way we get it notified, just like we do like for Gmail or anything for our phones?
So I think you can add, like you would any email service onto your phone. There's a process to do that. Maybe Sue, we can work on just compiling how one would do that. Adding.
I can ask Kevin if he has any instructions.
Yeah.
But I've done that through apps on my phone, so.
Yeah, you can do it through your apps, or like I know I have an iPhone that I can go to my email section or settings and add an email address and just add the settings for the Raymond email address so that it shows up with my regular emails.
Yeah, I tried. I tried a couple of different ones, and I don't know. I've got Android, which is superior to that's the issue.
No hidden ads.
I think we need a roll call vote.
They don't work. I'm going to miss your next meeting. My surgery's on the 4th, but Chris will be here, correct?
Yep.
So he'll handle whatever you need from the staff side.
Sean, I think we can put something together that will, or we can find some materials or some instructional on how to make it more accessible.
Okay, can I just ask on that point, as far as Gail, it sounds like you got that. Does the town have that? I mean, Chris, do you have that? Would the emails go directly to your phone?
No.
No. Don't you?
Email go to my phone?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I've set it up on his. That was one of my duties. As a previous town employee.
The thing I have to do is, and I've gotten better about it, is to not follow it 24/7. But yeah, it does follow it. Everything.
Okay.
Yep, so there is a way.
That's how I knew about this when I was at my pre-surgery thing today.
So yes, it's something that can be done, and I probably could even spend a couple of minutes trying to set it up for you. Even though, you know, I work with less sophisticated.
Well, on my phone, what I use is going right into the World Client email website. So it's not. I don't really incorporate it into my personal stuff. No, that keeps it separate.
So you can do that. You can also get your voice messages on your phone. You know, so somebody leaves your voice message, you kick over to an email, and then you got it on your phone. So you can follow you everywhere. Town connected to you, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, yes, I just was, I'm just asking, the committee did receive the update that I put together with the listing of accomplishments.
Yes.
And so I guess what I would just ask is, has that been disseminated yet? Has that gone to select board? Has that gone to planning? Has that gone to any of the municipal entities yet?
I'm pretty sure it went out, but I can't answer any of the specifics.
It went out, I know, to the listserv folks. I'm not sure that I don't recall that it went out to the select board.
Okay, so in my sense is that certainly Dawn, Chris, I mean, or you, Sue, any of you on the municipal side can certainly incorporate that into a meeting. So that the planning board gets to see it, or that the select board gets to see it, maybe budget finance. But I believe that the part of the intent of that was to both promote the committee's work and to keep the municipal side updated. That, you know, we're just not meeting here for laughs.
Were you intending, Pete, for us to be able to just share that with our neighbors in Raymond, to the extent it's inapplicable if someone's asking what's going on in the town of Raymond? Well, I got this email right here, I'll send it right over.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, I think listserv is what I was most interested
That's
in
where
as
it's
far
headed,
as,
yeah.
you know, those
Getting it out there.
individuals that gave us their emails. And I believe the discussion at the last meeting was, you know, they may be sitting there waiting, you know, I gave my email at elections in November and I haven't heard boo from them. And I guess what I'd also just ask the group is this, you know, should we rotate that? Should we do it every month? Should other committee members besides myself put together these updates that go on listserv and everything?
Well, like, how do we want to do that in a formal way? Well, I certainly don't mind Peter doing some of that as well.
Won't our outreach channels be doing essentially the same thing with newspaper articles?
Right,
and-
so if Melissa and I are to put together some sort of Roadrunner thing that goes out every month, well, that's something that can also go out to that listserv every month. Same content, same everything, just
You could
looks
put
different.
more detail though, because we have to make the Roadrunner, as you know, very, very brief.
Yeah.
And I think to rotate it around, you know, there's going to be different topics that people are going to be more involved with than others. So I don't know why you couldn't do that. You can also, you know, delegate to the staff.
Or the planner.
Or the planner. So that maybe it doesn't have to all be, you know, one person.
Yeah. I guess that's what I was just asking.
It shouldn't be one person, probably. It should be
No, it
spread
shouldn't.
around.
Shouldn't be. And basically, I just gleaned that information by going over and just looking at minutes.
Yeah.
You know, and that's all I did is I just pulled what we did in minutes, and this one was probably a little more, not to overuse the word comprehensive. Then they have to be because it was the first one and we had gone 6 months.
This is something that I learned from the old Roadrunner, when we had a newspaper here that ran at times 20 pages, and so I had a problem, and that was I tended to put in more detail rather than less. And we had a person in town at that time who was no longer here, but he appreciated the quote-unquote excruciating detail that I had. But I don't think most people do. So I think you want to make it so, not that your first one was, but you want to make it so it's interesting and people want to read it, and you know, so it's a little bit of a challenge that way, you know, to keep their interest. If they get just a, you know, crush of, you know, words and you know, it may be a problem.
That was a nice bullet list of, you know.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that one. I'm just saying, moving forward, you want to make sure it's long enough to cover what you want to talk about, but interesting, hopefully.
Maybe that's something that we could add sort of to our agendas is who wants to do an update this time. And we just sort of, I don't think we need to formalize it. I think, you know, we all can just say, I can take it this month, or.
And does the committee have a sense of, you know, would it be per meeting? Would it be quarterly? Would it be twice a year? What do you think?
I think that will depend, because some months we're not really doing much, probably. Or there's not, I mean, not doing much, I don't want to say it like that, but there's not much headway, maybe.
Monthly.
Yeah.
I'd be a fan of quarterly.
Quarterly might be a good target.
Yeah.
I think in the meantime, part of the outreach can be expanding on the listserv and making that a target for our outreach objectives too. Jackie and I both think we have some trouble with listserv, so I think we can be your first targets and try to get ourselves on that. But making sure there are instructions for everybody, and Sue, they very well could be up. I think we just missed them, so.
I just went through email, and the list that you had, Peter, did go out to the select board. Dawn forwarded it to them. But it didn't go out to the planning board or the ZBA, so I can send that out to both of those committees.
I don't know if I got it. No, I don't think
I usually, when I get something that I think would be of interest, you know, to whatever entity within the town, whether it be the elected or, you know, appointed, some peripheral committee, I'm all the time filtering and sending stuff, so that's what we do. But if it was automated, that's better.
I think, you know, we can just keep that in mind, and sort of just take that on as we get there and sort of delegate that at the time. Any other comments from the committee?
I have one, but if someone else has one, I can go after them. I think I mentioned it maybe in one of the early meetings, but this book, I think everybody should read this book. It's called Nomad Century, and it's pretty new. I heard it on the radio probably 6 months ago. It just came out. It was written in 22. It's about climate migration that will happen, and it's just a good primer for what is likely to happen over our, longer horizon than our comp plan. But if this comp plan is meant to serve us for a decade or so, we will certainly start to see the front end of it as the southern latitudes become uninhabitable and migration increases. Kind of a little tickler on the way in the work today. The radio said that they're getting close to, if not at capacity for handling new folks coming in for asylum in Portland. And not that those are climate-related migrations. There's other migrations, but yeah, there's some pretty grim forecasts. Some of it's not that light. Some of it's a little bit over the top. But she's a well-papered researcher from Oxford, I think, and PhD, and has backed up all of her claims with pretty good references. And she talks about how latitude 44 is about a pretty good place above which there'll be significantly less need to move, but it'll absolutely be the place where folks will be moving to. And here at Raymond, Maine, we're at about 43.9 latitude. So we'll see some changes over the next 20, 50 years, whatever, but it's coming. Even if you take it with a grain of salt, it's coming in a serious way. So recommend the book.
I think this is actually happening on a micro scale already. I was reading something, I think it was the Portland Press today, about a gentleman who lived in Florida or some other southern state, and he moved to Maine, and he wanted to make sure that his house wasn't going to erode away, and he did a bunch of research, surveyed his own land, and then lo and behold, it's still crumbling away on him anyway. So I think this is happening on a micro scale anyway.
Yeah.
And I'm very well versed in
Another reason to move to Raymond.
Problem in Portland.
High ground.
Elevation 350,
High ground.
Stones, they don't
I've thought about that, Don. I've said that for many years, and then it dawned on me that, well, when the oceans do rise, where are people going to go?
Right.
They'll evolve into fish.
But if I could just build on both Kayla and John's comment, and this just was something I pulled up that in looking at the chapters as far as the inventory. And this is from the Maine Forest Action Plan 2020. And it's number 3, address climate change and its impacts on Maine's forests. So when we are looking at putting together chapters, and one of them is forestry and agriculture, there are source documents like this that are readily available that come from, the Maine, it's the Maine Forestry, and it's their action plan to address climate change on the impact of forests.
Is that from the Forest Products Council?
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's all of this type of stuff that's accessible. I'm sure the planners would be suggesting that when they build in their chapters, they're going to be wanting to see citations like this. And I'm long, 45 minutes this morning, and I was pulling up all this kind of stuff. But yeah, I think that what we need to do when we're looking at this comprehensive plan is to be considering sustainability, considering when I pulled up the demographic information, and they were talking about in the 2020 census about movement, it was very clear that, and I think the governor incorporated it in her state of the state, was that the population of the state is growing. What the demographics say is that the population of Raymond is growing, and although for the decade from 2010 to 2020, it didn't grow all that much, but the numbers are saying from 2018 to 2020, significant increase. And this stuff goes right down to birth rates and numbers of in the age groups from 0 to 17, which is what I understand is what the schools look at.
So one of the things then you're saying is we should make sure we have lots of harvestable and cropland, because all of our food is grown in the south. So if that goes away, then
1.8 billion people are going to need to come north of 44. It's a very rough approximation of summary of what she's saying. So it's food, it's housing, it's all aspects of a community and a safe, resilient place to live that's can sustain itself.
It'd be for a different reason, but I remember about 25 years ago, I went on a fellowship to Japan, and flying over Japan, it's it's amazing how much open space there is, uninhabited land, and then rabbit warrens of people, just so dense you can't imagine it, and then fly over the land is just open space.
And this article from Maine Forest Action Plan was basically talking about just reinforcing how much carbon is sequestered in our wood. You know, you take the wood away, that's absorbing an awful lot of carbon footprint.
Maine's carbon neutral.
So another reason to come to Raymond, we have a lot of trees.
Yes. When we're looking at the water resources, why is Sebago Lake one of 10 lakes in the country that is a large water source for a population, and they don't filter it in advance? They treat it, but they don't have to filter it, and the primary reason for that is all the trees that are around it. So, all of those things, like I said, this committee is more than capable of pulling up that information, and I would think that this is the stuff that Ben lives for.
I would expect it is.
Could I ask John if he could send out the information on that book to all of us?
I will do.
Thank you.
Thank you,
John. Any other comment? Well, thank you, John. That was very enlightening.
You'll probably all go out and get it and finish it before I do it. I'm 3 months in and
I'll
only
listen
halfway
to
through.
it in my car. That's usually what.
Move to adjourn.
Yes, go ahead.
Second.
All right, and do we vote? I can't remember. Yep, vote on that to adjourn. And that's unanimous. Have a good night, everyone.
Good evening. Welcome to our first meeting of the Budget Finance Committee, where we review the budget requests from the department heads. I'd like to welcome everyone that's here and you guys online as well. We're going to start first with Deanna Doyle. She's with the Maine Public Employee Retirement System, and she's the PLD Plan Administrator and Member Services. So I'm going to ask her to go ahead with her proposal.
So good evening, everyone. I am just going to give you a high-level information about how the plan works and what benefits we offer that come along with the plan, and answer any questions that you may have. We'll talk a little bit about, since you're a budget committee, pricing and that kind of thing, and the different choices that you have to choose from for retirement plans for your employees, should you choose to do so. So, the retirement system offers a defined benefit retirement plan. So this is a true pension type plan where your employees' benefits would be calculated using a specific formula that takes into consideration their years of service, their age at retirement in some situations, and their earnings while they participate with you. So their service credit, age, and earnings. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about what that is all about in a bit, but just know that it's a set benefit for their lifetime, and that's the type of plan that we offer. Along with that plan comes survivor benefits, So basically, if a person is a member and participating in the retirement system and they pass away before they get to retire from the system, then we will pay benefits to their survivors. We offer beneficiaries every choice of benefit available, and they get to choose what they want out of those benefits. So just know that somebody gets the benefits if the actual employee does not receive them. This plan also comes with a disability retirement program, so it's not anything extra you have to pay for, and it is a permanent disability retirement income plan. So it is not an insurance product, and if your employees become permanently unable to perform their job because of condition they develop, then they can be eligible for this benefit. It replaces 59% of their income. And they actually receive service while they receive a disability benefit and eventually change over to a service retirement benefit once the benefits equal or exceed each other. A separate program that we also administer is our group life insurance program. So that's available for the town to pick up separately from the defined benefit plan if it wishes to. And if you have questions about that, I'll go into that in a little more detail later. So we're very much a financial institution. We've been around since 1942, and we're a little over 18 billion in assets, and our monthly retirement payroll is around $10 million a month that we pay out in benefits. So we're very highly regulated. So some terms I'm going to use. The participating local district plan is the plan you're looking at joining. And right now we have over 300 active employers participating in that plan, and you're going to be sharing the costs of providing retirement plans with those other employers in the state of Maine. Okay. Vesting, to be vested in this type of plan, you have to have 5 years of service credit. And what that means is that once you have that 5 years, as long as you leave your money with us, even if you don't work right up until you retire, you're eligible for benefits once you reach your normal retirement age. Okay, so that 5 years makes you eligible at normal retirement age, which under the regular plans is 65 or 60, depending on when your employees first started participating in our plan. Right. The cost of living adjustment provision is one that I believe that you looked at for your public safety folks. And it's a provision that you can adopt or you cannot adopt. And what it does is it allows their benefits after they retire to grow with the cost of living. So once they're eligible for that adjustment, they receive it every year as long as you adopt a plan that has that provision. Okay. The average final compensation is just the base of somebody's retirement benefit calculation. So we simply average their 3 highest years of earnings, and that forms the base of their benefit calculation. So your employees will participate with us, and they will pay contributions, retirement contributions on the salary and wages they're paid for services rendered, and so will the town. So you'll pay a certain percentage of their gross earnings to the retirement system, and that's the money we use to fund their benefits. Okay. Credible service, as your employees work, they're going to be granted service credit prorated against full-time. So as long as a person's full-time, after a full year of employment, they have a year of service. If you decide to cover your part-time employees, then they will earn service credit at a lesser rate. So for instance, if they're half-time, it will take them 10 years to earn the 5 years to be vested. Okay. While a person's a member, there are different situations where we will grant them additional service credit. So if they are on an unpaid leave of absence, the law requires us to grant them up to a month of service every year to try to keep their service whole. If they go on a military leave of absence, we can grant them up to 5 years of military leave service as long as they qualify when they return and provide us with their paperwork. And when they go to retire, if they have 20 or more years, they can be granted additional service credit in their benefit calculation for accumulated unpaid sick or vacation leave. All right. And then there's a lot of different categories of service that members can purchase with us. And if they buy that time, we'll use it when we go to calculate their retirement benefit. So types of purchasable service, if the town joins, they can allow their employees to purchase credit for time worked for the town before you joined, so that's prior service. They can purchase up to 4 years of credit for active duty military service. They can purchase credit back if they were a member of the retirement system before, and when they got done, they took their money out. They can buy that time back. They can purchase out-of-state service, so that if they worked for a public employer in another state, they can buy that time towards their main benefit, as long as they're not going to receive a benefit from the other state. And then there's a whole bunch of other different types of service. So the participating local district plan actually has 7 sub-plans. I mean, not 7, 11. It's been a long day. 11 sub-plans that you could choose from. 3 of those are what we call regular retirement plans, and those all have a normal retirement age associated with them of 65 or 60. And then there are special retirement plans, and those plans allow members to either retire at a younger age with no reduction in their benefit, or they allow them to retire with a higher level of benefits than the regular plan provides, or both. All right, so the plan that you've chosen for your fire and emergency medical services employees does both. Okay. So the regular retirement plan, which most of our employers have for their general government employees, they have a regular plan. A person qualifies to retire from that plan once they have a total of 25 years of service. They can retire even if they're younger than 65 or 60. Or they can retire once they reach that normal retirement age of 65 or 60, as long as they have either worked right up until they want to retire and have accrued at least 1 service right before retirement, or as long as they had at least that 5 years before they stopped working, and now they're just coming back and filing for their retirement benefit. All right. So to get money from this plan, it's one or the other. You could have 25 years, or you have to be normal retirement age to draw. So the regular retirement plan A is the plan that by far is the most popular of our regular plans. A with COLA is the most popular, and the COLA is the cost of living adjustment provision. So that plan provides a person with the benefit that's basically 2% of that 3-high-year average, that average final compensation, for each year of service they have, as long as they retire at normal retirement age or older. So it's 2% per year. If they have 10 years, they get 20% of their 3-high-year average. 25 years gives them 50%, and so on. Okay. There is no maximum benefit. I had a person retire 54 years of service, got 108% of their average in retirement for the rest of their life. I don't know how long they drew it, but they did have that. So normal retirement age for your employees is either going to be 65 or 60, and that is determined by the first date they ever participated with any employer in our participating local district plan. So you don't have any control over that, is what I'm saying. If they first started with us before July 1st, 2014, then they have a normal retirement age of 60, and that stays with them, where no matter who they go to work for. If they first participated on or after July 1st, 2014, then their normal retirement age is 65. Right. People who have 25 years of service can retire under the regular plan, regardless of their age, but if they retire before their normal retirement age, there's a reduction, because they're going to draw their benefit over a longer period of time, and so they do receive a little bit less in their benefit if they choose to retire younger than 65 or 60. All right, and once they retire, that cost of living adjustment is annual and ongoing. So the rates for this plan that are based, you pay them on your employees that participate on their gross earnings. For the employer, the current rate is 10.2%, and it's staying 10.2% for the next fiscal year, starting July 1st. Employee contribution rates are different for normal retirement ages of 60 and 65. So we're looking at the plan that has COLA, but I did give you the no COLA rates as well, if you want to do that. So the COLA for this year is 7.6 if their normal retirement age is 60, and it's going to 7.7 starting July 1st. If their normal retirement age is 65, the COLA plan, it's 6.85 currently, and starting July 1st is going to 6.95%. Now, in your packet, you do have a rate sheet that gives you the last 3 years of rates for all 11 plans for the employee and the employer. So you can see that we try, the committee that oversees this plan tries very hard to keep those rates consistent year to year, so that nobody has anything shocking. It's also important to know that these rates can only go so high for the employer and the employee. There are maximum contribution rates for each of the sub-plans, that your rates can't go higher than. So it's helps you budgeting when you know that you're not going to go any higher than a certain amount. Now, the rates do change or are subject to change every July 1st, and we actually set those rates and publish them around mid-December of the year before. So we announce to you that the rates are going to be X starting July 1st, so you know ahead of time for budgeting. Any questions about that so far? Okay, I did give you also the rates for special plans 2 and 3 because you have adopted or will be looking at adopting 3C for your fire and EMS employees. So I gave you that information, and I gave you the rates for special plan 2 because it's the only special plan that you could adopt for your regular general government employees. So special plan 2 provides somebody with the ability to retire once they have the 25 years, no matter what age they are when they get there, without a reduction in their benefit. So they don't have the normal retirement age of 65 or 60. Once they have that 25 years, if they're 48, they can retire with an unreduced benefit. There aren't very many employers that have that special plan for their employees, but there are some, and there is interest in that recently for employers. So that's why I'm bringing it to you. And these next slides in your packet just show how we go about calculating somebody's benefit. So we pick out the 3 highest years of earnings, no matter where they are during a person's participation in the PLD plan. It doesn't have to be consecutive. It doesn't even have to be all with the same PLD employer. We're going to pick them out wherever they are in the person's employment history with us and average them together. If you know a state employee or you're married to a public school teacher, perhaps you talk retirement with them, or they're going to talk to you about the fact that they have limits on the amount of compensation they can have included in the calculation of their 3-higher average, and they do. But the participating local district plan is totally separate. It has its own laws and rules that apply to it, and there is no cap on compensation in the calculation. All right, so these are just examples under regular Plan A of how we go about calculating a person's benefit depending on how many years of service they have, if they're 65 or 60 when they retire, whatever their normal retirement age is. Also in your packet, you have a handout here. It says monthly benefit examples. So it basically gives you the same information, but looking at monthly benefit amounts under our full benefit option. So one column has the years of service a person can retire with. Across the top are different ranges that a person's average might fall into. And those are looking at monthly benefit amounts in those situations. So one question I already had was, you know, if somebody's only going to be here and work another 5-6 years, is it worth it? This can help answer that question. And what a person would do is take, well, this is what my annual salary is. I'm going to pay this rate to get this benefit. How long is it going to take me to recoup that money? You're going to find it doesn't take very long, and the benefit is lifetime. All right, so that is that. This next example just shows the calculation, how we'd calculate somebody's benefit under Special Plan 2 or 3, regardless of how old they are. All right, so it's just an example of the calculation under those plans. So are folks going to be able to retire and just live off the benefit we provide them all by itself? The answer to that is no. It's the same answer to the question, can they live on their Social Security benefit all by itself? And the answer is no. All right. If they don't want to go back to work after they retire, they have to have 70 to 90% of their income still coming in retirement to maintain their standard of living. So if you do join our plan, the town of Raymond has what we call a Section 218 agreement with Social Security. And that will mean that Maine PERS will be in addition to Social Security, not instead of. And that will mean that for people that opt to participate in Maine PERS, they're going to pay into both, and so is the town, right? So those rates will be on top of what you're already paying into Social Security for both the employee and the employer. That's pretty hefty for folks, but when they go to retire, Social Security benefits aren't reduced because they paid into Social Security the whole time, and they're also just getting a Maine PERS benefit. Where for your public school teachers and your state employees that only pay into Maine PERS, their Social Security benefits are offset or reduced. Okay, so that wouldn't be the case for your employees, but they would have to pay into both, which is hefty. All right. So Social Security comes into play for folks as a benefit if they've qualified for it, and they should have an idea of what that is. Social Security at the maximum replaces about 42% of your income. Personal retirement savings accounts are the IRAs and Roth IRAs and 457 and 401A and 401K type of plans that are out there. Many different options for saving for retirement there. And also somebody may be able to accrue more than 25 years with us, and they will get additional benefit for every year over that 25-year mark. So Maine PERS does offer a partner or a deferred compensation or defined contribution plan for employers if they want to pick it up along with the defined benefit plan. It gives their employees a choice. You may already have one through somebody else, which is fine, but just know that that is something that's available, can be adopted later on, now, later, never. Okay. So employees who may change jobs, I mentioned there's over 300 employers, and that's also a great way to recruit people because you can recruit people from other employers and they can stay essentially under the same retirement plan. But employment changes do matter. Every employer has a little bit different plan. There's 11 plans to choose from. Some have COLA, some don't. Some employers have Social Security like you do and some don't. So it matters, right? Folks who move to another Maine PERS covered position have to keep their money with us. If they terminate all Maine PERS covered employment, your employee can get a refund of all the money they've paid in plus interest. But while they're participating in the plan, they cannot borrow from it ever, not for any reason. There's no hardship provisions for this type of retirement plan. But our Maine Star plans, or 457 or 401A, do have those hardship withdrawals, and they're a little more flexible for folks. So I did give you a handout in your packet about Social Security, about the windfall elimination provision and government pension offset. And those are the two federal laws that cause Social Security to reduce benefits for folks who receive a government pension based on a period where they didn't also contribute to Social Security. So I don't work for Social Security. You should never take the word of somebody else. So you can call Social Security directly. Just make sure that you tell them you'd be participating in both Social Security and Maine PERS so you get the right information. Now, under our defined benefit plan, initially it will be optional for your employees to, when they're hired or when you first join, to decide whether to participate in the plan or not. And that election is final. And that means that if they decide to participate, they're always going to participate whenever they're employed in a position at the town of Raymond that you cover with Maine PERS, even if they terminate and are rehired in the future. If they elect not to participate, same thing, they could never participate unless the town adopts a new provision that would allow them to have an annual open enrollment period, and that would only apply for an employee in the first 5 years of their employment. Once they're 5 years in, they don't have that another chance to come into the plan. And that's up to you. You can adopt the provision or not. If you do adopt it, you should know that employees that join in open enrollment and participate in our plan, their retirement contributions are not federally tax deferred, like your employee contributions would be if they joined when they're first eligible. So you have a reporting difference there is the point I'm trying to make if you adopt that provision. And you just have to plan for that with your payroll provider. All right, that's it in a nutshell. Yes, any questions? Yes.
So you said that service prior to joining the plan can be credited towards the plan.
Yes, you can allow your employees to purchase credit for that. So
But they would have to purchase it.
Yes.
And that could be quite expensive, like someone like Don, who has 1 million years of service.
Right.
As a town manager prior to Raymond, it would be very expensive for him to purchase into the plan.
Right, so if you allow prior service, they can only buy credit for the employment with the town of Raymond.
Okay.
Okay, but yes, it usually is pretty expensive.
Okay.
Now, the town could say they wanted to buy it for their employees as well, or the town can say they're gonna share in the cost of that purchase of service. But most PLDs say if the employees wanna buy it, it's at their expense, and we don't want any part of that.
So someone who's getting close to retirement age, if you have a 5-year investing period, you probably wouldn't go in this direction.
That may be true, right? So you kind of have to look at your options. However, there is that stipulation, if you work right up until your normal retirement age or older, all you need is 1 year of service credit accrued right before you want to retire, and you're eligible for those benefits. So on this, you'll see there's 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, and that's why. That's for people that join when they're older and maybe don't get the 5 years. They get a benefit, it may buy them a half a tank of gas, but it's really something that is up to them.
So you could also have a hybrid plan of the 401A or 457 and PERS.
Right. You could offer both plans.
But you don't have to match under the 457.
Right.
And because you're going to be paying into the PERS, but if somebody wants to go into both, they can.
Right. Yep. I've had some towns, they'll pick up a 457 and they'll say, if you participate in the defined benefit plan, we're not going to pay into the 457 with you, but you can pay into it. And they may also say, well, if you don't choose to do the defined benefit plan, we will match up to a certain percent if you participate in the 457. So I've seen that kind of thing happen as well.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'll ask a question.
Yes.
I don't know if my microphone's working. They would probably tell me if it wasn't. If someone was in Maine PERS previously, terminated their membership with Maine PERS, can they rejoin?
Yes.
Okay.
And you can buy, if you took your money out, you can buy that back, right?
Yeah, right.
But it would cost you more, right? Because you have to make up for all the interest that was lost, right?
Right. It depends on how long you've been out. So you basically have to pay back the money you took out plus interest.
Right.
Yeah. Yes?
Teresa?
Hi. So one of the things I heard you say in there is the only thing that would be
and you had a lot of plans, is the special plan 2.
Right, for general government employees.
So like right now, anybody that's in the town of Raymond would only be able to get that 25-year one?
If you wanted to go with a special plan for your general government employees, right? So your public safety folks, your dispatchers, your emergency medical, I don't know if you have dispatchers, but police officers and firefighters, they have other choices of special plans to participate in, but there's only one that could be offered to anybody, and that's special plan 2.
That's everybody else in the town?
Right, yes.
Kind of limited then.
Yes.
Okay.
And I believe that has something to do with federal IRS regulations for qualified plans. So that's why there's only that choice for folks that are non-public safety.
So if I used an example, Nathan, I know you're there, I'm going to use you. Say Nathan, he's the public works guy, been here umpteen years. Because he's not under that fire safety thing, he would have to go with the special plan 2 of being here 25 years.
Or you could adopt a regular plan, right? The regular plan A or B. But we only talked about A because B really isn't worth it, but it's available. So yes, you could choose a regular plan A, and that's the one that has the 25 years or the normal retirement age of 60 or 65.
Okay, so yeah. Oh my God, this is confusing.
I know.
Sorry, I'm done on mute.
It is confusing in a half an hour or less, but but there is a lot of information in your packet, and it may make great bedtime reading, but if you if you really go through the handbook, it will give you an idea of benefits, and then you'll look at the plan chart and you can kind of get an idea of what the choices of plans are for different types of employees, and then the rate sheet gives you the costs for those plans. So I don't think you're gonna get the gist of it all at once tonight, but.
So Deanna, what is the difference between the regular plan AC and the special plan 2C?
Yep.
They look very similar when you look at your...
Yes, and the only difference between those two plans is the ability for somebody to retire with 25 years before 65 or 60.
And that would be the
without a reduction, right?
And that would be
that's the only difference. Yeah. People who are under special plans who don't meet the service requirement of their plan automatically default to getting benefits under the regular plan. So the regular plan A is always the backup for anybody that's in a special plan.
Sharice, have you done a calculation on the difference it would cost the town?
I have done a calculation on the regular plan. And you want to know what the estimated additional cost would be?
Yes.
Because right now we're doing, well, we offer a 6% match, up to 6% match. The additional cost to the budget would be $59,000 if everyone participated.
Per year?
Right.
Currently?
Currently.
Until it goes up with the COLA and everything
Correct.
else.
So that's at the 10.2% contribution rate. I did not do the special plan 2C. So that's 11.6 for the employer.
Which is even higher than the other plan.
Correct.
So. Okay.
And I'll be honest, folks, some of the towns that have the special plan for their general government, the special plan 2, are finding that it doesn't really work the way they thought, and it almost makes it so that people stay that they might wish would leave. Just here. Just so they get their 25 years. So, so yeah, that's just a reality.
Yep.
Anybody else?
There's a guy behind you.
Yes.
She's got a question.
Yes.
Yeah, but him first.
Okay.
So we talked about Nathan White, I'm the public works director that Teresa was talking about. I've been here 30 years. When you talked about buying in, is there a formula that's used to determine how much that is? Or is that just kind of a roll of the dice? Hey, you're going to be 100 grand, you're going to be 200 grand.
Yeah, it's not a roll of the dice, but those calculations have so many actuarial assumptions used in them that we actually send them out to our actuary to be calculated.
And can you use, we're in a 457 plan right now, and can you use that money in that plan to buy into that?
Yeah, you can roll money from that plan to purchase service with us, tax-free.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I will be honest, it's usually not enough to buy it all, but it may be enough to buy a good amount.
So would we have open enrollment then if we started, and then they wouldn't have to pay interest or anything like that?
When you start, if you allow the purchase of prior service, we're going to calculate the cost for everybody, and it's going to be totally up to them if they buy it. It's going to remain purchasable for them right up until they retire. Of course, it's going to cost them more if they wait, but they're going to be able to buy. If they have 30 years and they only want to buy 5, they can buy 5. They can buy 3. They can buy none. It's going to all be up to them. Yep.
Okay.
Please state your name.
Yes, I'm Taylor Winslow. I live at 27 Baxter Road. And I'll say first that if you think my question's silly, just toss it. But I've been coming up to Raymond my entire life. I moved here in 2020 after 8 years in Central Florida. So with the COVID, that's the question that's coming up for me is like, I was noticing, I think you said, I forget exactly what the 2014 distinction was, but I think there was a distinction for like if people sign off before or after that. And it got me thinking, well, in 2014, we had no idea a year like 2020 was coming. So my hesitation and my concern would be from your end, God forbid another lockdown never happens. But in 2019, we wouldn't have thought we would have ever had something like that happen. So say the operations within the town were to shift significantly, feels like kind of a foolish question, but my honest hunch would be like, if everything changes for you again immediately, I'd want to be able to pull that out early. So that doesn't change your 25 years. That doesn't, you know what I mean? Yeah. I don't know if there's any adjustments if like unforeseen operational shifts occur.
Right. So the plan is funded, the investments we have span the globe, and our investment team spans the globe.
Yeah, you mentioned Vanguard. Is that?
Vanguard is who we use for our mutual funds, for our 457 and 401k type of plans, but our defined benefit plan, we're invested in absolutely everything, basically. And our investment strategy is meant to be long-term and take into consideration that we're going to have these things happen. Now, some things are not foreseen, and actually COVID was not the worst of them. It was the recession in 2008. But when we're making up for that, we take a long-term strategy of we're going to make this up over time, so there's no shock to employers.
I just would hate to put myself in a position where I'm paying into a system that, like, you know, if things shift significantly in the future, it might not be available, but it's safe for you guys. It doesn't affect me. Okay.
It is very safe.
That was my only question. Thank you.
It's a great question. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Well, super. Thank you, Deanna, and I can always reach out to you.
Yes. Anytime if you have further questions or you want me to come back. You know. I did want to mention. Oh, yes.
No, I just want to say thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. If you do want to join the retirement system, it does require a vote by your legislative body, which is likely your town meeting, because you have a select board, unless your town charter gives you the authority to enter an agreement with us. So just know that it would require a warrant article likely. All right.
Did you make note of that, Sue?
Yes, I did know that.
Okay.
All right, perfect.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right.
There we go. So I'm going to give Deanna a couple minutes to pack her belongings up and. Thank you.
It's nice meeting another Dean.
I know. It was very nice meeting another Dean.
Yes, thank you. Safe travels.
Mr. Chair, while we're waiting, would you mind letting me know what members are there, because I can't see anyone. Nobody will know who's participating.
And which chair are you talking to?
Actually, the first chair is Woody Chair Goslin, and then I'll...
Well, you step out of the room for a minute.
Okay.
As far as the selectmen, it's myself, Ralph Olson, Teresa's on Zoom.
Sam would like to participate. He doesn't have the link, so he
I sent it to him this afternoon again. I can send it another time again.
yeah, do that.
And Bob, you want to tell her who's here for your committee?
Here from my committee, we have Sean and Deanna.
Okay.
And on Zoom, you have Karen, Bob, and Dennis.
And Abigail.
Oh, is she on there?
She's on there too.
Oh, she's the A.
I just couldn't see who was in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll get started with the department head review. Do you want to start first? Do you have any comments?
It's really, yeah, I have some comments, but do you want me to do that? Do you want to take people who are in the room? What would you like to do?
Let's take people in the room.
Okay. So you have some provider
Agencies.
So we have, if I may, Peggy Jensen with the Raymond Waterways program is here in person, and she would probably like to speak to the group.
Abel Bates is here, is with the Hawthorne House, and David Allen with the Historical Society. And I don't know anyone else.
I think that's it. Peggy, do you want to start?
So yes, I am Peggy Jensen, still. I live at 315 Meadow Road, and I'm speaking to represent Raymond Waterways Protective Association. We've requested, I think it's $7,000 to support our courtesy boat inspection program this coming summer. If you have any magic for finding staff, we'd appreciate that too. That's our biggest challenge, is finding staff. But as you know, we are in a huge transition this year. Our dive team were so successful removing the invasive variable milfoil from the waters where we've worked that we didn't have enough work left to run a crew this summer. So we've worked with the town. Kathy's witnessed what we did. We worked with the town, and we were having the town is going to be supervising, but we're going to be hiring a contractor to come in and work those areas. We have two very small, very stubborn patches, and then, of course, there are the inevitable few stray plants that come up from little bits of root or stem. So there's not a lot of work to do, but it can't be ignored. So we're hoping in this transition time to continue to supervise with the town. We will continue to monitor Dingley Brook and the upper Jordan River, which currently, as of September, last September, we're completely free of invasive variable milfoil. We will monitor that and we will remove any that we find, but we don't expect to find very much. So we don't know really what's going to happen to our revenues this year with this big change. We don't know. Imagine making a budget with a big, huge question mark. But we do know that we want to beef up our courtesy boat inspection because that's really the prevention program. It's a whole lot easier to keep the stuff out rather than let it in and get going. So we're hoping to increase that. We've also been working on supporting the individual lake groups. So we've created a library of equipment which we have on reserve for them to borrow. If, for example, a lake group needed to send their dissolved oxygen meter out for repair, they could lose several weeks of data collection. And it's no one piece of data that's important, it's the whole collection that's important, so we can see what the trends are. We've also set aside some money in our budget dedicated to each of those lake groups for them to use as they see fit for enhancing their water quality monitoring activities. They can use it for equipment, they can use it for training, they can use it for lab fees, whatever that goes to water quality monitoring. We have 2 lakes groups that have begun to sample. They're using some special equipment that we purchased. There's a special device that you can use to take a water sample at different depths. And they are doing that and having those samples analyzed for phosphorus. Phosphorus is that nasty element that feeds the universe. And it feeds those yicky green things that get in the water that we really don't like. So we're a little concerned. We're getting some worrisome numbers back from that testing, but we need, I mean, everybody involved knows that we need to do more of it so we get a bigger picture, but we are very concerned about the phosphorus.
So Peggy, on the other piece of it, do you want to speak a little bit to the grant that you helped us apply for? I mean, briefly.
I can try.
I understand that we have not heard as of yet on the funding of that.
No,
but
we haven't. We worked, I came to the select board sometime last winter and talked about the change in our DASH program. And our original proposal was really quite simple and straightforward, but then the folks at DEP heard what we were doing and decided that we should consolidate our operation with a little separate operation in the Lower Jordan. And so what was really simple and straightforward kind of mushroomed into this big project. And what Sharice is saying is that DEP encouraged us to apply for a 2-year grant. I believe they were first available last year. We did not go after it because, of course, we were anticipating that we wouldn't use a 2nd-year grant. But this will guarantee our funding for 2 years. And then they also, out of the blue, and I have not heard of this for any other place, they have created a 5-year plan for this particular project. And it is very detailed. I didn't bring it with me, but it specifies who's going to do what, where, when, how, and who's going to report and gather the data, and it's extremely detailed, which sounds a little overwhelming, but it also is really good because it's a clear guide who does what. The fact that DEP jumped in, said let's consolidate this, let's put it all together, encouraged us a 2-year grant application, and gave us a 5-year plan says to me that they really, really, really want this to work. And they have been extremely supportive throughout this whole process. Is that what you meant, Sharice?
yes, yes, thank you. I don't know if Kathy, do you have something more to add to that?
Kathy was part of this process.
So with the grant, it's estimated it's going to cost us about $16,000 a year total of what DEP will not pay. They will pay 80%, but the town will only pay 50% of that $16,000. So about $8,000 for the town. We have 3 groups: Indian Point Campground Group, Port Harbor, and then the Harbor condominiums that will each pay 1/3 of the 50%. And they've all agreed to that, which I think is very good, because down in front of Indian Point in Port Harbor is one of the highest milfoil levels.
Just for the record, it's not Port Harbor who's participating, it's the Panther Run Marine.
Panther Run, sorry, it is Panther Run.
Port Harbor has given us a huge amount of support over the years, but.
So we're looking at $8,000 on the town of Raymond expense for the grant each year.
So when you compare that to prior years, that's a reduction.
Yes.
Well, it actually comes out even, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because there was
Well, if you put these two pieces
15,000.
together, if you
Right.
put these two
Well,
pieces.
I'm talking about the, aside from what we're contributing.
Peggy, how much?
Yes.
Last year when you got 15,000, how much of that went to the courtesy boat inspection?
Nitty-gritty practical terms, I can't be honest with you about that. But we usually tried to apportion that roughly 2/3 into the mitigation and 1/3 into prevention. Yeah. I can't take it down to pennies. I don't remember.
Right.
But that was roughly. Anything else?
I don't see any other questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy.
Just, Bob, one, not specific into that, but it's a general question. In looking at the spreadsheet, I think it's just where you got the column that says 2023 actual, that really is 2023 year-to-date, correct?
Year-to-date. As of December 31st.
Right. And so, I mean, it's important for somebody else looking at it from the outside, if they look at that and all of a sudden see those numbers, it's going to look like, whoa, you dropped way down, and they, you know,
Right.
so.
Good point.
All right, next up.
So we have David Allen is here.
Excuse me. David Allen, I live on Mill Street, and I'm representing the Raymond Casco Historical Society. And we're here requesting $1,800, which is a similar request to what we'll be putting in for Casco to help us with our administration and some of the maintenance that we do yearly on the museum and the program. Some of you may remember we had a big request last year to move the William Watkins blacksmith shop. That project is coming to completion. We hope to have the grand opening for it in June, and the exterior is completely done. The building's moved and stable for the first time in a long time, and we've now completing we've completed the hearth. We're completing the chimney, and we'll start replacing some of the equipment in the interior and rebuilding that. But that's really come along quite nicely, and should be up and running for the summer's tourist season, and to start doing programming in August. Any questions I can answer?
You've already had one blacksmith program there, right?
Yes, we did. We had the people from Curran Homestead brought down equipment and put a program in place in August for us. It was very well attended. It was actually oversubscribed. Again, considering that it was 94 that day, and to demonstrate the enthusiasm, we had single people show up, we had families show up. It was really well received, and I think is a harbinger of what this summer.
So as you go along, you're going to be offering programs in traditional skills and crafts, basically?
Yes, we've been so focused on actually the physical moving of the plant and getting it up and running that will start this spring, putting in place what we're going to. We put out a poll for what people would like to see for programming, in addition to just what we can use at the blacksmith shop. The results were quite, it was quite positive. We had a lot of good feedback, And we've started to reach out to some other historical societies around and to the school system for some of their continuing ed to try to put programs together. But that's kind of the second phase. That's what we've got to move into now. We were completely consumed just getting the plant moved as fast as we could. Encourage anybody to stop by and see it. We're there. Once the snow leaves, we'll be up there working pretty much every day. And we're always willing to show people what we're doing and where we're at with it. It's going to be a nice facility.
Questions?
Okay,
thank you very much.
Abel, do you want to get up and say something on behalf of the? Okay. Okay.
I'm Abel Bates, 55 Stark Cove Road, and I'm here representing the Hawthorne Community Association. And wanted to thank you for your past support and hope it continues in the future. I think the letter, if you had a chance to see that, pretty much outlines what we've done. We started this project 2019, kind of got sidetracked with COVID, and but we've managed to do quite a lot of work on the building, and we still have a ways to go. We are starting our second phase of fundraising, and we're hoping to raise an additional $75,000. We're probably a third of the way on that, and we have some events planned. Our first big event will be a silent auction in June. Hope that you folks can show up. I'd love to have you come down there and take a look at it once the snow's gone. It's a little hard to get in now. But all of the money that we have raised so far has been predominantly from individual contributions. Our membership has gone up probably fourfold since we started the project. We've got a lot of new people that are involved with it. And, you know, we're hoping to raise enough money in this phase to continue replacing the siding on the building. We got 2 sides that we're planning on doing this year. We have work to do on the roof, the front steps, interior painting, and some fencing. I mean, those are the highlights of what we have to do. And that'll take all the $75,000 to complete. We have raised, in our first phase, we raised over $80,000, and we've spent every bit of that on the building. So any help we can get from the town in excess of what we asked for would be greatly appreciated. we haven't had any success in grant writing. We've made half a dozen attempts at writing grants, all unsuccessful, which is a little discouraging. So if any of you know any grant writers that would be willing to volunteer and help us out in that, we would appreciate that as well. Anybody have any questions? I guess not. Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Bob.
Yes.
We are working with Sam behind the scenes to try and get him into this meeting.
Okay.
He's just having problems logging on.
So I guess we'll continue along with the TIF. Would that make sense?
Sure.
So some significant items within the Tax Increment Financing District, or TIF. And this one is an initiative we've been thinking about for quite some time. Nathan's been working on it. And the good news is that it's significantly less expensive than it was a few years ago with the advance of technology. And that will be to change the 69 ornamental streetlights on Route 302 to LED technology, as we did our streetlight inventory. Other streetlights are a couple of years ago. So that's a $30,000 increase, but that's a fraction of what we thought it was going to cost when we first looked at it. So it enables us to keep the really nice ornamental lights, but convert them to the latest technology for energy efficiency. And on the streetlights, I mean, we did all of the streetlights, and I have gotten, I think, 0 complaints, pretty much. So people either like them or don't notice the difference. And so they are working well and saving us a lot of money. So I guess in this business, we take ambivalence as success, so it's a smashing success. So The comprehensive plan, so we had $10,000 in the current budget, and so this year we're asking, or they're asking for $50,000 additional, and so the bid that was just received was $100,710. We're going to do some level of negotiation. That's ongoing. We're going to look at ways to reduce that cost by the committee taking on some level of work. I don't know yet how much that will be, but you know, we'll be working on that over the next, probably the next meeting for sure, and probably getting that resolved at that meeting, I think. And so it probably won't be a, you know, 100,710, but it also won't be 50. It'll be a, you know, relatively modest decrease. I would say order of magnitude, maybe 10,000. So you'll need to come back next year and fund that difference. But on the worst case basis, you'd be looking at an additional 40 next year if nothing happened. And but I do think it will be reduced. And so the other big thing here in the tax increment finance budget is a one-time reduction for the technology fiber optic project. It hasn't gone away, it's just moved into the CIP budget. So that's a $100,000 reduction there. So I think those are the main drivers, Sharice? Is it?
They are. Some things are up and other things are down. We also removed the, what was titled the undesignated TIF projects for $100,000 with a tax increment financing district. It really needs to be specific projects that that we are working on, or improvements in the district. And I mean, we do have some striping of, you know, maybe perhaps some of the road and the sidewalks, and other little minor things. A lot of the items are pretty flat funded. And I did move some the utilities. We had a street light line that was funding I think it was 4,800 as I remember, and yeah, it was 4,800, and that is where we're charging the ornamental lights CMP. And it doesn't really make sense to, I mean, there's other utilities associated in the TIF district, and that would be some of the cable down there with Spectrum. And so I have merged those together into a utilities line. So that would represent the CMP light bills, which has doubled, more than doubled in kilowatt hour costs, and as well as the cable for the public safety building. Trying to think of what else was in there. I think that's primarily it for changes to the TIF budget overall. But I don't know, Ralph, you have a question, and I think we also have Kurt that may want to add some comments in regards to the TIF. He's here by Zoom.
Yeah, Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah, couple of points. I'm not convinced we're ready to fully close the TIF budget yet, because we're still waiting on the report from Bernstein on what's other things are allowable in there. We've got a $133 reduction and $133,000 reduction in there. And why did we take 10,000 out of the roads, Nathan?
We did what?
It was, we were funding paving at 60,000, and you had estimated that, you know, we could really just make do with 50, so it was a reduction of 10,000 in the TIF.
That was just for the sidewalks.
For the sidewalks.
Sidewalks,
Yeah, that's nothing to do with our road system.
Okay, because you know my feelings on that.
Oh, yeah. You scared me there for a minute.
Well, when I see a reduction there, I see a reduction. I mean, if it's legitimate to have it in there, and we can use it towards other areas on the roads, I would be in favor of keeping that extra in there and using that back on the roads.
Well, there was some questions on, and I didn't get the answer quick enough when they asked me for the for the numbers, whether Viola and Elizabeth Ave are part of the TIF. If that is that, then we can pour that money into that paving. But I picked the sidewalks, because they're getting to be 20 years old, and there's some areas that need to be taken care of, both with the paving and the grassy train wreck area between the 302 sidewalk.
Yeah, just we've all been down that road before, and that's why we had to take out the $10 million bond before. And so I'd rather spend a few dollars now and save a few dollars later.
Yeah, there's been a huge increase in asphalt this year.
So if I may speak to your comment, Rolf, in regards to the Bernstein Shore, I had initially built $17,000 in legal costs to do an amendment to our TIF plan, and I think what was the difficulty, and I've taken it out, the difficulty being is that coming up with some projects that are, I think we've only got 7 years remaining in the TIF district. I think it expires in 2030. And, it's somewhat difficult because it's very restrictive. And some years we find that we're just not able to spend all that the recapture allows us to spend in some years, unless we come up with some projects, specific projects, or the amendment to the TIF plan. And I know Kurt, may speak to this if Bob would allow.
Excuse me. Go ahead.
Is Kurt there?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's there. So.
There he is.
Good evening, Kurt LaBella, Assessor's Agent. Yeah, along the lines of what Sharice was talking about, the district itself is pretty small. It's basically along the 302 corridor, and the allowable expenses within the district, we don't really have a lot of projects to utilize this money on. We do have, as you can see by the budget, a lot of the expenditures are what you call indirect expenses. They're paving and things like that. We've made allocations for the areas of the projects that fall within the district, but a lot of the things are kind of indirectly related to the district, planning and the GIS items. If someone has some, really good ideas as to some projects that would warrant an amendment, it's pretty expensive to do these TIF amendments. I think, Sharice, what was the estimate, $20,000 or $25,000 in legal costs?
Well, back when we were inquiring, last fall, I think it was around she'd estimated 17,000 would be a good figure to plug in.
Yeah, and Bernstein Shore is not going to come up with ideas for us.
Well, I thought that, I hate to interrupt there, but I thought that was the whole purpose of us giving them some money, was to come up with ideas. So maybe we didn't define what they were supposed to do properly. But I mean, it was my impression when we did that they were going to come back and say, here's what you're allowed to do, and here's some other ideas. So I'm not sure where that fell down.
My experience in dealing with attorneys on TIFs is generally you come up with the ideas and they tell you whether you could do them or not. But I've not seen too many conditions where they will act as your economic development director, and come up with, they don't know what the town's
I think we were
is for the future. So,
I think we were
need us to come up with ideas, and then they'll tell us whether they could sell it to DECD.
I think we were doing both things, Rolf. We were going to ask them, for their expertise and ideas, but we also had a reach back from Shauna saying, what is it that you're interested in doing? And we put out a solicitation for that. So it was kind of both things, I think, back then. And so, perhaps we have dropped the ball and we need to go back and revisit that. And, I don't know, have we exhausted all the ideas and all the things we might do under the existing TIF without amending it, do you think? I mean, that's the question. I don't know if there's anything that we could possibly incorporate that we haven't.
Well, speak to what project might come along 2 to 3 years from now that you're not planning on right now, but, looking at the indirect expenses, it looks like you're, getting everything out of it that you can. Absent some, substantial projects that could be added to the development program, I'd kind of be inclined to keep an eye on this reserve fund over the remaining 5 years. And, if what we want to do is we want in year 0, in year 30, we want to have expended all the funds in the TIF so that we don't get risk of recapture or a clawback from the state. So I think that the reserve has about $300,000 in it right now.
Yes.
I would say that, in this budget, $286,000, that's about, that's pretty close to what we're going to pull in through the capture mechanism at commitment. But if we start to find that we're not gaining any ground on that $300,000 reserve, when we get into the last few years of the TIF, we may have to consider reducing our capture rate so that we only pull in, say, $150,000, and then we use $60,000 out of the reserve over the X amount of years, so that we land close to zero on it. That would be my recommendation.
That makes sense.
Sam must be there. Yeah.
I have a question back there, Bob.
Any questions?
You have a question back there?
Good.
Or something?
Hi, Taylor Winslow again from 27 Baxter Road. My question is about the LED lights. Are you guys able to clarify where LED lights are already in place in Raymond and where they might? I know you mentioned off 302.
The 302 ornamental lights are still high-pressure sodium. Everything else, all of the other roadside lights are all LEDs.
Throughout all of Raymond already?
Yeah.
May I speak on this topic? I'm a student of UCF's Cognitive Sciences and Applied Behavioral Analysis programs. The Cognitive Sciences program in particular, I put them together as an interdisciplinary degree. Nanotechnology is the first thing you'll see popped up if you go to their website. So it's not just a random opinion. I am pretty well versed in the science that goes into this technology. One thing that I think is probably going to be surprising coming from me is that I'm actually extremely hesitant with this technology. I don't know if you guys have seen studies conducted. A parallel would be how they've analyzed the impact of Wi-Fi and Wi-Fi transponders on life. So they'll put like a Wi-Fi receiver next to a set of plants, and then there'll be a control group. And the ones that are exposed to the frequency do have cellular destruction. There is a very clear impact on life. So we've all in the last however many years decided we all want phones and internet everywhere, but the electromagnetic frequency, the actual impact of that radiation on our cells is extremely important to consider. I think a lot of the scientists kind of hope we won't really care or figure it out, just being honest. So these LED lights, I split my time, just being honest, kind of back and forth between Yarmouth and Raymond, which might put me in trouble. But the Yarmouth town does have the LED lights up and running, and it's really important to note that on top of each light is a data transponder, meaning a Wi-Fi receiver, meaning any technology that has any internet capability gets registered through the streetlights. So that might seem fine, but what that really enables is a ridiculous transfer of, I mean, there's a lot of electromagnetic frequency that is being emitted, and I don't know that we're all consciously opting into that when we want enhanced lights on the street, do we want enhanced radiation? Do we want Wi-Fi emitted? Do we want data collected? So these Wi-Fi transponders that have the capacity to collect data can pull locations off of everybody so they know who's who and who's where, which I guess it kind of depends where you're at, if that's a good or a bad thing. But just to speak very intimately and personally from my position, I mentioned that I moved here in 2020. I was dealing with some health issues in the city that ended up being related to the electromagnetic frequency. I was in Orlando for 8 years. Those issues kind of just went away when I moved up here and I started paying closer attention. I genuinely thought there were no LED lights out in Raymond. And that's what I was kind of telling myself, like, oh yeah, it's just so much better out here, just closer to nature. And it's hard to say exactly what it is, but Raymond is definitely a much more natural community than most. And I think it offers a lot more natural energy, which is really a beautiful thing. And I have to at least say something to try to hold on to it, because as much as the technology is wonderful, there are implications that unless you've really studied it, people don't know what might happen. And cellularly, there is a potential of cellular disruption. There's also a clear line between data collection that people are not consciously opting into. So 2 things to consider. And $30,000, right? Save that.
Well, as far as I know, I mean, I could be wrong, but I'd have to check with our technology director. I know that the lights are, internet enabled, and they provide, data to the town on, their performance and whether they're operating, but I'm not sure we're collecting anybody's data.
Well, with that being said, is that what's mentioned? Because anytime they come up, people just say LED light. I'm glad you are aware of the capability within the technology, but I don't think that the average citizen of our town does. And it's not just whether the data is beneficial to the town. I think it has a lot to do with if we as biological beings with cells in our bodies are really prepared to withstand that level of electromagnetic frequency. If putting these at however often they end up on the road, there just haven't been enough long-term studies on the impact of this technology. And to be honest, the studies that do exist are very quickly quieted. And this is coming from a student of the program. There is research that exists that highlights the cellular disruption that occurs. It just doesn't get spoken about enough, in my opinion. And I'm a weird 28-year-old. I'd rather be camped out than on my cell phone. So I know that most people are like, no, why wouldn't you want Wi-Fi? Because what it does to your cells. So difficult things to be aware of, but I think in a town like Raymond, we have that opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I'm getting rid of my Wi-Fi.
Just unplug it when you're sleeping.
Don't call me.
I would like to just say one other thing about the LED lights, and that is that if you care about light pollution and illuminating the night skies, the LED lights are directed precisely downward and do what they're supposed to do, which is to light the area under the light and not the black skies. So that's a positive, I suppose.
But there's also a really interesting interplay between the blacks.
Mr. Chair, Teresa has a question.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Hi. For Nathan with the paving, if the sidewalks are in a bad way and somebody trips and falls, who's liable?
The sidewalks fall under the same 24-hour defective highway statute that our roads do.
So you have to be out there in 24 hours to
Correct.
fix it?
If somebody calls in any defect on our roads or the sidewalks or any access area like that, we have 24 hours to fix it.
Okay. Nope, I say leave the 10,000 and then I agree with Rolf.
Well, we're on sidewalks. I think that's a good place. I have gotten, another place where we've gotten no complaints, only, compliments. I know you've gotten a few complaints about the sidewalks and during the construction time, but, I really am interested in, as I know you are.
The Main Street sidewalks?
Main Street sidewalk, yeah. And so seeing the sidewalk continue along to public safety, maybe loop around back down 302, connect to the other sidewalk. I think that there's a lot of interest in that.
Yeah, that's something I'd probably say be a couple years down the road, but yeah, we've had a lot of positive input on the sidewalks, that new section on Main Street.
But Nathan, you're saying 50,000 covers repairing that sidewalk.
Minimal repairs on that sidewalk. When you get into
Does the extra 10,000 make it better?
$1 makes it better. I don't think so, because I don't think I've got that much to do this year. They're in really pretty good shape. It's fairly expensive to do that paving because it's considered all handwork. It's up around $170, $180 a ton, where road work is down around 90 in that area. And I'd say no, 50 is fine.
You can make it on
Yep,
50.
absolutely.
There you go, Teresa.
No, put it on the roads then. The extra 10,000. You know the prices are going to go up on that, Nathan. Nathan, sit down and shut up. God, I try to give you money and you sit up here and say no.
So, I don't know where you want to go now, but I mean, I had some just general comments that are contained within your materials about the budget, and then I suppose we could just go into it by department. Is that what you'd like to do?
Yep.
So anyhow, the budget that you have this evening is not the budget, obviously, that we would hope to present, but, and I'll get to this later, these are, if not unprecedented times, they're definitely not typical in, you know, the times we've experienced over a longer period of time. But anyway, so the gross budget increase right now is $455,392, or 7.3%. The net increase is $358,382, or 9.53%. Revenues are up $97,000, or 3.91%. Of course, as in prior years, what's not factored into the budget is any new taxable real estate valuation. This year, and Kurt always goes on the conservative side, but he's estimating $8 million in new taxable property valuation. So at the current rate, that would generate about $120,000. There's also not any fund balance, or more commonly known as surplus, in the budget. So I would say all that and tell you that there's also a number of initiatives that are in here that are electives for you, and we'll get to those as we go down through. And then there are some things that are, you know, that a couple of department heads, I think, Public Works, Recreation, want to speak to, that would be, you know, even additions possibly. But so if you want to go by department, we could go to administration, or I have a high-level overview of what's driving the budget, but we probably could get to that as we go, if you want to do it that way.
Sure.
Okay.
So Bob, I will speak to the general government administration budget, because you've got the overview in your budget books. It's an increase of 5.83%, or $31,000. I thought it would be important because we do have a couple of new budget finance committee members, so they understand what the salaries, what they are comprised of. It's town manager, myself, HR director / finance assistant, the town clerk, the tax collector, deputy town clerk, G administrator / deputy town clerk, and a part-time deputy town clerk. I did do a chart, and you will see that, you know, under general government, that administration does take up the highest percentage of general government. So that's salaries. It is, you'll see that there is a slight increase in the salaries of $11,000. That is to better reflect the shared administrative assistant with the assessing department. Last year's budget did not really reflect the correct percentage, so I'm making a slight adjustment there between assessing, public works, and the general government administration budget. Contract fees, up almost $13,000. I obtained an estimate from our trio, Harris Local Government, who they are our accounting software, they are our cash receipting software, tax collection software. It's kind of all comprehensive. Probably the only module that we don't use is payroll processing. And payroll processing is, we outsource that with Bangor payroll. And other items that are included under contract fees and services is the background checks that we do on new hires. And we have a postage meter contract, and then the KMA consulting, if in fact we do use them. It is recommended that we look at our wage brackets at least every other year, if not every year, and then a comprehensive review like every 5 years. Travel and training, not a whole lot there. We are now paying the non-member rate for any Maine municipal training, Maine Municipal Association training, or any of the affiliate trainings. And because the cost of the mileage reimbursement is up, because we do pay based on the IRS standard mileage rate. I believe it's 62.5 cents per mile. And because a lot of these trainings are also done via Zoom, so we have the remote feature as well, so that is a cost savings if the employee doesn't need to travel. Dues and publications up slightly, $680, and what that is comprised of. Advertising, I felt that needed a little bit of a bump, because if I looked at the year-to-date 2023 as of December 31st, we're running really close, and I don't think the 5,000 is adequate, so I did bump that up, I think, to 7. Slight increase in supplies, slight increase in elections, because they're paid minimum wage, and that did go up to whopping $13.80 effective January 1st of 2023. And because with doing secret ballot referendum, the town clerk does see an increase in the request for absentee ballots.
There's also, Cherise, an extra election in March of 2024, and that's why I asked for an increase.
An increase of 1,000, yep.
Yeah.
So postage is up, just because the cost of, the U.S. Postal Service rates are up. And equipment lease, we have 2 new photocopiers that we have under contract through an equipment lease purchase agreement.
So if I'm reading that correctly, your average employee wage only went up 2.77%? Or was there a reduction in personnel and it shifted the cost somewhere else?
That adjustment is the 11,000 for the administrative assistance assessing to be.
So it will show up in the assessing account.
There will be some in the assessing.
So what's your average employee wage increase?
We haven't put any in.
So it's flat funded right now?
No, that would not be the case.
It's variable, and so I don't know if we've calculated an average. We can get that.
Well,
It's in training.
yeah, the next budget that would be comprised of is the compensation and training budget. And we, the FY23 budgeted amount, I was not, had no really clear indication of what inflation was going to do. We granted wages, maybe from an average of, 3, potentially 6%, depending on the performance evaluations and those that are going above and beyond, and some of the required trainings that they're supposed to do, or deduction for the trainings they did not do. But that budget, average,
Right, but
not everybody's going to get 4%.
Right, that's the important point.
2, there might be people that get 3, but there's a lot of, moving components in how that's determined. Does that answer your question, Joe?
For those that don't know, we don't have a, defined COLA. What we have is a merit system, and I think it's worked very well. And so, it's not, there's not a guarantee you're going to get a specific amount of money. I guess you could, you could average across all the employees and come up with an average, but that may not even be what you know, I mean, that'd be factoring the high, the low, the middle, and you'd have a number that probably would look different than most people's adjustment.
And the other thing that would be factored into that is the union contract, those wages that were agreed upon in the union contract.
And what's interesting about that, there is even a merit, as you know, the selectmen know, there's a merit component in that, which is highly, highly unusual, and so that's, I think, a good thing.
Just to clarify, again, I'm sorry, I had to get up. So the employee increases are not in here, and the union contract salary increases aren't in here.
So the union contract for FY24 was an increase of 4%, 2% being merit, up to 2%, I should clarify, and a 2% COLA. That is a kind of its own little method of calculation.
But that's the only place you're going to see a COLA.
That's the only place that we've built in the COLA, based on the union contract. Does that answer your question, Teresa?
Yeah, so
Okay.
no, so I'm just looking at then the salary lines on all of these then aren't accurate then.
Say that again, they're not accurate?
They're not, the salary totals then are not accurate.
The salaries that you're seeing in each department, those represent a reallocation primarily of the administrative assistant and the assessing department. So the 2.77 increase in administration is from the assessing administrative assistant being allocated more to the administration budget. And so that's where those changes are coming from.
No, what I'm saying is for people to get their merit increases, they're not added on this.
Correct. Those are under the compensation and training.
Okay.
Which I will pull up here. So it's an increase of 41.82%. We went from, I think it was 52,000 up to 75,000 in the training and compensation lines.
And, you know, we didn't anticipate what happened with the employment market, which is significant. And we've had, you know, some level of turnover. We've had new employees, and, you know, we're trying to attract and retain people who have the qualifications and abilities that we need to perform the job. And I think we've done relatively well on that. We're competing against all of our neighboring communities, which is sort of a vicious cycle, but it is what it is. And it's essentially become a seller's market when it comes to attracting employees. And so that those are all factors. And I think that the estimate that was in last year was probably a bit low.
It was.
So we had to make an adjustment there. And you know, we want to, it's a balancing act. You know, you want to be fiscally prudent and as conservative as you can be, but you also want to be able to have the people that you need to you know, effectively operate the town in the way that you expect it to be. And so it's a difficulty, particularly in the area of the public safety department, where people have portable skills and can move from town to town, and they do. And so we've had, you know, I think we've, in the end, I mean, it's been really tough, some positions, but we've ended up attracting, I think, people who are, you know, well-suited and qualified for the job. That all said, you know, the town has to remain competitive if we're going to continue to do that. And I think it's also an indication of fairness for the existing employees. That's the whole idea behind the KMA study, to see where we are on a wage basis, and to, you know, I've been trying to hit the midpoint, you know, for people who are performing well. That's my objective. You know, you don't get there in 1 year, but, you know, we try to be somewhere in the middle of the pack. We're not the high payers. We don't want to be the lowest payers. And it seems to be working. I mean, we have a lot of older employees that have been here, you know, a long time, but what's more difficult are the newer people who can, you know, and do occasionally jump a town or two over, or maybe even head to the big city and do a lot better in many respects financially. So that's a loss for the town, but that may be part of the function of being a small town. You're not going to be able to compete with those employers, but I think we have to compete with the ones that are in our labor market. That's what we try to do.
Any other questions on administration? Then we'll move on to assessment. Hello.
Not too many line items here. I can kind of hit some of the ones that have larger changes. The first one is the salary line, which is the assessing admin line. Teresa, I'm kind of going to defer to you on that one. I think that the increase that we're seeing there is largely this reallocation. I'm guessing it's like out of public works and more allocated to assessing and administration. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. The assessing contract assessor's agent line is, I do have a little bit of an increase in there. I don't anticipate any rate increases in this fiscal year for my work, but this senior stabilization program turns out is very labor intensive and essentially is an unfunded mandate from the legislature onto the towns to implement this program, and it's going to require 4 extra days of service load to make sure that everything happens the way it's supposed to happen. We're going to have a tax commitment this year. We've got to make sure that the stabilizations are applied correctly and that the taxpayers receive the correct information. We have software company Trios working on trying to make that happen, but I think it's going to need to be heavily scrutinized directly after we commit taxes. Sue Carr and I will need to look at all those very closely to make sure they're correct. And then we're going to have another round in the fall of either reapplications for the existing law the way it's written, or it's looking like we're going to have perhaps a replacement law in place, and whatever new applications and rollout is required as a result of that. My hope is that after this next round, we'll end up with more of a permanent program that's similar to maybe the homestead exemption, and then those extra days can go away, and we can just we won't have to require people to file annually, and the program won't be as heavily convoluted as it is right now.
Kurt, how many people got approved?
I'm going to give you a ballpark of 350, something like that. I think it's about 15% of, I want to say we were right around 15% of our actual homestead residential properties applied and were approved for the senior stabilization program.
It's going to be a big number.
It's going to be a big number, and so, I don't want to editorialize too much, but, to my way of thinking, it needs to be means tested. And but that's not how it is, so we're administering what we have, and not only is it additional work for Kurt, it's a significant additional work for his assistant, our assistant. It's I don't know if it was that well thought out, but we're trying to, and we will implement it.
Legislature, it's never thought out.
Right, so we will implement it the way that it's written, and so I guess that's what we're doing, and so the additional time for Kurt, I think it's pretty modest, what I've observed him doing, and then Melissa has been a great help, I think, to him.
Yeah, and I'll just add the legislature is conducting hearings this month on several bills to either modify or repeal and replace this stabilization program. We'll have to see what comes out of it and where we end up.
I think I saw an estimate, it may cost up to $400 million when fully implemented.
That wouldn't surprise me at all.
I could definitely see that. I think the fiscal note on it only captured the current state budget at the time, and they didn't consider the snowball effect over time, which you're talking every town in the state of Maine, year upon year.
Right.
That's going to grow very fast. And the thing with the legislature is once they've doled something out, pulling it back is like political suicide. So they've got to find something that the state can afford, but also doesn't, make them look too bad.
Yep. And Maine is an aging state, so if you think Social Security's a problem, this is going to be a problem for Maine, I think.
Yeah. Software, we do have increases on both the vision. Basically, those are increases on the vision side. The camera software maintenance fees and the web hosting fees have gone up this year. I think that's pretty much all of what that increase is. A slight increase on supply line, and tax billing is a relatively new line in my department. That's traditionally been come out of Sue Look and Sue Carr's budget, so I kind of defer to them on the estimate there. I'm assuming maybe it's just mailing costs, tax bill mailing costs. Does that sound right, Sue?
Yeah, if I may, Kurt, it's, looking at what we budgeted for FY23 was $5,000. We may go over that slightly, and it's because of because we are doing our tax billing in-house now. We have a folding machine, you have the cost of the envelopes, and then you have because the personnel cost too, but that's, they'll be doing something, whether it's mailing out the tax bills or something else. And then the increase in postage. So I just felt that, we're using a little more there. It's a $600 increase over last year. Pretty minimal.
Yeah, sounds reasonable to me. And the only other item that I have that's not in that line is in the capital improvement line. We do have $100,000 for the revaluation reserve fund. I believe that $100,000 for the FY24 budget will result in a $300,000 reserve fund on the reval. So I think I'll be speaking with the Board of Selectmen Assessors. I think we can go out to bid anytime now. And any residual, if there's any cost above and beyond the 300, we've got 1 or 2 years to pick that up once we get solid bids in and have an actual cost. That's all I have.
Any other questions? Thank you, Kurt.
Thank you.
Code enforcement.
Good evening. So I'll go through these. I don't have a whole lot of changes, so this one should be pretty quick too. Starting at the top, the salary line, that's staying the same. No changes proposed to that one. Contract fees and services also staying the same. That's money that's used to update our ordinances primarily. There's some other little things in there, but we are switching everything over to a E-code system. We started that last year, and so this year we would be bringing in the subdivision ordinance and street ordinance, which are both severely outdated, into this new online system. And then there's also the cost to update the ordinances. Now we send out that stuff and it's done by this company, and it's done very quick, which is nice. So that's staying the same. Software general, that's coming down. We had a 2 fiscal year software transition from an outdated program that was being used when I started to the cloud-based system we're using now. So we're coming down a couple $1,000s there now that we're done that, and we're just dealing with our service fee moving forward. That also includes our online scheduling program. Travel and training staying the same. Advertisement, that's coming up just a little bit, but that's based on really this last year. Any advertisements we had to post, I believe that includes job posts as well. I think that's probably a little bit higher this year because we had a job opening that we had to post. But that's for public hearings, for planning board ordinance amendments, public hearings and stuff like that. So supplies is staying the same. Gas and diesel's coming up, $250. That's just based on a full year now of 2 code vehicles. So now we have a more accurate number on what the usage is. So we just got to come up a little bit on that. Same thing with postage. Last year was our first year capturing that separately in its own line item. So we had to come up quite a bit on that just to make sure we're covering what we've been spending on that. And the last one is the phone. We added a new laptop this year for field work, which has a broadband card in it. So that's why we're coming up slightly on that. Do you want me to talk about revenue at all or no?
Yep, you can.
So right now, as far as revenue goes, we're at, this was as of December 31st, I believe we're at 82,000 and change, which puts us on pace to bring in approximately 164,000, which is about 54,000 over what we had budgeted for revenue. So we're doing good for this year. So we're going to bump that number up to 125 from last year's 110,000. We're going to stay pretty busy still. I mean, there's enough going on. It has been slower the last couple of months, but not drastically slower. So I think we'll still stay close to where we were. It probably won't be as good as this past year, but I think we'll still be pretty busy this summer. So overall, that would put us in pretty good shape. I mean, we're coming down with expenses by around 1,000 and then bringing up that revenue. So we're in pretty good shape.
Any questions for Alex?
I was just going to think, so they're just looking at merit increases, so it's just flat, so not for cost of living or anything, it's just going to be the flat wages.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, their budget does not reflect any increase, so any increases for that department are reflected in the merit compensation budget.
Perfect.
And that's townwide.
Townwide.
Yeah.
Except for the public safety,
Right.
because we know what that's going to be.
You know what that's going to be.
Perfect. Thank you.
But again, that's built
It comes,
into the.
you're right, it comes from there, but we know what it's going to be.
Yeah. Perfect. Good question.
General assistance?
Sure.
Okay, so general assistance.
Thanks, Alex.
This year, we've expended, year-to-date, $18,848. So the budget, we're proposing to increase it from 10 to 15 in hopes that, that number is going to come down. It's as I say, it's been an unprecedented time in a lot of ways. There's been a lot of strain put on families with the cost of living. And we have tried to utilize every mechanism that we possibly can. And for people watching, there is county money available that people can, I guess, probably see Kathy. Would that be?
Yep, they can contact me.
Contact Kathy to make application. And so we have some funds that are available to help. We also have Raymond Community Assistance Funds for people who are in dire need for basic necessities. So get in touch with us about that. But so we have seen a run up in general assistance. That said, when you look at general assistance over, my time here, I can tell you that although it isn't what it used to be, it's still a minuscule number compared to most surrounding towns. And so I think that probably says something about the demographics of the town. It also says something about, a lot of people are reluctant to ask for help when they need help, and they should ask for help because we have the resources to help them. So once again, if you are in need, if you're struggling, come to us. We'll try to find a way to help you, if not through the town, then through some other avenues that we have. So anyway, on general assistance, that's where we're at. So we're asking for that increase, but it's important to remember that we get 70% reimbursement from the state, and I guess there is an LD under consideration right now, 258, where they're talking about making that 90%. So that's where that is.
For any of those people that like to follow what they do.
Yeah, that would be Joe.
Any questions on general assistance?
Is most of the GA money going to rent and utilities?
Yeah, I would say,
food.
yeah, rent and some food vouchers and utilities,
Yeah.
heating costs.
On the food piece, I'd like to call out Kathy Goslin's work with the Raymond Food Pantry in getting some successful grants to help them. And so the county's also contacted me again about, they have some more ARPA money I think they're going to throw to the pantries. So they were asking about what the principal pantries by town. So I responded to that survey. And so I was happy to see them put some of their money there and to help, people who are in need. And that's been, pretty consistent with, how the county has handled a good part of their funds. So.
And I'd also like to thank the citizens that have very generously donated to the Community Assistance Program. And there have been one gentleman in particular who has donated many Hannaford gift cards that even folks that haven't necessarily been qualified for general assistance but still were in need, we were able to help them out. And the generosity of our citizens has helped just tremendously, and I really appreciate their giving and their willingness to step up.
That's a great point, Sue. And following on that, the Community Assistance Fund is not regulated by the law with respect to general assistance. And, we have a standardized ordinance that probably people are aware of. And but if you're in need and struggling, and we have ways to help you. And so I would just reiterate what she said. The folks who have donated and put us on the annual giving plan, it's really been surprising and gratifying and continuous. And so please, get in touch with us if you need help.
Anything else on general assistance? Town insurances.
Okay. Apologize. Still trying to navigate through this software a little bit. So probably the big driver of this is because workers' comp, as you increase, staffing levels, our what they call our mod rate is, it's over 1%. So that means we're paying a premium for our workers' comp based on our claim history for workers' comp claims. It was 1.45%. I don't know what it's going to be for the renewal. I have yet to log in to the NCCI website to see what our ratio is going to be. The other driving factor is our liability and vehicle insurance. I reached out to our agent, and because our buildings are primarily based on replacement costs, the cost of building materials, he had suggested that we factor in about a 15% increase for the property section of the commercial insurance package. Other than that, I've kind of given you the detailed rundown of the commercial package. And again, it's some slight, you look at the percentage increases, but they really don't amount to a whole lot in dollars and cents. We are when you look at the unemployment, we are what they call a direct claim reimbursement. So what that means is if someone files an unemployment claim, then we do pay that, but we do not pay into the to the unemployment pool, which would be a small percentage of our total payroll. So being a direct reimbursement employer, I think we save in that area. That's all I really have for town insurances.
We still using that agency out of Farmington?
Yes.
Kai's. Yeah.
They have an office in Skowhegan. I think they used to have an office in Livermore Falls.
The main office, though, is Farmington.
Farmington.
Yeah.
Yes.
So employee benefits?
Bob's got a question.
Nope.
Bob Jones, go ahead.
Sorry. On the workers' comp, there's been a 64% increase from 22 actual to the budget for 24. I'm wondering if the town has implemented any type of safety program, maybe, and is a program that involves incentives so that the employees are more careful.
I have my assistant to my left that's shaking her head yes for safety.
The fire department, Bob, did make everybody do a driver training class, an extra class that they had to do. That doesn't help necessarily with work injuries, but we've just started some of our mandatory trainings. A lot of folks just had to do the virtual
visual display terminal training for those that work on a computer for 4 hours a day.
The answer in general is that we do have ongoing training, and we try to, we are compliant with what's legally required, and I think that you'll be points a well taken point, and with Kathy now in our HR position, we're going to be enhancing our efforts in that area. Although I would say that, you can always do better, you can always do more, and we will do more, and beyond the basics.
But isn't this increase mostly due to more employees and higher wages?
A part of it is due to
And your
the,
mod rate probably went up
Correct.
too.
yes.
So,
Yeah, there's other factors.
yeah,
but-
it's probably not a training issue as much as it is higher wages and
Additional
more
staff.
people,
Right, and the mod.
right?
Claim
But
history.
I think training is an important point, though, too. We are actually actively looking at that and saying, what can we do better?
Does that answer your question, Bob?
Yeah, yes, it does.
Okay.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Bob.
Okay. So, employee benefits, that we're at?
Yes.
Well, the big issue there is main PERS for public safety, $99,000, 12.8% of salaries. I don't know if Sharice has anything she wants to add to that, but
I do have my overview on how I arrived at, the numbers. I think it helps me to remember how I arrived at them is by having a supporting worksheet, so to speak. I did build in and it's also important for people to understand, our health insurance program, the employees get covered. The premium is paid 100% by the town of Raymond. And the town of Raymond also pays 85% of any additional coverage. That was not in my outline, and I apologize. I probably should have added that, especially for the 2 new Budget Finance Committee members. There may be, I know there will be, for the public safety union contract, if those employees, if it does get approved and move forward, that we move forward with main PERS, is that we have built in an additional percentage for them to contribute to their health insurance and dental insurance. I think I built in a 10% increase for health insurance. We do have, we did change plans January 1st of 2023, which saved money in the overall premiums. But in turn, because the premiums were lower, there are higher deductibles associated with those plans. And so to compromise that piece, we did increase the health reimbursement account to mitigate those increases in the deductibles to the employees. So there's kind of a balancing piece there. And the other driving is the main PERS, primarily for the public safety employees.
And if you go with all employees, it's another 59,000 on top of that.
Correct.
if everybody participated.
Right.
Which I don't think they will, but of course, you have to look at it as when people are replaced.
And I did not build that 59,000 into the budget.
Right.
So
Right.
it would be an additional cost.
And the state program on health insurance goes away in July.
April 30th, I believe, being COVID relief.
They extended it to July.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, it's the
Okay.
end of July. So,
I wasn't
so
aware
your
of that.
employees should be aware that, well, that benefit of, what is it, $40 a month or something?
$50 a month for an
Right.
individual plan.
So they're going to be paying that beginning August.
Right. Thank you, Joe. Wasn't aware. I can't be aware of everything.
Neither can I.
I just can't.
Well, you come pretty close, though, sometimes.
Thank you, Don.
No, I was talking about Joe.
Okay. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, both of you. You're both pretty sharp.
Any questions on employee benefits? Let's go to debt service.
Got a couple of bonds, the road reconstruction bond, the sand salt building, $600K, and then the $250 for replacement of engine 2. They were all 10-year bonds originally, and where are
Those
we?
will mature in FY '25. So we've got
25,
this
okay.
budget that's being proposed and then next year's budget. Even though they were borrowed in 2013 based on when the first payment came due and when it was actually, when the bond, the note was actually signed, depended on, that based the first payment. So even though you think a 2013 bond would mature in 2023, that's not the case. So we get this year, FY '24 and FY '25 before those will mature. We also have the lease purchase for the rescue pumper built into this. It's not really, it's not really a lease purchase. It's more of a government obligation, borrowing for 10 years with, I think it was Androscoggin Bank that was approved at the last town meeting.
That's the 17,000?
Yes, well, 17 plus 41. Total of 58,
Oh, okay.
yeah. I broke it out between principal and interest.
I see it.
Yeah.
Any questions on debt service?
So not a lot of debt.
No.
Not yet.
Well, okay.
Is there something we should know
Yeah,
about?
you probably will. It may not happen tonight, but yeah, probably next week's meeting, you might hear about some.
Proposed debt. Proposal. I mentioned that at the top, yeah. Just optional things.
All righty.
No other questions on debt service?
And technology is going to move to the next meeting.
Correct.
Kevin's unavailable tonight.
Let's go to public safety, animal control.
Do you guys have a hard copy?
They do in their books. Do you need one to refer to?
Yeah, each town's is different.
So. This is what was developed by the 3 town managers.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
yeah.
Perfect. Now I don't have to go back and forth. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, so animal control. We are looking at an increase of about $3,000 approximately.
That 3,000 per town or 3,000 total?
Per town, sir.
And a big driver in that is the effort to try to get a more competitive salary for Jessica based on the KMA salary survey that the town of Casco did, and we had an update of ours and had that position added, I believe. But so that's the big driver, I think, in this budget.
Yes. Yeah, we aren't really moving much on anything else. yours is really different.
So we're talking about $18.21 an hour to $22 an hour?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And that's split 3 ways?
Split the overall salary 3 ways, and, you know, and this is based on, the wage is based on a survey of our labor market towns, but yeah, split 3 ways on the overall budget, including wages.
So the overtime will go up, the wages will go up $7,883. This is all split 3 ways, so you know. The overtime is up $2,000. So for pay, that would be a total of about $9,800.
Why don't you talk about your assistant? That's something that's a little bit, hopefully, going to be
Yes, we were
improvement.
able to hire an assistant to work 20 weeks a year. So we can use her during the busiest times, spring, summer, fall, which would be great. So she's still completing all of her training, but so far so good.
Do you get time and a half for overtime?
Yes. Yep. I don't know if you want me to go through everything because there's really not a lot of changes. I mean, we're up $1,000 for health insurance, $670 for FICA Medicaid retirement. So benefits insurance, $1,800. Everything else we're down on besides new equipment. Oh wait, I'm sorry, that's uniforms. We're going back up on uniforms. Equipment is down that much. We're up $1,000 on equipment repair and maintenance. That's pretty much it.
On the vehicle maintenance,
yeah.
How did you guys come up with that total? Because does Raymond maintain that?
Yes.
Okay. So is it based off of what was last year, or did you work with Nathan on that one? How did that come up?
No, I'm not sure. That's something with Don and Nathan.
I think what happens on that one, Teresa, is we looked at our expenditures, you know, annualized expenditures, and made an estimate. We did replace the car. We have we use surplus vehicles. We had a surplus state police cruiser that came to us fully equipped as a K9 car, so it was, you know, had been converted into basically a containment compartment with electro-pneumatic doors and so forth. So that was what was in the original one. That car was pretty worn out, and so by the time it had been used by the state police, then Jessica, we replaced it with a used police cruiser of the same model line, I think about 4 years newer, from the Biddeford Police Department that we bought through an auto broker, and switched all the equipment into that car. But that will be the last time we can do that, because that way the next generation of cars, it won't fit. So I think if anything, we should have less expenditures. Is Nathan still here?
No.
No. Okay. So basically, I don't know as we had huge repairs on the old one, but
No, we didn't, and
but
a lot of this is actually going into our vehicle reserve.
and vehicle reserve, and then, you know, the operations and maintenance, you know, maintenance of the vehicle. So we actually had really good luck with the other one, and I think so far this one's been okay,
Yeah,
right?
this has been great, yes.
So the answer is no. Nathan didn't come up with the budget, I guess.
Okay, and the other question is, I am so sorry, what is the assessment?
You looking at the 34,291?
Yes.
That is our share of the Animal Control Cost Center. The budget is, the overall budget is, let's see. 112,000. So that's split 3 ways. That's the assessment.
What do you mean, like the animal control? I don't know, I'm sorry.
The
That's
animal
the cost of the whole
budget. Yeah.
All right. I've never seen the assessment before, that's why.
Yeah, well, the town of Casco invoices us, Teresa.
And we...
Yeah, no, I just didn't see it as listed out as assessment in any other of the budgets. That's why I wasn't sure.
Right.
What that was. Okay.
What's the health insurance cost? $30,000?
Yeah. Casco has a very high quality program.
For one employee?
Yes.
Are you kidding me?
They have a program in Casco that you can't buy in the wild anymore. There's only, last I knew, just maybe under half dozen towns in Maine that have it. It's the top program. You can't buy it anymore. And that's what they have.
$30,000 for one employee.
It's Maine Municipal Association's what I would refer to as the Cadillac plan.
It's as good as what the school teachers get.
Yeah.
There's no business in the world that does that.
Yeah.
Well, not private sector business or municipalities generally, but it's very much competitive with what schools do, I guess.
Wow.
Believe it or not.
Wow.
Yep. But it is Casco's plan, and that, I know that's been a discussion point in the past. Both John Hawley and I, Jessica can attest to this. We've raised that question before. Joe?
What's that?
We've raised that question before, both John Hawley and I, and that's Casco's plan, and that's what they're doing.
That's insane. Wow.
Is there any other questions? Or?
Any other questions?
No, thank you.
We're good?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jess.
Thank you.
Fire department.
Sat too long, can't feel my legs anymore.
Last but not least.
Last but not least.
By any measure, right?
They could say we saved the best for last, but no.
Bruce, before you get started, it may pay for you to introduce the new assistant so that people in town can see who.
My first on my agenda, so it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you Deputy Chief Lee O'Connor, our new addition to the fire department, fire rescue.
Right.
Say a word if you want.
It's nice to meet you all.
Welcome.
Been doing this a long time, and I'm glad to be here.
Speak at the mic.
Oh. Been in this career for a long time, and I enjoy the change and the challenge. Thank you.
Most recently with the town of Poland?
Yes, sir.
Yep. How long were you there?
19 years.
That's a
So
long
he's
time.
a seasoned employee.
Yeah, being conservative with his years, those aren't his years in service. He's got many more of those. So.
34.
Well, we're happy to have you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Very happy. So, well, thank you all. And again, thank you for your continued support of the budget processes and everything. I know it's been a long evening. We have been creative in our attempts to help control our costs by using our association funds, grants, group buys on apparatus, which has helped save some money in our recent purchase of the rescue pumper. We're dealing with multiple things that affect our budget, and that includes call volume that's on the rise, our aging community, which increases our call volume and rescue incidents. And we're dealing with less staff to do that. In other words, our call, and everybody knows that, we've heard it tonight. We aren't finding volunteers. No one's knocking on the doors anymore to come out and do this job and be woken up at 2 a.m. to go out and help resuscitate somebody. So we're dealing with all those things, and in this budget, you see some of the results of that. We've added the second phase of our additional staff that brings us to 3 people 24/7 to help facilitate that out the door in under 2 minutes and on scene in 8 minutes or under, and that's our ultimate goal. We have a variety, a large spread out town, so it's difficult to peg that and say we'll be there at 8 minutes at every home or under, but that is our average right now, and we're hoping to improve that. So that's the second phase of our 24/7 increase in staff, and that will give us, again, 3 people on 24/7. It will give us a total of 12 staff plus 2 administrative staff, Deputy Chief and myself. We run daytimes, and that helps boost our daytime staffing. We do have per diems on weekends, which also helps to boost that staffing. We've added, there's a variety of things, I'll get to those in a minute. We've added $75,000 in our CIP, which is our annual kind of rollover of funding for our vehicles, et cetera, that goes in annually. But there's a few things I need to touch on right now that aren't included in this budget, and unfortunately came in kind of too late for us to include them. One of them is a needed software update. I say that kind of That's not really the right choice of words, but the company we use for software was bought out by another company, and they have come to us and said, we're going to go up on your costs. So we pay roughly $5,000 a year for the software, which is our reporting software, maintenance, payroll, tracks our times and schedules, etc. And they have informed me that it will go to $14,000 this year, and it takes effect January. So a group of chiefs, we are all together in Cumberland County, the ones that use this particular software have gotten together and said, we'll start looking elsewhere, and we're trying to work with this company, number one, to lower their cost for us. Number two, we're looking at the other companies out there to see if we can come up with a better product, something that works better for us, and there are products that are better, and control the cost. And we're also looking at this through the county's set of eyes, through the 911 center, and saying, if they purchase the software and we all buy into it, will that help control our costs and let us do with it what we need to do with it? These are all options that are on the table. However, none of that money is included into this budget yet. So this is going to be something we're going to have to discuss, and I don't know what we'll do, but I don't know what the final cost is going to be. The other company could come in at $10,000 or $9,000. I'm not sure, but it's an increase to our budget that we don't have built in yet.
So to clarify, Bruce, you've got under contract fees and services, you've got 5,000 built into that line, and potentially it could be an additional 10, 11, 12,000.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, something we're kind of blindsided with. We were told that yes, they bought it out, that the emergency reporting segment of what is the program we use will stay intact, and it wasn't going away. And then it was, well, we're going to modify things, but you got a while. You got a couple of years, and now it's, no, it's going to change. It's going to change quickly. Another project that we're going to, that we're putting in for the future for grant funds, but will likely show up in CIP funds in the near future, not this year though, but just to kind of get it out there for you, is the need to upgrade and change our SCBA's again. These were purchased on a grant back 15 plus years ago. These are at this point headed towards extinction due to standard changes and safety changes in that very equipment. So that's something that we'll be looking at. And it's a big safety issue, as safety was brought up earlier. The particular one in particular is the masks on the packs we have now fail at a very low temperature, and the new masks are rated at a much higher temperature, thus protecting our people. Another one that's a huge safety feature or safety issue is we've all read about, we know about the PFAS, and you probably just saw a story on the news the other day. It's in all the gear that we wear, and it's in the part that is closest to us, and when we're sweating and hot in this gear, it doesn't wash out. So a new set of gear is being devised that is not constructed with the PFAS chemical, and that should be out within a year, which is also going to facilitate the need for us to upgrade all of that. Right now, a set of gear is over $2,800, and this would require replacement of all of our turnout gear. Again, we'll pursue every grant that's out there, but we'll likely bring that in, and again, this is an extra thing for purchase through our capital. In closing, before I get to that piece of it, at the very bottom of the cover letter that we threw out there is that I'm recommending a staffing study be done, or at least bring it up for discussion. Funding of this is not included in the budget. However, we may be able to authorize that, I guess, to come out of our capital. If that's something that could happen, and if it's agreeable that we do that staffing study to see if we're headed in that right direction. I can predict, we can sit and plan and predict, but a professional staffing company could come in and look at this and tell us we're headed in the right direction or we're headed in the wrong direction. What might help forge those long-range 5-10 year down the road plans for
what would the study tell you?
So if we're staffed appropriately to handle what our call volume is, things like that, if we have the right people doing it, the right number of people doing it, and would help put that plan together and forge that for the future, so that we know that, hey, we're at what we should be at right now, and maybe 5 years down the road, you need to, excuse me.
How much would that study cost?
Well,
excuse me.
How much would it cost? 12K?
I think under 12, yeah. I believe Falmouth had an extensive plan done, and they paid well over that. But
at the end of the day,
yes,
they come in and they say, okay, you need to staff up an extra 5 people. We can't find the people now. So what's that study going to do for you as far as if you don't have the people that you can fill it with, the study hasn't done you a darn bit of good.
With the exception of that's the folks that we're getting and we are able to hire is generally the firefighter EMTs. Paramedics are very precious commodities right now, and no one's able to hire them. There is stiff competition for those other positions, but so far we've been really lucky and been able to entice those folks and bring them in. One is the work environment. Two is we are fairly competitive. We're not the tops by any means, but we're fairly competitive with our wages. And any changes we make in the benefits would also make us more competitive.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Bruce,
Yes.
if I may. A little bit familiar with fire department studies, and I think they also look at your infrastructure.
They will.
They look at your buildings, they'll look at your apparatus, they're looking at your staffing levels, your call volumes, and it's very comprehensive. It's not just staffing
Yeah,
levels.
and that's how they base the final
Recommendations,
report.
right.
Absolutely. So one of the things, and the deputy just pointed out to me, and I hadn't caught this one, so thank you very much, but the IAFF is possibly a venue to tap into some funds that may help with that study.
Well, what about the county study?
County study.
I mean, before we spend $12,000 to do a study individually, should we see what happens with this county effort? Where are we on that? And maybe if it makes sense to work together on, software, maybe it makes sense if we're looking as a sub-region to find ways to collaborate. And I guess we are really making progress now.
We really are.
So maybe we should look at that on a sub-region basis as well.
So you hit on a couple of important points, and that software issue is just one of the bigger ones that we came out and said, first of all, we all need to sit in our dress uniforms in a room as a group with the one or two people from the vendor and say, not cutting it, you need to sharpen your pencil. We have that kind of a power. I mean, there's 18 communities that are, out of those, 12 of us are using that.
Right, but what I'm saying on the county thing, you're talking about reallocating staffing and equipment and other things to better serve the sub-region, working together.
Right. No, and in touching on that as well, the study is in full swing, and the study is looking at how we can complement each other as departments, what we can do better together as departments. Can we, and I'm hoping this comes to fruition, that we can all decide a piece of fire hose at this brand is the fire hose we're going to use and all buy it together, rather than this town buying 300 feet, this town buying 400 feet, and all of us paying $500 in shipping to get it to our towns. If we can get together, and we have hosted similar purchases, such as group foam purchases, and had a tractor trailer load of foam dropped off at our station, and everybody came to us to get it. Those are the kinds of things that county study is really looking at. How do we facilitate better group training? How do we facilitate better group purchasing and save money? That's what's going to come out of a lot of what's going to come out of
Now, we bought in the last time around when Casco funded a study, and then interestingly, Casco and Naples both, didn't buy in. So what do you think the level of buy-in is on this one? I mean, we're looking at a little bit different group of towns and heading to the coast.
Yeah.
So more towns in terms of culture, maybe like us. How's this one looking?
It's looking a lot better in that my anecdotal true story is that I sat as president of Cumberland County Chiefs in a room one day and said, we need to buy number 2 pencils together, and I got laughed out of the room. That's just part of it. I said, let's buy turnout gear together and decide it's all the same and buy, instead of our 10 sets and your 10, let's buy 100 and get a discount. I think that's what we're going to see mostly out of this, because you've got the right people in place now to understand that my fiefdom is not just my fiefdom, and we need to do more together and collaborate on those issues. But we'll also see a strength in our response capabilities. But we've already facilitated that without the study, and you'll see more and more. Sunday, 3 days ago, not yesterday. There was a standish of Casco, Wyndham, and our trucks on the scene of a gas leak in a residence. That's the norm now. Yeah. That's not the exception.
Do you have issues like, because I know we have so much mutual aid, interoperability issues. I remember the training, the federal training on that. But do you get on a scene and you're trying to fight a fire and the hoses and couplings don't match up on the trucks and things like that? Do we actually have that problem still?
Unfortunately, yes.
So that makes no sense.
There are towns that have different threads for their hose. I'm hoping that that's changing in this whole thing. It's limited now. I think Fry Island is one of the few that I am readily aware of. You have to go much further north to get into the others. And it depends on whether they're like national standard or iron pipe thread on their hose. That's basically what it boiled down to in the past. Everybody is standardized more and more now, and it seems to be the wave of everything that is coming. I'd like to think to a point, and Deputy's absolutely correct, that there's still some of that out there.
I don't think we can really fault Fry Island, though. Didn't they buy our old trucks?
Well, they bought our old trucks, but they bought their own hose.
Oh, so they changed it?
A lot of it came out of Massachusetts, knowing the background of the chiefs that run the department over there. They're all Mass firefighters, Cambridge deputy chiefs.
Oh, okay.
So, you know, a lot of that influence comes from there.
Raymond's unique because of where you sit. You have 3 different counties that you really border. Each county has different radio frequencies. Oxford County Communications right now is not really good. They're trying to get better. Androscoggin's got better, but there's 2 different counties or dispatch centers in Androscoggin County. So you got to deal with both. You have county, then LA 911. That's the issues that everybody's having. Nobody can get people. Nobody has the same gear. And now you're trying to fight a fire with everybody with different air packs, different gear they wear now. It just makes it a nightmare.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to go all in the same direction. They want to all be unique. But you can't be in this service because we all have to depend on each other.
How short are you on staff right now?
Very, but not as bad as our neighbors. And I'll qualify that. Wyndham, we go east,
so
they're
what's
better.
that number?
They're better. So to give you exact numbers, we're often showing up with just 4 people at a fire call. It's very often that happens. Nighttime, we went out, we were working a cardiac arrest call the other night. I was the 4th person to show up at 1:30 in the morning. At the same time, Naples had a fire come in, they were calling for mutual aid. We couldn't provide it for them, and that was a fatal fire. So everybody's kind of in that same boat and kind of skirting the question, but I'm not. I'm trying to give you the general overview of it. Not enough people? Yeah, not enough on a lot of
We've been doing...
How many open positions do you have right now?
Open positions? I have none in the full-time. We have none in the full-time. We've been fully staffed now for, I'm looking at Kathy because she might remember the date.
About 6 months.
It's about 6. Yeah.
But it's the difference in the call company.
Call company is the difference.
We've lost the rosters. I mean,
Right.
I did the schedules for many, many years, and I was scheduling 20 call companies a month. Now we have like 4.
Yeah, members.
That's the difference on the call company that are taking regular shifts.
But that said, back to the point, I mean, I'm observing that we're going on a significant number of mutual aid calls and are an important part of the successful response on those. Some of our neighbors, and I know this ebbs and flows, it changes.
Yes.
I mean, Casco's come a long way up, for instance, and we have a very good partnership with Wyndham and Gray, I know that.
Absolutely.
But if not for our response on some of these things, and sometimes their response, certain departments to help us, we'd be in big trouble. They'd be in big trouble.
Correct.
And we're not staffed where we should be in the call area, but better than some of our neighbors. Is that what you're saying?
I think our mutual aid numbers, and you hit on that, and that really reflects where we're at, is we are calling more mutual aid than ever before. We're also responding to more mutual aid than ever before. So when that happens, we're putting out what we call a house call, and we're bringing back people or staff on overtime to try to backfill our station, so we have the coverage in town as well. I spent 12 hours in Naples this 4th of July with our whole crew at a major forest fire. We went to, Lee and I met, he was coming out of the building, I was getting ready to go in Norway. Whoever thought we'd ever go mutual aid to Norway?
Or have mutual aid from Westbrook to try to fire up on the farmhouse.
And that's all what's normal now. We seriously, when I first started, if you called mutual aid, it was a sign of weakness. You couldn't handle the call. And I mean, but there were 14 people on my truck when I started. The truck, not my station. We had 2 stations. So that's the change we've seen. It's a big decline, steady over the years, and you know, I kind of get it. It's a lot of commitment. People just don't have time anymore to do it. That's a big piece of it. We compete for everybody's 3 minutes is what's boiled down to help come in and do the training, become certified, maintain a certification. So it's a really complex issue. Hoping that we get some great ideas out of this regional study. I really do, but I think the biggest thing we're going to find out of it is that it'll be enough of the push to get us to do this huge group thing, and maybe even warehousing, and agreed, hey, this is a set of gear, this is a piece of hose, this is a whatever, the axe, and it didn't matter the brand. We decided that one's the one we're getting, and we're buying 500 rather than 5. So
my point is we should be looking at the overall staffing of the entire region as part of that study, and I think they are.
What's the actual county study?
Yes, it's the
It's a very, very comprehensive study.
with ARPA funding, and I sat on the committee that first vetted the questions, second vetted the vendor, and now has vetted their questions, and it's out there as a study being done, filled out. They will come around now to each town and in the next month or two and visit it and go through everything that we have for records and equipment inventory, everything. And by October, we're expecting to have some kind of preliminary report back. So should be good. It'll be eye-opening. I really do hope that it comes back with a lot of those very suggestions. Anyhow, so that's what we're looking at, and I still think that we should be looking at that study, and it would help recommend at least point us in the direction if we're going the right way, and it'll give maybe someone else's opinion that what I'm doing is right or wrong. Maybe I need to be redirected.
And another point that they probably know about, but for the folks watching, because of the lack of staff, you're actually not increasing the number of vehicles, you're consolidating vehicles.
Correct. In that,
buying multi-use, multi-purpose vehicles, is that right?
Yeah, we're actually getting rid of the two that we just purchased, the rescue pumper, but because of all the delays in equipment and materials, it's still about 22 months out. But the goal is to combine 2 vehicles that are older now and requiring a lot of maintenance into the one vehicle. It is a specialty vehicle designed to handle basically 80% of what the 2 separate vehicles did. We'll never get 100%, but and so that it also takes into consideration the smaller numbers of people that are coming out to handle calls. So we had to consider that and help consolidate. So. All those things considered, we came up with what we toiled a lot over this budget, to be honest with you. It's low in some areas. There's zeros, very few of them for increases, but those zeros to me also represent an unfortunate side of inflation has gone to what, 8%, and we're zeros. We're going to do our best to keep it in there. We know it's going to be tough on some of these things. We cut, for example, like we cut a little bit of money out of radios. It's not a lot, but we've been doing very well with replacement of our radio inventory. And in so, with the lack of staff and the newer radios, we're pretty well caught up with it. And for a year or two, we can probably go without buying a ton of them. However, there'll be maintenance on those and batteries to purchase. At the very top is the salary and the salary increase, and that reflects the union's contractual raises and the 2 new folks that we're looking to hire. Our contract fees and services went up a little bit of money. Obviously, we didn't know at that point what we were going to have for software issues, so that's not enough right out the gate, even though it went up 9% or $1,000. Our dispatch services annual contracts, 3%. That's just the way it's negotiated, and that's what it will be. It's a 3% rolling contract. Other increases, $400 here, a decrease of $5, and down the line we go. It's nothing very huge until we get to the gas and diesel, and part of that is that the prices went up. Our call volume's gone up, and our needs have gone up that way, so we're burning more fuel. We've had a 28% increase in call volume in like 8 years. This year we went over 1,005. 60 to 75%, depending on the year, is EMS, and EMS requires us usually to transport, and we're headed to Portland. And it's a 40-minute drive, even in an ambulance on most days, unless it's clear traffic at 3 a.m. And those trucks do not get good mileage. So the unfortunate part is that we had to go up, and bless you, yes. The other piece that went up, air pack maintenance, because again, they're getting old and they're requiring a lot more maintenance now. And we went up on electrical costs and utilities because those costs are being reflected in the Central Maine Power as one of the entities that's killing us, actually. And everything runs on electricity, so that's where we're at with that. And then the next, the biggest increase here, hang on, was, yeah, the utilities, and then fire department equipment, we went down a little bit in that, and we've got some folks that are really strong in their skills in the department, and our maintenance on the small equipment has dropped a little bit because I've got a guy who could tear down a small engine, a pump, and rebuild it right on the bench in the station now. He's talented and he's doing good work, and so we have a lot of talented folks doing those kinds of things. I missed it in the very beginning, but we just had a grant that was awarded. It wasn't a huge one, but for forestry equipment. So we're developing those people and letting them run with a couple of the grant requests. We actually have 3 more that are in the works right now from 3 different people working on those grant requests. So hopefully they'll come up with some funding and we'll be able to get some of this equipment that we need. And we'll continue to ask our association to help fund some of the equipment we need. For example, that new truck that Dawn was mentioning, $20,000 is a light tower that's it's hydraulically operated light tower. It raises, turns, and it will illuminate a whole scene like it was a football field at night, and you can see everything, which is what we need for safety. Also, we'll be funding new electric hydraulic rescue tools for us. Which will bring us up to the current standards, and we'll be able to cut the exotic metals and forced doors and things like that on these accidents that we're going on. There's a big challenge right now. The technology of the vehicle has far exceeded the equipment that we're running for rescue tools.
And I know you've been training because you took our Bolt to train on electric cars.
Correct, we did, and that's becoming a huge concern. And if you follow the news regularly, you'll see New York had another one, battery-caused fire, 5 alarms. We're seeing these pop up everywhere, unfortunately. So this technology, the changes are causing us to have to change everything we do, our training, our methodology, and our equipment on a routine basis. The electric cars, you can't just put them out. It's a challenge. There's some equipment that's come out now that is being tested. I could buy a $30,000 piece of equipment that will help us put out a battery fire in a Tesla. I'm waiting for it to be proven and third-party tested and UL listed and everything else, or we're going to join in, and we're discussing it as a chiefs group of 5 towns now. What if we bought one and centrally locate it and all help each other out? Until we have an abundance of these fires, there's not the need to do one in every town. So we're looking at things very practically in that respect. Medical supplies have gone up, and we know that they're going to continue to go up. We've got several meds now that are in short supply. What was the last one we just got notified on? Versed.
And ketamine.
Ketamine. That was it. It becomes a daily thing almost. I keep forgetting all the things because it's a constant revolving door of stuff. So, but the cost of our medical supplies, 1, they're going up because we're using way more of it because we're having more calls, and 2, because of the demand, etc. And as you see it, it's going up in price. So we still get a pretty good deal at Maine Medical Center though on our med replacements. It's not bad, and I think we've vetted that several times to prove that we're actually doing all right with it.
Maine Med just put on 5 ambulances of their own to transport patients out of their facility because the services that we're doing transports can't do them anymore. How many calls have we gotten to go transport people?
God, it's weekly now.
Yep. We're a 911 service. We can't just send an ambulance out of town with 1 person in town or 1 crew in town.
Right.
So they're finding alternative ways. The transfer services are failing. You're going to see United fold here soon. Unfortunately, it's just the way it's going.
How are we doing on billing?
I'm sorry. I wrote it down. I asked Lee if we had it, and he couldn't remember it either. So I'm hoping Catherine remembers it now.
We're doing well. We're up from last year.
Yeah, a little bit up.
So we went up in rates.
We went up in rates.
Last April, I think we had with you guys.
Yep.
It was back when Anthem was renegotiating their contract, I believe, and
we still have a few issues like with Blue Cross Blue Shield. But the state of Maine's really been working on increasing the amount that they get back from Medicare and Medicaid, which will be a big help. because that's 65% of our billing is through Medicaid, Medicare, or the state aid. One of the things we're in this year, which I'm glad I'm no longer the deputy chief and somebody else is, there is a Medicaid study, and it's a very intensive study. It's a year-long study that you have to do. And if you do not complete the study, they take 10% of your money away. So,
Called blackmail?
yeah.
Yeah, what that includes, I've already filed the paperwork, so as of July 1st, we will start a year-long study. After the completion of that year-long study, I have 5 months to compile all the data. I have to work with medical reimbursement. I have to work with our own town, because we have to include fuel cost, maintenance costs, wages, people sleeping at the station, food they buy at the station, lights, everything that you can imagine we have to include in this. The more we include, the better off every service is. Like Kathy said, 10%. There's only one service in the state of Maine that's not doing it. They have one transport a year, and it's at college. It's all kids. So it doesn't hurt them. They're not dealing with Medicare.
So Medicaid is doing this study for 5 years. And then after 5 years and another year to put it all together, they'll determine whether or not they should go up or down on their fees that they pay back, reimbursement fees.
And this is Medicaid?
Yeah.
And Medicare pays pretty well?
No.
They pay a lot.
But they pay.
They pay, but they pay a lot, probably 75% less than, or 25% less than the private companies.
Right.
Yeah. And our recovery rate, I don't have the exact percent, but I know in talking with our billing agent, we're right up there with everybody else, if not a little bit ahead of. So we're doing fairly well in that respect, so. I wish we could improve it, but I think everything we're doing is working towards that for sure.
IVs, just a catheter, when I first was buying them, was $1.75 a piece. Now we're paying $3 to $4 a piece. I mean, just the cost has gone up so much. And the technology is getting better, which the state is putting requirements that we get some of this technology. Video laryngoscope, it's one of the big tickets right now to intubate somebody. A year and a half ago, I bought them for our service in Poland. Paid $4,000 for 2. We just got a quote on them. It's $8,000 for 2 now. Same exact unit. It's crazy.
That would be one of the grants that we're working on, by the way.
Any questions for the fire department? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I got public comment on my agenda, but I don't see any public here.
You may have, I don't know if you have anybody online, doesn't look it, but.
Budget finance comment? Select board comment. Oh, before we adjourn, we meet again next Tuesday at about 7 o'clock, following the select board meeting. So I'll be looking forward to either see you here or via Zoom. Thank you for coming tonight.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
For next week's meeting, there are 2 separate distinct meetings. That means there's 2 links for Zoom. And there will be a short pause between the 2 meetings so that the videographers can end one meeting and begin the next one.
And we have 2 executive sessions, so probably doesn't make sense to come early.
Right. I'm telling people at 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock.
Right. Very good. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second? Thank you very much.
Still okay.
Good evening. Welcome to the Wednesday 8th, 2023 planning board meeting for the town of Raymond. The planning board will come to order. I'm assuming the board does have a quorum. And we'll start with roll call. I can't see the picture of the board. Mike, you at the end?
I am Mike Richmond.
Mike D'Arcangelo.
Greg Foster. Ed Kranich. Mark Childs.
Kevin Woodbury. And from Zoom, Robert O'Neill. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the minutes from the February 8th, 2023 meeting. We have no old business. We have some new business, a site plan, sketch plan review for a 3 campsite on 26 Quarry Cove Road, followed by any staff communications or updates, and then adjournment. So our first order of business is the minutes. Were there any changes, deletions, corrections?
Move to accept as written.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And aye. Vote aye. Motion passes. Unanimous. Perfect. Our next order of business is the application by Michael, am I going to pronounce this right? Robillard, is that right?
Robillard.
Close?
Yep.
Robillard, okay. Not too bad.
Like Jason.
Jim's not here. Alex, are you going to give us a quick intro?
Yeah, I can. What I mean, this is sketch, so probably would be best to have the applicant maybe give an overview of what it is that they're looking to do. And then maybe once he's done that, we can go through Jim's memo and maybe Wayne can touch on some of his points, I guess, if that works.
Okay. This is our first campsite that I think we've ever done.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I remember one. Greg, do you remember a campsite?
No, I don't remember a campsite coming.
Okay. Okay, the applicant?
Yeah, hello, my name is Travis. I'm here to represent Mike here with his application for a 3-site campsite on his property at 26 Quarry Cove Road. It's a pretty simple orientation. He's looking to add a new driveway access to the middle of his lot. Off of that, he will place 3 new campsites for either an RV style tiny house type of camper, or he's also considering building 3 sort of small houses or campsites on the property that would be using foundations and everything like that. Each site will be served by a new well he's drilling on the property, potable water. Each new campsite will also have a new septic system designed specifically for this use, and then underground electric will be also brought to every one of these sites. The driveway will have a cul-de-sac turnaround at the end, and essentially that's the project. There's not much more to it. The developed area, one of Jim's comments was asking about the total developed area, and basically we will be sticking around 15,000 square feet of developed area for this project, which is 3% of the 11-acre lot that he has. Just to go over a couple more of his comments, I will be providing him with a stormwater plan that addresses the phosphorus export. Looking to, I believe I have to get up to 50 points based on different criteria, and I'm pretty sure I can get to there with essentially leaving a 100-foot buffer down gradient of of the development, which I think gives me 40 points. And then keeping the developed area 15,000 square feet or less gives me 10 more points. And that's my strategy, but I haven't got that down on paper for him to review as of yet. But and then I also did just today receive comments from Fire and Rescue. I haven't had a chance to go through those with Mike as of yet, but I don't see anything in there that's going to hold up the project. But certainly things I have to address with the fire department before any sort of votes here. But with that, I'd open up to any questions and looking for direction from you guys on if this seems like a good project for the area and we're on the right direction for all the town standards.
I was just for clarification. Are you talking about a campsite, or now are we talking about 3 structures?
It would be operated as a campsite, but he hasn't decided on if it's going to be. He's planning on providing the sort of either the RV style tiny house camper type vehicle or building an actual structure. That's something we're gonna decide before the next meeting based on the fire comments. I guess there's different standards depending on which route he goes. So we'll have to. I haven't talked to Mike since I got these comments, so I don't have a decision on that quite yet.
Travis, so for Alex, if we're going for, excuse me, ma'am, this is not a public hearing. There will be a public hearing for this, but this is not a public hearing. Alex, I guess for you, will we consider this different if they're going to be structures as opposed to there's going to be a campsite?
So it's a site plan for a campground. So that would be multiple sites. It's not, wouldn't meet the private campsite requirements because there's multiple. You can only do one in that case. So it is going to be reviewed as a site plan for a campground, which could be 1 site, 2 sites. It could be many sites. There's a density limitation, which I think they figured out they could do up to 23 or something around there. Something like that. So when it comes to actually reviewing for a campground, it could be as easy as just reviewing the individual sites and not the campers, tents, or structures that might go on it if it's a park model or something like that. You could go as far as reviewing that stuff if that's what the applicant wants to do, but you don't necessarily need to.
I think if there's going to be permanent or semi-permanent structures there with utility hookups, a tiny house that's wired in and has sewage connected, it's different than a
tent site. Yep.
And it's more like 3 auxiliary or ancillary structures on the site.
Yeah.
Which we do allow 1 per lot. So I think we need to resolve or clarify how that's going to be. What type of structure are going to have? Because I don't think you can have like 3 mini camps there. Small wood camps that are set in place and permanent.
Wouldn't they be considered dwelling units at that point? Or perhaps? I mean, what would get them to that threshold?
They could, if they have, if they meet the size requirements and they have a bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, they would be considered dwelling units. And, just to compare it to maybe Indian Point or Kokatosi, they have somewhat similar structures. They're more like park models, which are basically tiny homes or close to tiny homes. They're a manufactured, unit that's not necessarily an RV. So we do have 2 existing operations that are run as a campground. Indian Point obviously is not something where you can just roll in and rent one for the weekend. They're all individually owned. So that's a little bit different. You do, I think, kind of where Ed is headed, you do kind of get into more of a subdivision than a campground once you start to go permanent like that. So I think that's what we need to figure out.
Alex, can I ask a question? So how is this, I mean, this is like a KOA that has cabins which have the same facilities that they're talking about. Isn't it how they use the cabins? I mean, if it's a rental of a certain period, or, you know, how do we have actually ordinance that covers campgrounds?
We do. In the shoreline zoning ordinance, there's a campground section, although I will say there's really not much to it. And then let me just check real quick.
I think our regulations refer to state regulations.
Yep.
I looked those up today, and they have limitations on the time of, you know, yearly occupation in these places, and basically it would, at least the way I understood it, like I couldn't go in and own one. One person can't go in and own one of these tiny houses, and it's his all, you know, to do whatever he wants. It's a commercial enterprise where people come and go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the definition in our shoreline zoning ordinance isn't going to help you guys at all, but it might start the conversation. It's any area or tract of land to accommodate 2 or more parties in temporary living quarters, including but not limited to tents, recreational vehicles, or other structures, or other shelters, sorry. So an other shelter is kind of what you guys need to, I guess, maybe ponder.
Sounds like
I think temporary is the key word.
the key word.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you know yet what the owner intends to do as far as buildings he's going to use or structures, what he's going to put in there?
I mean, I think he's leaning towards the sort of tiny house on wheel type of thing, park model, camper type structure. I'm not sure he wants to build sort of permanent structures, and especially if it's going to bring in extra complications. Something that he can bring in and out, I think, would be more along the lines of what he's looking at.
So Alex, sorry, I missed your definition. Does that definition you just read preclude the current owner from selling any one of those to someone else?
Per the state rules, we wouldn't be able to sell them. Yeah, they'd only be for rent.
They would be rent
for campsites. Yeah.
Is the intent to winterize these? Would these be rentable all year?
He told me he wasn't sure on that. His initial thoughts was it was just a seasonal during the sort of maybe late spring to early fall, but he didn't. He wasn't definitive on that. I'm not. I think he wants to see how it goes and if there's any market for the winter, but I don't have a definitive answer on that. I don't know if that changes things with it or not, but.
We should probably all get a copy of the state regulation for that, so we know what applies. Sandy, I can send you the link to that if you want.
That'd be good, Ed, and then I'll send it to everyone.
So some other things that I think you guys should probably ponder. I think one of the big ones is the access, the driveway or road. We do have that 8% grade thing that we got to figure out, how that's going to apply here. And then he already touched on the stormwater, which he's working on. And then anything else that Wayne would want to throw in. But if I think, and Wayne can touch on this, I think if they go away from permanent structures, it might make the fire stuff a little easier possibly. If it's not, actual fixed structures.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look up the PA codes, so I'm not sure what's going to be necessary if they are on
So
wheels.
what do you think about the road? I mean, do you have any idea what you're looking at for grades?
I've taken a look at some LiDAR information, and I think for the most part it's going to be 8% or less, but my concern with that is his existing driveway up to his house is much steeper than 8%.
Yeah, that first part of it, yeah.
There's really no way to get around that. So I don't know if this 8% pertains to just where it forks off from his driveway or the entire length. We may need a waiver to allow that. I'm not sure where everybody stands on that.
It's kind of hard to
Yeah.
really say without seeing a drawing.
Yeah, I hear you. I just, if you look at the plan, his existing driveway, where, from where I'm showing the new road down to Quarry Cove, that driveway, there are sections there that are much steeper than 8%. I don't have those grades exact, but
Yeah, I would say it's probably steeper than 10.
Yeah.
Which, that's where Wayne's going to come in with NFPA. We've run into this actually recently. The 8% grade is actually not waivable.
Okay.
So I think that's another thing that we're probably going to have to work through on this, because if I had to answer, based on what I've seen, I would say that the entire driveway is going to need to meet anything that's passed to get to these sites.
That seems to make sense.
Yeah, I would agree.
How we've handled that in the past.
So it's not waivable because it's in shoreline zone?
Yeah, it's actually, it's in the shoreline zoning ordinance, which, we talked about last time as possibly amending down the road, maybe next year to get, the 10%, which is the standard, because we're more strict by going to 8. But I don't know that that's going to really help them either, because there's sections that first section's pretty steep.
Is it feasible to modify the existing driveway, reroute it at all to get an easy slope solution?
It might be. I'd have to take a closer look at it, but it's already sort of. Yeah, I'm not sure it would have to be a longer route, obviously, and I'm not sure where that longer route would have to come in.
Am I the only one that feels that we just need a better definition of what this is? If it's a campground that falls within the definition of the state and the word temporary, like Alex used, and then we're talking about permanent structures on a temporary definition, and that's just not. I don't know. It's not feeling good to me. I think we need to push back and get get a definition of what campground means and what type of structures will be on it. And I think move forward with anything, to even consider anything.
Yeah,
we're just unsure of what the structure is.
And that was part of the fire chief's comments, was he wanted to know what the structures were going to be.
Yep.
So we'll have that decision very soon, and it'll be addressed in the next package we submit. But
To me, it looks like that each individual site is well overdeveloped for a campground, for a campsite. I mean, you don't normally have a individual well and leach field for every campsite.
Right. There's only one well, but there are a lot of campsites nowadays that have all the utility connections. I've worked on several that's their model, is every campsite has the 3 sort of main utilities, so.
Yep. And their own leach field, though? Is that what I'm seeing?
So I believe he's going with individual leach fields just to be able to keep these areas separate from each other. It would be tougher to do one leach field where you'd have to connect all 3 sites together. So that was his thinking. It was easier to do the 3 right near each site rather than one larger one. It saved on piping and I guess construction costs, but.
So I am just thinking that as a sketch plan review, for getting the board's opinion on which way to go, we kind of were presented with like 3 different versions of how you are thinking of going, so it's pretty difficult for us. I mean, it's not our job to kind of design the project to which way he wants to go. It would be our job to review what you're presenting as a viable project. So to me, it doesn't sound like the project has reached a definition where we can really give it, any kind of comprehensive evaluation. Is that wrong?
Yeah, I agree. It's
I'm many miles away here, so if the board disagrees, please say so.
No, agreed.
I guess I would ask if you believe that the word temporary in the definition precluded an actual on-the-ground structure.
A permanent.
We would, a permanent structure, we would, we would take that out of consideration if that's the way everyone was thinking. I'd ask for your guidance on that, at least.
Well, I would say that a permanent structure puts it into a different ballgame.
Yeah, I agree.
To me, it looks too much like 3 home sites than 3 campsites.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, don't we have to check on the state regulations since we referenced those before we even say that?
Yeah, we have to look at the state regulations.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
from the fire department. In looking at this in our adopted fire code, and that's why I referenced there's actually a 4th code that could apply here, and that's why knowing whether it's a park model, which is basically an RV design, versus a tiny home is the more permanent structure. So, that's where a lot of the questions come from us and knowing which direction to go. So the park model to me, and I don't know if codes would look at it the same way, if the park model was used, being a recreational vehicle type of home, if that answers some of the board's questions, whether it's permanent or temporary, because a park model can be held away and changed out.
Yeah, I think, I'm not going to talk for him, but when we had a camper and did a lot of camping, and you come across these, it looks like a home, looks like a log cabin, but it's a trailer. And a lot of people are upgrading to that model because they like the looks of it. So I don't know if that's what he's referencing. It's not a tiny home, but it looks like it is.
Right. It's still
a trailer. Yeah.
Yeah, I apologize if there's confusion. When I reference tiny home, I am sort of meaning something built on a trailer with wheels, like a tiny house on wheels is more or less what I was referencing, rather than a permanent structure. At least when I'm referencing tiny homes. But sorry for the confusion.
Does the board think we need to do a site walk to see the land, where it's going?
Yeah, I think we need a site walk, but do we do it now or before or after the public hearing and when we get some updated plans?
Yeah, that sounds like the better way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that also.
Okay. So, Travis, what else besides the structure or non-structure would you like from the board for feedback?
I guess if you feel like this is an appropriate use of the area, sort of buffering, we're trying to locate it in the middle of the lot just to keep it away from neighbors as much as possible. We're not proposing any additional landscaping, but the woods are fairly thick out there, and I don't know if that's something you'd be looking for, additional buffering or not.
Travis, on the survey, it shows a strip of land to the left. Looks like there's another parcel a short distance away.
Yeah.
What is that?
Woodlot.
Yeah, but I don't believe there's anybody living on that lot, but I
believe it's
I'll
Paul
double check.
Willis's.
This strip right here?
Yes.
I'll provide an aerial photo with the next submission just to show you the area and what we're looking at.
In a drawing with contours. For
Yeah. I plan
outline
to address all of Jim's.
It's a Fry Island property.
Paul Willis from Gorham?
I'm not sure where he's from. Larry's from Brewer, that's his brother. That's the guy that sold this property, but.
Interesting.
Okay, Alex, do you have anything else?
I don't.
The board have any other questions?
No, not at this time.
I think it could work as a campground as long as we resolve the issue with the type of structure that it's going to be. Where it's,
That's his address.
too close to a permanent structure, then it's not a campground.
Okay.
And just to be clear, so the applicant, did the applicant have, or did you review the memo from Jim Seymour?
Yes, I did, yes.
So regarding the applicant should also provide calculations and narrative regarding site runoff. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, I plan on addressing all of Jim's comments with the next submission.
Wayne,
Similar
do you
to
see
the
a way of meeting the fire code requirements if they're not permanent structures? I mean, other than having a cistern? I think that's the
even in the park models, a sprinkler system could be installed when you purchase those, and that would be the alternate to the cistern, is to go that way. And if it's a situation where the park model is winterized, that would be able to be done, and that would be the only time of the year that you wouldn't have fire protection, but they wouldn't be used either. So, and our wildland urban interface issue with snow on the ground is reduced or eliminated during the winter months when these units wouldn't be used. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
I guess, Travis, anything else from you? Otherwise, see you at the next meeting?
Yeah, I probably won't have everything ready for the next meeting. It'll probably be 2 months from now before we meet again.
Yeah, the May meeting.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be perfect, because next meeting is going to be kind of busy.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'll plan to get everything resolved, talk with the fire department about all their comments, and resolve Jim's comments, and try to come in with a clear application and go from there.
Okay.
Travis, your filing deadline then will be April 12th.
Yep.
By 3 p.m.
Okay.
Wayne, actually, I just have a question. If they're to take the structure completely off and just do sites, So someone, maybe if they want to come in and rent the site for a month and bring their own RV, are you thinking you're going to require a cistern? Is that what you're looking at in that situation?
God, I would hope not.
Yeah. For 3, I would have to talk with the fire chief, whether he was okay in waiving the cistern at that point. And I won't speak for him. So we'd have to look into that and work with the applicant on that if we went that route. The access issues, we still got to deal with those.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else from anybody?
Nope.
So Travis, just going forward, we'll, probably the May meeting, we'll get a kind of a more formalized presentation. After that, we will schedule the site walk. Depending upon what comes out of that May meeting, we could do the site walk and then look at a public hearing in June, and we could, if we could possibly have a vote for the project on June, depending upon what obviously came out from the butters and the sidewalk.
Yep.
For a time off.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex, any staff communications or updates?
Just a couple of things. The select board is meeting next week. They had a pretty heavy agenda because they didn't meet in February, so they have pushed off the ordinance amendments to their April meeting, which still meets the time frame for June and everything. So I was hoping they would just do that in March and we'd know for sure that everything was good to go, but that's going to get pushed off until April. And then the other thing would just be the condo project is well underway at this point, and I haven't talked to them this week. I believe the plan was to have the water, underground water in the next couple of weeks. And I believe they're going to have that in and tested and everything. I'm not sure, Wayne, if you've had any conversations with them or not on that
Yes.
yet. Yeah. So,
the first fire hydrant actually went in today.
Oh, perfect. Good. I did issue the first building permit last week with a condition they can't have any combustible materials up there until it's been tested and approved. So basically they can get the foundation in is what they're trying to do. They'll be doing the first duplex and the first septic system. So we're rolling. That's moving, and it's been moving pretty quick. So I did see the schedule. I don't know if they're planning on doing multiple units. It looks like right now they're just going to start with the model building and see what they can sell, I think is kind of the plan. But it's definitely, it's been moving pretty quickly. So that's good. Other than that, I don't think we've got, and I'll let Sandy speak up if she wants, but it looks like next month is going to be pretty busy. We got some stuff in today, so.
Has the condo project installed the drainage yet? Tie-in?
No.
So what are they doing with all the water on the site? Is it?
So they have.
Street, is it?
They're doing. They are having their erosion control inspections done like every other week. They're making sure that the site's stabilized. But at this point, I think they've got some of the parts and pieces up there, and they've started installing. So I think that's kind of where they're at right now. It was a pretty substantial amount. It's kind of funny. You're looking at the contours. It's always interesting to see once they actually start going, comparing the contours on the plan to the actual site. They actually took out a ton of material from that site. It was going up there. I was like, holy cow, that's a lot of stuff. But they were actually processing a lot of that right on site as they were pulling it out, and stockpiling stuff and moving stuff around. So it's I mean, it's been busy. I mean, they've had periods where there's been 7 excavators up there going, so they were trying to get it done pretty quick.
So hopefully you haven't heard anything about the owner's concerns about that driveway encroaching on. Good.
No, it's been pretty quiet. I mean, there's been
They're getting an axe.
a couple of comments from abutters, but I think they're working out some of the issues.
Good.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's mostly related to site clearing. I think he cleared a little bit more than some of the abutters were expecting on site. There really wasn't much there for a buffer, and if you look at the plan that was approved, I mean, they are pretty much cutting most of the trees on that section of the lot. The same thing, like I'm talking about with the site grading. Once it's done, I think it's always a little bit more on site. It's a little bit more drastic than on paper. So people kind of have that initial like shock. But I'm
The invasive locust.
yeah, I'm hopeful that he'll work it out with all the abutters and everything, and it's been pretty good so far.
Good.
But that's it. That's all I got.
Okay.
Move to adjourn.
Second. Hey, before we adjourn for the board, does this work out okay with me doing this over Zoom? Would you rather Ed do it next meeting? Any thoughts?
I have to abstain from this.
Works for me.
It's fine, yeah.
Yeah, I worked out all right.
We do have both the Potvin subdivisions coming back for next month, and I believe we have a new subdivision amendment as well. Anything else, Sandy?
Steer it.
Looks like you're muted.
Yeah, we've got, like you say, Potvin, we have Clark back, and then the new one is for a second amendment to an approved subdivision to create one more lot. And apparently the first amendment was to create one lot that went to a family member, and this one is also supposed to be for a family member.
And those are 2 public hearings, correct?
Yeah.
Sandy?
Yeah, Potvin and Clark are both public hearing, yes.
Okay.
The new one will not be.
What?
Alex, nothing from the marina?
Not found on
No,
our end.
not since I think a few weeks ago now, but nothing for next month.
Motion.
Someone seconded it.
I second.
I'm assuming you made the motion.
I made the motion.
Okay.
Craig wants out of here fast.
Phone call.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks, guys. See you next month.
Good evening. We're going to start our selectmen meeting. Could I have an approval of the minutes from January 10th? Second. All in favor? Unanimous. All right, we're going to go into executive session. Can I have a motion to go into executive session?
We'll go into executive session, discussion on code enforcement with attorneys pursuant to 1 MRSA 4056E.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? We're in executive.
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
All in favor? Okay. Motion to go into executive session.
Pursuant to 1 MRSA Section 4056A.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous. I have a motion to come out of executive session.
Move to come out of executive session.
Do I have a second? All in favor? Unanimous. All right, Sue.
What's happening?
We're ready.
Sue.
Sue, you're muted.
Yes, I've got to let Hannah and Wayne back in.
Yep.
Shut the door.
And that'll take a moment for them to sign in. But
Okay.
they're coming.
No, that's it.
All right, we got 25 minutes to get the rest of this meeting done, so before we go to the budget.
Oh my gosh, I know.
We've had a 2-minute meeting before.
It's static.
Yes, some of us have.
I still hold the record.
Oh.
So I hear.
Teresa, are you sharing them? Are you sharing too?
Yeah, right, incoming.
Thank you.
You want one, Ralph?
Sure.
I tried to get Ralph to get me one, but he looked at me like,
Get them from him.
I thought you were talking about something else.
I got a bite bag.
oh, the candy store. Oh.
Sorry.
All right, we got Wayne, we got Hannah.
Yes,
We all set to go on that?
yes.
All right. So consideration of business license application. Wayne, there was just one deficiency in your report that I read. Is that correct?
That's correct. The fire alarm testing, which couldn't be scheduled until May 2nd, and so that would be a conditional approval.
Okay. Hannah, tell us about your business you're opening.
Oh, sure. Hi, everyone. Hi. My name's Hannah St. Pierre. I am taking over a law firm that's been established in Raymond for about 10 years, Crawford Law. Todd Crawford is leaving to work for the state, and he's asked me to take over the practice. So essentially, I'm just looking to have a business license for the purpose of practicing law in this area. The physical location is 1288 Roosevelt Trail, the same as Crawford Law had practiced in. And that's about it. Unless you have any other questions.
Just general law? Is that what you practice, or?
Yes, there's a focus, I have a focus in civil matters, mostly a lot of family law, probate, estate planning, guardianships, adoptions, terminations, those sorts of things. Landlord, tenant, small claims. So mainly civil, maybe a little bit into the criminal sphere as I grow.
Okay. Well, we wish you well.
Well, thank you.
Welcome to Raymond. Can I have a
Thank you.
motion?
Move to accept the business license conditional on the the final fire alarm system check.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Unanimous. Welcome, Hannah.
Thank you so much, everybody.
All right, is Kurt on the line? Kurt LaBelle?
Nope.
What's that?
No, Kurt said this one was, he had another commitment, and this one was quite straightforward. It's simply folks that qualified for a homestead, and it should have been on their property, and it was missed.
Give that to Ralph.
Want to make a motion, Ralph?
Move to accept the abatement on Nancy L. Rivers and Daniel McEwen. Let's see, what's the,
It's on that piece of paper.
okay. Map 019-055, account 175, total abatement in the amount of $322.50.
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Unanimous? Okay. Next on the agenda. Consideration of number of members on the Comprehensive Plan Committee. We just received a resignation from the Comprehensive Plan Committee. I don't want this committee to get too large that they get caught up in process, and it's just harder to work with big committees. So
Isn't there 10 on there?
Yeah.
Was 10 on there?
there's 9 on there now.
So you need that one number out in case there's like a vote, then you.
Yeah, I always think an odd number is better on a committee. So I was hoping to propose that we leave the committee at 9 members and let them start this process. It's going to be a couple of years probably to get this done, so.
I asked, Kayla and Pete, do you agree with that number? You think that's a good number? And
Kayla, you okay with 9?
Yes, 9 is fine. I would agree with you. It makes for better voting.
One thing that, that I would make a statement on that is, like we do with some other committee, you've got the 9 members of the committee, but if you want to branch out into some subgroups and things like that, you can bring people in on those that are not necessarily in the committee, but can help out on research and this and that and the other. They just come back it comes back, and the committee is the only one that, the members on the committee are the only ones that have the vote, but you can make use of as many people to help research and do things like that as you want.
So another thing too is you guys do have an application. I know that you were going to bring it forward. Can he just be in the waiting in case something happens that you guys do lose another member?
Yeah.
That way you've got somebody already vetted through.
Thank you, Peter.
Just to be very brief, because I know time is short. At the January 17th meeting of the comprehensive plan, we decided that we would continue to accept applications until the contract planner was on board. So that was a decision of the committee. That doesn't supersede any decision of the select board. We serve at your pleasure. At the February 6th meeting, there was a discussion about the makeup of the comprehensive plan committee. Okay? And that was the concern, and I raised it. And it was just based on the fact that we did have an applicant and we had potentially a second applicant as well. And on review of the composition of the committee, it was determined that of the 10 that were currently on the committee, 3 were realtors in the community. And so we had a discussion, and that discussion was just based on the fact that according to the state guidelines, any community committee, but certainly a comprehensive plan committee, should be representative of the community. And that's in all aspects. So gender, age, new to the community, here for the community for years, conservative, liberal, people in the middle of the road, all of that sort of stuff, because that's what a comprehensive plan committee is supposed to be. So I raised a concern, and this was solely a concern on the fact that we had one applicant that was a realtor, and there was a second in the wings that was contemplating applying for the committee who was also a realtor. And so I raised that up as a concern. We took a vote at the committee, and I can tell you that the vote was 7-3 to bring that applicant forward to the select board. So that just gives you the background of this issue. And certainly, as I say, it's up to the select board to decide who serves, how many people are on, and the like. I'm just bringing that to your attention.
So can I ask him?
Yep.
So, Peter, what would you suggest then? Because I did hear that conversation you had with having the 3 realtors. So what would you do? Throw anybody that's not on it, like that? I didn't realize there was 2 applicants. Would you just take all those applicants and look at them overall to give it that mix?
Well, I would say we only have one applicant. The second one that was in the wings, and I have not heard whether that applicant actually filled out an application. I don't believe so. Sue, have you received?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So my feelings are on it. I'll just restate it. I have full confidence in the integrity of this comprehensive plan committee. And therefore, what I did was I brought that up informationally, just so that the committee would be aware, if they weren't, that the select board would be made aware that there was the potential for at least the appearance of a conflict of interest. One of the things that was suggested to us that we did review at our last meeting was that for the sake of transparency, just to remind everyone in the committee that anyone on the committee can call for a roll call vote. Therefore, that would help with the transparency, so that if there was any sense that there was a voting block or an issue like that, it's a matter of record.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
So I'll make a motion, not normal for the chair to
No,
make a
I'll
motion.
make a motion that we stay with 9 members on the comprehensive plan committee instead of 10.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Sure.
Would it, if with that structure, could any other members that are nominated be considered alternate members? Or is that different than having them in the wings, in your opinion?
They could, what they could do is be, they could go and serve as subcommittee or whatever to the committee. They would be non-voting members.
Which I feel is a great thing to have for a committee like that. I think that if you had 3, 4, 5 people that brought information to the committee, and then the committee ran, I think that's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's the ideal.
Yeah.
So
As long as they
9
know
on the
they can't
board,
vote.
and then as many as they can recruit to help them in the background, and that's fantastic.
They would not be committee members, Sue. They would be in the wings in case somebody resigns or drops out. You always have someone to fall back on.
Because I know the planning board has at times operated with alternate members, so that if a regular member could not attend, the alternate member could attend.
Yeah, I don't think that's how the comprehensive plan committee would work.
Okay, perfect. Just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor? Unanimous? You got 9 members. You ready to go? All right. Consideration of placing solar panels on town-owned property.
All right.
Go for it.
So, I know we've been approached several times over the years as far as going solar panels. And if you're out and about driving around these days, you see solar fields all over the place, all over the place. So, the property up on top of the dump up there, and there's the dump, there's Egypt Road, and there's one other road too. Can we check into doing solar panels? And how can it kick back to the town to either lower the budget? Can people buy into those solar panels so it can offset? Because I'll be the first one to say, my power bill, when I got an $800 power bill, I just about went off on the guy at CMP. And it's ridiculous. And with CMP right now, it's never been. And it's crazy. It's crazy. So I don't know enough about solar panels. I don't know enough about, I get it all the time in the mail, buying into solar panel farms.
Industry itself,
Yes.
really.
So whoever would know more information on it, but if we've got that land up there, and as everybody is seeing on the news more than anything, is the PFAS thing is kicking pretty bad. Raymond Elementary has PFAS over there in their waters, and they're trying to figure out that. But I don't know if we'd ever be able to do anything up on that dump
We already
site.
tested it. There's no PFAS up there.
Exactly. But can we utilize it to our benefit? And how can we pull the people of Raymond into it too? I don't know enough about it, but I bring it to you guys to.
Well, Don did some research.
Oh, good.
Yeah, there's a number of things you could do here. I mean, you can empower the staff to do some consulting and see what the range of opportunities are and bring a proposal or proposals to you to consider. I mean, some towns have gone so far as to have somebody who does sustainability within the town as a staff member. I'm not suggesting that. You could have a committee put together to, investigate options and alternatives. That's another thing that towns do, but there's just a wide range of opportunities out there, and I'm with you on it. We've got some properties that are ideally suited. To me, the property off the Egypt Road is one of those. I mean, we got a closed landfill. It would be ideal, I think, for solar, and it's going to be near the new substation that the Central Maine Power is developing. You also have parts of that Patricia Avenue parcel, as you point out, that were used in the past for MSW disposal. They should be investigated and see if they're appropriate. You can. The town could develop and own this thing. We could work with somebody else and lease the property. There's just so many different things that could happen. I get these. You talk about information. I get information mailed to me all the time from people. Most of them just want to secure a lease from them and sell it to somebody else. That's what you don't want to do. So, I mean, you could have a consultant help you, or you could put together a committee and have a consultant help you. You're going the same way ultimately if you want to know the range of things, because we're not experts in solar. You'd have to investigate it.
And if I'm not mistaken, most of these solar companies are from out of state.
Yes.
They come in and they invest, and they are making money on subsidies and selling.
That's what Revision's doing.
Right.
And
Okay.
so,
Right.
and Revision's, of course, the leader in this in Maine, but there are others. And there may be other ways to structure this. You know, there are people in town who develop these things on their own. And
Gray has, are the ones along the Turnpike?
Yeah, that's the other thing you can do too, is you can
Is
contact.
that Gray?
That's Gray. Yeah, so there's other, I don't think that's Gray's, that's not Gray's facility, I don't think, but that's, Gray has a separate one, I believe.
Okay.
So Wyndham has done this. I think theirs is just on buildings, I think, but, you know, Gray has a separate one that's, I think, not connected to their buildings. They may well have them on buildings. I mean, basically, everybody has these on buildings these days. Now they're going into the solar
The
farm thing.
fields, yeah.
So I mean, I
Utilize what we have.
can't tell you tonight what the best thing to do is. It requires some study.
So why don't we do this, allow Don to look into, and Chris and Alex to look into some possibilities of what we can do, and is the old Patricia Avenue site feasible? Is the old
Egypt
dump on Egypt Road feasible? We can either put it on the next meeting in April or May. I mean, I don't think there's any big hurry to jump into this, but we need to gather more information.
Right, I don't see it in April.
Okay.
I think possibly May. And if you want to know about suitability, you're going to have, an engineering view of it.
Right.
Okay.
So are you guys in favor of it?
100%.
Good, good.
Real quick, and this is a little bit down the road, but there's already been discussions at the Comprehensive Plan Committee, everything from forming a separate community committee to look at solar in the community. Some of the things that we've already heard is such things as levying impact fees on development, things like, and you raise a good point as far as the Gray development. That's kind of ecologically or sustainability the ideal. It makes no sense to be trying to go green, get energy, and the way that you accomplish that is you cut down trees that are reservoirs for carbon dioxide. So it's those type of impacts that need to be studied and looked at as well.
I think it's a great use of land, what Gray did, and I see it even up in Augusta on all the turns and all that, where that land is never going to be used for anything.
No.
So utilize it for that. Don't utilize someone's field and right next to a house. I mean, utilize the term. I think it's fantastic.
And then we have those properties and we're never going to do anything with them,
Yeah.
so why not? Yeah. No, good. All right, that's great.
One thing Ralph just mentioned to me I think is important is to accept the resignation letter that we received.
Move to accept the resignation from Brad McCurtain from the Comprehensive Plan Committee.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous. All right, town manager's report. We're down to 8 minutes.
I can do it.
Thank you,
All right.
Peter.
Okay, so basically, we've got confirmed dates for upcoming regular meetings, April 11th and May 9th. And upcoming budget schedule, March 14th, after the meeting, department head review number 2. So this is what we're doing tonight. March 21st, joint workshop with the Budget Finance Committee. March 28th, Select Board warrant review and recommendations. April 4th, Budget Finance Committee recommendations of budget articles. April 11th is the Select Board final warrant approval during a regular meeting. And then the upcoming election schedule is June 8th. And so that the deadline to request absentee ballots is June 8th. June 13th, municipal and RSU 14 elections and vote. The annual town meeting warrant via secret ballot at the Jordan Small Middle School's gym from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. So that there's a lot of dates and a lot of information there. So it's on the website, and you can follow along on our YouTube channel, Raymond TV, and So I hope people will take that opportunity to learn about the budget process, and that's what's following in a couple of minutes. Just a couple other quick things. We're collecting deposits, $20 deposits for 65-gallon recycle totes. This is something that came out of the recycling committee. We need 100 orders in order to have a viable order for municipal pricing. So if somebody wants to do that, I think we have a number of orders already. So I think we're very close to 100 already. But so the town's going to do that, and it's going to be solely at citizen cost. But we will accept deposits and get those ordered. We've got 13 new chairs on the way.
We're here?
We're here.
Wow. I fit so nice into this one, though. It's so
Yeah.
formed.
You know what? Yeah.
It's wide.
It's very wide. I feel like I'm like in a pool.
So I kept it short
Glad
tonight.
they said that to you and
That's
not
all
me.
I've got. But yeah, we're going to get rid of the 35-year-old chairs.
Nice.
Or 40-year-old chairs, whatever
Well,
they are.
this one's not bad.
Well, these are newer. Some are newer.
You're gonna get rid of.
Yeah, I'm the only one with the archaic one
Just
here.
these.
I got no. They
do?
For her birthday, we gave her that chair.
Is that?
So that's
All right.
That's all.
Thank you. Any public comment? Seeing none. Any selectmen comment?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? All right.
Welcome to the March 16th Budget Finance Committee Department Head Review. I'd like to call this meeting to order. First order of business is approval of our March 7th minutes, our meeting last Tuesday.
I move approval of the minutes.
No, second.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. I see we have guests from provider agencies, so we're gonna call them up one at a time. And if you want to direct the right people to...
Well, we have the Snowmobile Club here, the Raymond Rattlers. We have the representative from RTP, I see. There may be others here, I don't know.
Wyndham
Oh,
Wyndham
yeah, Chamber of Commerce, Robert in the back, sorry.
So I'm gonna start with the Snowmobile Club.
Yeah.
Could you speak to the mic and talk to your funding requests?
How you doing, Larry Wood? Treasurer.
Alan Plummer, current president of the Raymond Rattlers.
Keith Thomas, just a club member.
Thank you. Now you come before us asking for,
$2,000, and that is in the recreation budget.
So we receive fees, of course, for snowmobile registrations. That's a portion of those fees, the largest portion of those fees. They're about 2,300 this year.
Yeah, 20, it ranges from 23 up to close to 20.
So basically 2,000 of the 23, yeah.
Yeah.
I see your request has not gone up. It stayed flat at 2,000. Is there anything else you want to add to your presentation?
Is there any particular things you're going to do with the money, or is this?
Just continue with maintenance and bridge repairs, and a little bit of fundraising, and donations, stuff like that.
Lonnie?
A handful of my land out back that they put some new bridges in over the last handful of years, and they do a really good job. I mean, I've known the guys their whole life, or my whole life, but needless to say, I think they do well for the town, for the club, with the resources that they have. And I know that it was 1,000 for years, and they boosted it up to 2, and it was long overdue. And I think 2 is a real small portion for what they do for the town with the snowmobile trails. So.
Thank you, Lonnie.
As I say every year, and I think I can say this again, that the trails, although they're meant for snowmobiles, are open to the public for cross-country skiing, snowshoeing, dog sledding. Several years ago, my son and I were doing this. We saw all kinds of different activities out there, and so I would agree with Lonnie. They're well-maintained. They're open for, the range of winter recreational activities for the public to enjoy, in addition to snowmobiling. Used with care, I guess, though.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Teresa?
Thank you to all the landowners in Raymond
Yep.
Yes.
for letting us use the trail.
What happens to the extra money that doesn't go to them? What do we do with it?
Keep it. Fund balance.
Okay.
Yeah.
How was the registration this year?
I think we took in 2596 in this particular fiscal year, but the last couple of years it's been 2350, 2400.
So it's actually up a little.
Yeah, it is up a little bit. This year was 2526.
And that's kind of on a down year as far as snowmobiling goes, because
Yeah.
it wasn't, our season kind of got
Yeah.
going late. I mean,
Yeah, I don't know.
up and down.
Like
up and
end of
down.
February?
It was in February, and I think we really only had a couple of weeks here, and that was it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's critical. And we also apply for a maintenance grant through the state, we're not sure if we'll even get that this year because we have to have so much time and the work that we do and materials that get used and for brushing trails or that all that stuff takes into account, and we have to reach a certain amount before they'll actually reimburse us for that. So it's not necessarily given every year. So.
Are you guys members of the Maine Snowmobile Association?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do they help you with money at all, or how does
If
that?
you apply for the grant,
Yeah.
we only have so many miles of trail, so we only get a certain amount, like
Yeah.
about 6,300
Yeah.
max we could get. Bigger snowmobile clubs get a bigger proportion of the, because they have over 30 miles of trails.
Right.
We have just 30 miles here in Raymond.
They don't count the lakes, and that's a big part of it with
Yeah,
6 of
they
them.
don't.
Right. I know.
Any other questions for the Snowmobile Club? Raymond Rattlers? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I need to ask the videographers rather, to please start the video on the studio. We can't see who's speaking at all.
He should be listening.
Bill, I hope you heard me. We can't see the studio on Zoom.
Well, that's
Good day.
Is that you?
That's her screen, yeah.
Yeah. I think you might have to take that down.
Last year.
There, it's coming up now.
They have it there.
It's coming
They
up
could see
now.
it.
So, Robin Mullins is here from
They're
the
working on it.
chamber.
Okay, I've got Eric coming up. There's
Hi.
some issue with the Indiana showing up on the computer.
This one's broken.
It's broken.
Mullins.
Happy birthday.
Can we go back to video in a bit? You own it.
I own it. Geez, wasn't I scared? You break it, you own it.
Is there the possibility to go back to the video in a few minutes?
Who are you asking, Bill?
I'm asking whoever's presenting it.
They left. That was the
Snowmobile Club.
yeah, Snowmobile Club.
I think he's asking if we will just continue the meeting until video comes up,
Okay.
so.
Is that what you mean, Bill?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Next we'll
I
have
speak the same language.
Robin Mullins from the Chamber of Commerce, please.
That's scary.
Yeah.
Good evening. I'm Robin Mullins, President and CEO of the Sebago Lakes Region Chamber of Commerce. I've been in my role for 3 years, and I'm so excited. This is the first time I've actually gotten to see all of you people live and in person. Yay! So just a reminder, the Sebago Lakes Region Chamber of Commerce covers the towns of Casco, Casco, Gray, Naples, New Gloucester, Raymond, Sebago, Standish, and Wyndham. We have a mission, and our mission is to foster economic growth and prosperity in the region that we serve. So it would be those 8 towns. And I do ask for funds from each of those 8 towns. I'm asking the town of Raymond for $1,000, which is what we asked for last year. And we like to say that it's not a donation, it's an investment in the town. And hopefully what we give to you is well worth the investment of the $1,000. And we'll talk a little bit about what it is that we as a chamber try to offer to you as a town. We serve approximately 300 businesses. About 95% of those, and those businesses are throughout the state of Maine, but about 95% of them are in the Sebago Lakes region. We also have our own 501c3. It's a charitable trust, and we give to the 12 food pantries in the 8 towns that I mentioned earlier money every single year to help with food insecurity in the Sebago Lakes region. Since we started that, we've given over $145,000. Last year, I'm proud to say that it was the most we've ever given. We gave $25,000 to those 12 food pantries, and the Raymond Food Pantry got just under $2,000 of that from us based on our Feed the Need donations. One of the big things that we do for Feed the Need is the Polar Dip, which is part of the fishing derby that the Sebago Lake Rotary Club puts on. And I just have to say how happy I am, and I'm probably going to get teary-eyed. Nate and his team are absolutely wonderful in helping us get ready for that. They go out there and they cut a nice big hole in the ice for us, and they're available the day of to help with setup and things like that, and also the fire and rescue. Especially this year, the ice actually was crumbling around us because it wasn't as thick as we wanted it to be. So I just want to say thank you to the town of Wyndham and all of those folks. We were able to get all of our jumpers through. We made about $5,000 on that this year, but we definitely couldn't do it without the partnership that we get from the town of Raymond, so thank you. We also offer scholarships. We offer our scholarships, obviously, to the schools that are in the 8 towns that we support. So that would be Gray, New Gloucester, Bonnie Eagle, Lake Region High School, RSU 14, Wyndham and Raymond. And we also offer it to the Wyndham Christian Academy as a private school as well. One of the things that I really, really am proud of is we don't just give a scholarship to a graduating senior, we also include adult ed students in that as well. As a person who had a daughter who graduated from an adult ed program because normal school did not work for her, I know the importance of the adult ed programs, and I think it's important that we recognize those folks as well. And a couple of years ago, we did have a student from Raymond who got our scholarship, and he went to HVAC school, and now he's working for a company, and he's doing so well. So I'm very proud of him. So last year we didn't give an RSU 14 student, but we did give 2 out. We gave one to a Great New Gloucester student and one to a Lake Region student. So we're gearing up for that right now. We just sent out all of the schools the information on the scholarship. So hopefully we can get that taken care of in May so that we can present those at their award nights. What are some other things that we offer our towns and businesses? We offer marketing opportunities for businesses, and they don't have to be a member of our chamber to have marketing opportunities. We do offer them to businesses that do not participate as members, as paying members to the chamber. We also have a town listing on our website. If you were to go there, you will find the town of Raymond. We list beaches, hiking, other things that you can do in the Raymond area. It's also in the booklet that you have in front of you. We have a full page that's dedicated to the town of Raymond. And the town of Raymond owns that page. Whatever they want to do or add or whatever, they're more than welcome to do that and to partner with us on that. We have a new booklet that's coming out in May. So if there's any changes that people want, they can let me know and we can absolutely make those changes. Oh, let's see, what else do I have here? We also partnered with Raymond Parks and Rec. We do some stuff with them for Easter. We also partnered with them for the Be the Influence in the Family Fun and Fitness Film Festival. Say that fast 5 times at Tasseltop that they do each spring. That's a fun event, and we like to partner with them on that. And we also have information on our website, on our Facebook page, and in our newsletter regarding any town events or things that are going on, because we want to make sure that we keep our members up and current on what's going on in the town of Raymond. I did want to finish. I've never done this in the past, but I thought it would be nice. This year I've included what other towns are paying us, because and it's interesting. Somebody said, I had that question, so thank you for giving us that information. $1,000 is what we do ask for most of our towns. Wyndham does give us $4,500. Clearly, they're a bigger town, so we can ask for a little bit more money. Naples does give us $2,000, and then the town of Sebago, being that it's a smaller town, does give us $500. So just wanted to be very transparent on what it is that we ask for the other towns. And again, hopefully for the $1,000 that we ask for an investment, you're getting that back in many, many different ways. And I absolutely enjoy working with Don. He is one of those people that if we have an event, I know he's going to show up. I can't always count on all of my town managers, but I generally can count on Don. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. Any questions?
Once again, during the pandemic, the chamber was very, very supportive, and with PPE, with community education, working with a health officer, and many other things, grant assistance and providing materials. We still have a lot of things left over.
I've heard that from a lot of towns.
so thank you for that again.
Absolutely. And Dawn and I have had this conversation. I've had this conversation with other town managers as well. I mean, obviously you're separate towns and it makes sense for you guys to do things individually, but sometimes it makes sense for us to do things as a region. And one of the things, you guys have given us some ARPA funds, and I have gotten those from other towns as well. And we're doing a comprehensive marketing campaign. We've got some videos that actually were just posted to our website, and they're for the entire region, not just for any specific town, and they're for all of the towns. We've got 4 of them actually, so I'm excited about that, and we're trying to figure out how we're going to utilize those for marketing moving forward. We have also got Facebook videos that we're doing monthly, Instagram Reels that we're doing monthly, YouTube videos that will be coming soon, and then we're also doing Google Ads. And so the ARPA money is being used for those. Yes, did you have a question?
Not a question. Tell them about your legislative event that you just had.
Absolutely. We had a legislative breakfast where we invited, we have 10 legislators that represent the 8 towns that we support here in the chamber. And of the 10, 5 of them were able to come to a breakfast last week. And each of them had a table, and we had business leaders as well as town municipality leaders there as well. And it was an opportunity for business owners and for the towns to say, hey, this is what's going on in our realm and what we need you to hear as legislators. And it was also so for me, I said for the legislators, it's an opportunity for you to listen and learn, but also to say, hey, this is what's going on in Augusta, and letting people know that some of what they heard is already being addressed. So that is something that we have not done since I've been in my position, mostly because of COVID, but moving forward, it will be at least an annual event to pull. I think it's really important for the legislators to know what's going on in our region and to let us know how they can help us and how we can help them.
Bless you.
Thank you. Lonnie.
Kudos for whoever pulled, I mean, I'm sure it was more than one person that put together the book. There's a lot of great information in here. And
it's my office manager who does most of the work, and we do have a design person that we work with. And yeah, we try to keep everything local. It's a local designer. We print it locally here in Maine as well. That's
the information inside, very informative and very vast.
Thank you.
So, very nice.
Awesome. Any other questions or anything? I could stand up here and talk all night long.
Please don't.
I just came from Gray, so.
We'll give you $200.
out of our pocket.
All right, thank you guys so much. Have a
Thank
good
you.
night.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
I don't
We have the RTP bus.
Next up from RTP, and please introduce yourself. Regional Transportation.
Yes, good evening. My name is Don Libby. I'm the manager of transit operations for Regional Transportation and also the Lakes Region Explorer. We've made a request from all the towns along this route, like we have in the past. This year's request, we went up a little from last year's request, which I know that the town of Raymond didn't support or supported it somewhat, I guess. But we made a request for $10,000 from every town. We have an increase in expenses, as everybody does in this world that we live in. But in any event, our budget for that Lakes Region Explorer runs about $196,000 a year, and we try to get 25% participation from the 5 towns on the route. We are adding a second run in the morning, a commuter run. So we have a 6:30 that leaves Bridgeton and comes down. We're actually going to be adding a 7:30 come Memorial Day for people that work in Portland. And we also are adding a 4th evening shuttle coming back out of Portland up this way, or up through Wyndham and all the way up through Bridgeton after Memorial Day on a Saturday schedule as well. So we'll be running 4 round trips a day very soon, back to where we were pre-COVID, and ridership numbers over the last quarter, 3 or 4 months have been hitting really strong numbers. So I think we're finally seeing the after effects of I think people using public transportation and getting back in the swing of things. It took a long haul there to get that done. And we're in the process of adding a 3rd bus to the program as well. So we will always have backups in play for that run. So that's where we're at. We're requesting $10,000, and hopefully you guys can see fit to help us with that and help us keep these things on the road. Any questions?
Any questions, please? Seeing no questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Don.
Thank you.
We did some of the training
Is that the last of the provider agencies?
No, we got Russ
No, we got Russ
Hutchinson
Hutchinson.
from the Crescent Lake Watershed.
Okay.
Would you like me to speak now?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. I'm Russ Hutchinson. I'm the president of the Crescent Lake Watershed Association, also a Raymond resident. We are a volunteer organization of interested parties around Crescent Lake, and we promote good practices for lakeside owners and anyone else who's going on the lake. We try to get our educational word out to folks. We're also, along with RWPA, we cost share on the cost of the courtesy boat inspectors for Crescent Lake in our attempts to keep any invasive species out of the lake. That's the biggest part of our budget, obviously. And we also try to do some educational work through our newsletters and our website to get the word out about good practices on and around the lake. And I think we've, in the past couple of years, last year we asked for $500, and thank you very much, everybody generously supported that, and we're coming back and asking for the same amount this year to help us defer some of those costs of the educational and the courtesy boat inspections. So if anyone has any questions, I certainly entertain those at this time.
I don't see any questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks, Russ.
Thanks.
Is that it for provider agencies?
Teresa saying yes.
All right. Right now, we have Joe Crocker on the phone from North Carolina?
Myrtle Beach, I think.
Myrtle Beach.
He's on vacation, but he wanted to come.
Hilton Head. Oh, we hate you even more, Joe.
Play a little golf, are you?
We made it. Some of our golf clubs didn't, but we'll figure that out later. No, thank you, everybody. Guess I don't see a screen of what's being shown, but we'll start with the general fund. That's okay. One of the increases this year is the salary by $18,000. That's to help support one of the new ventures that we're going to have of a Raymond summer camp, partnered with Camp Hines to use their location, and it will be the start of hopefully a great program that will seek a lot of benefits having in our community, as you know, as you can tell, with childcare being really hard to get. So that the increase will help support the camp director that will be staffed, and a lifeguard.
Joe, when is that going to start?
Yes, we're going to open up registrations March 27th, and we're working with SAC and Wyndham Parks and Rec to kind of all do it at the same time. So people will have hopefully options, and we're all kind of different in what we can present to the campers. We all run it a little bit differently. So, and then that will start June 26th, and it'll run 8 weeks.
Is that a day camp program?
Just a day camp, yes. Strictly 8 to 5. So it helps people who have 2 working parents, and yeah.
What ages, Joe?
We're going to try out 1st to 6th grade.
1st to 6th?
Yep, 1st to 6th, and then as we can hopefully find a bigger space that can hold a higher volume of kids, I can see this as being offset by our program registrations.
So just to jump in real quick about daycares are closing left and right. There is such a shortage of them right now. There's one right now on 302 that's closing. There's another one in Standish that's closing. My phone is ringing nonstop for daycare, and people cannot find it. So having a summer camp here in Raymond is the big benefit, huge benefit. And I told Joe it is probably going to fill up within hours.
Yeah.
Why do you feel they're closing?
DHS. DHS literally will come into our house and sit for 3 hours going through our paperwork. And it's all about the paperwork right now, because I feel DHS, the only thing they can control is the daycares. So people are done. They're fed up, you know. So they're just, it's not worth it anymore. It's crazy. It's a bad time for people that have kids and trying to get them in daycare, and you can only have so many under the age of 2 also. So I'm licensed for 12, and I can have 6 under the age of 2. But it's nuts. It's bad right now as far as people trying to find daycare, and people have to work.
Yeah.
Joe, how many openings?
Projections.
How many
Go ahead,
openings
Joe.
are you going to have?
I can right now probably comfortably 30, and the issue is if we're outside, it's fine. It's when bad storm, anything like that, we're going to be centralized into Messer Hall. So 30 is probably the most you want in that building. So that's where that challenge is.
30?
So if we can get a bigger building at some point, then we can obviously open up more spots for campers. And one of the so I did some projections in this because I've been working with SAC also, because they can only handle 39 kids based off DHS regulations. So together we can have 69 Raymond kids, but there's still in that group, that age range, about probably 200 kids that might not have opportunity to at least do summer camp in Raymond.
Do you have an idea on what the price is gonna be?
Yeah, so my price is going to be $1,400 for 8 weeks, and we're only going to offer a full camp option, just so we can have the guaranteed funds.
Joe, have you thought anything about scholarships for some kids that parents that can't afford it?
Don mentioned that, and I think he can explain the model a little bit better.
There's a couple of options. You could build that into the program, or I was going to ask you to have permission to utilize community assistance funds, because I think it's of utmost importance that families that cannot afford to participate have the opportunity to do that. And we talked about some other innovative things that we could possibly do. And in the old days in Raymond, I understand that the school used to work with the local camps and have a camp opportunity, because we have a number of summer camps between the towns of the Lake region, and so there's something we could possibly do there. I was asking Joe to reach out, and maybe we could accommodate a few more people that way. But anyway, back to the question of what do you do with people who can't afford it? I think the town should step up and try to assist with that. And if you don't use something like a community assistance fund, if you don't feel that's appropriate, then I would say build it into the budget.
Okay, that's $175 a week. That's nothing.
That's half, right?
Yeah, that's low. That is low for. Are you offering meals? Or are they going to be bringing them?
No, they'll have to bring their own lunch and snacks.
Okay, all right.
There might be opportunities, like if it's a Smitty's trip or something like that, we can roll in a lunch. But yeah, most times we'll be providing their own.
Do you think that's a flaw in the model, that they need to bring their own food? I mean, how many kids are going to show up with nothing?
Oh, they forget it all the time. So, but on the other hand, it's also really expensive too.
Oh yeah.
Groceries right now are awful, but yeah, I mean, I would have some stuff as backups.
Yeah, one of the options is, and I've done this in other communities, is work with the nutrition program through the schools. And if you're in I think a certain district or area, you might be able to get free lunch. So that's something I can reach out to our 214's nutrition program to look at.
Joe, are you planning to use the waterfront there for the camp?
Yes, it will let us use. Mess up I think it's West Beach.
Do you have in your figure there? Do you have waterfront people?
Yes, one of the portion of the salary is to cover our lifeguard. I just found out yesterday though that our lifeguard is going to apprentice on our electrician, so I might be getting recertified. I don't know. We'll see.
So your total budget is going to be $42,000.
That's yeah, based off the
30 times
registrations.
Yeah.
Do you have any funds for any kind of air? Does that make sense? Contingent funds?
No. So the salary, that's why the camp director, I think, will help offset those costs. And some of the startup costs will come from that projects and maintenance line.
Okay.
Some of the supplies we need to games, rec balls, stuff like that. So.
Okay. Well, Joe, I think this is going to be a wonderful thing for the kids in Raymond. I really do. But I think you're underfunding yourself a little bit. But for the first year, it's probably a good start and see where you go.
Yeah.
But I think next year you might need to look at it again.
The increase of camp or the camp fee.
The camp fee, yeah.
Okay.
And every year too, the fees go up for in Cumberland County and stuff like that. But no, get the people in so they know what it is, and then they know to sign up and wait for it.
Right.
You know what I mean, when it comes out.
Right, and then Joe can make it a better place.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, $175 and very well could be half of someone's net for the whole week.
Right.
So that's already up there for some.
Sorry guys, I didn't mean to talk over you. So one of the issues that we have is per volume. So if you look at Wyndham Parks and Rec, we're I think maybe $100 difference in the whole camp fee, but they have 130. So
Oh my gosh.
130 campers. So that's kind of the struggle with price per per child. But we can definitely revisit that.
Great idea, though.
I think it's also important to acknowledge the Boy Scouts for cooperating with
Yeah.
us, and we did it on a barter basis, so it's kind of a pilot program, and I think it benefits, the town certainly, and I think the Boy Scouts as well. And they have some wonderful facilities. If you haven't been in there, post the effort that the Army did, or the Innovative Readiness Training Program of a few years ago. They have a new dining hall that's spectacular, all sorts of, new activity buildings, and so it's really quite something. And the site itself on Panther Pond is, well, it's Panther Pond, so I don't know if we could ask for a better location to have this. So thank you to the BSA.
Great. So the only change in the general fund is I'm just lessening the projects and maintenance line by 10 grand. Because I think just to shift that more towards the salary line, and I think I'm at the point where I need more people than actual items, stuff like that. So, any other questions on these accounts?
Lonnie.
Maybe I should know this answer, but what happened to Raymond Baseball?
I just rolled that into if we're kind of the CIP playground. So a lot of our infield fill and stuff like that comes from that account line.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Little League did merge with G&G with Little League.
Which definitely decreased the budget that they need, for sure.
Yeah. I guess next we can move to Tasseltop. That's what I have next here.
Yes, go ahead.
Great. So we did, Sharice and I kind of looked at this and try to get the revenues a little bit more. Now that we have 3 years of data, try to get in the middle of our years. So for all of our revenue streams, about 129,000 for the season. The big expense change that I wanted to add and talk about is the structure repairs line. We put 30,000 there, and that would make it look like we're coming out as a loss. But we do have a surplus in there, and this is to be used to help with that, pretty much this strategic plan that I had placed in Tasseltop. So obviously we have the ARPA funds for the sewer, bathrooms, anything like that. We might need to throw maybe a little bit extra on top of that, and we could use this line to do that. But I'm hoping to get a new little parks garage for the site to move where Barry is, which is pretty much in the cabin rental area. So he can't do any work, woodwork or anything like that during the camp season, which is now 21 weeks instead of 12. So it started to kind of slow down some of the his job duties as far as keeping up with. So we like to move that across the street and away from them. So that's one of the big changes there.
Joe, is Tasseltop booked for the year?
Oh yeah. And now I'm getting all the emails and phone calls and just telling people that we are already filled. So definitely, I think was a great deal, and I think with the improvements Barry and Karen have made it even more desirable.
Wow.
And yeah, we're rebooked, and everyone's coming back from last year.
Did you go up on the rental?
We did, yeah. We went up to 1,500.
What happened to the 35,000 from last year, 2023? It's crossed off. Anybody know?
What are you looking at?
CIP playground?
The CIP for the, because every year I ask for 35,000 to be put in the CIP playground, and
That
that
was the
covers.
playground?
Yeah, the playground mulch and stuff like that. It's crossed off.
But that's not tassel top, is it?
I'm just looking on his
It's on the
full
blue
budget,
page.
but it's, yeah, sorry, on the blue sheet.
So it's in the
Yeah.
CIP?
Okay, I'll wait till we
Yep.
get the CIP then.
Yeah. Well, they're supposed to speak to it, but yeah, it's included this year, Teresa.
But
Can you
was,
make the print on this a little smaller?
Yeah. You didn't bring your
That's
glasses,
my fault,
Joe?
dude. That was my one, I was trying to get everything on one page, and I
He thinks he's cool, he doesn't need them.
Yeah.
was it the-
down
Any
the
other
bottom.
questions with tassel top?
It was, Teresa, to answer your question, it was overlooked somehow. It was overlooked in the current fiscal year for FY '23. That's why it's crossed off. It did not get funded this year, but it is in for the CIP for the FY '24.
Okay, I just saw it
Sorry.
crossed off, so, all right.
Curious about the tassel top cabins, the increase from 3 to 5. What exactly is that difference for the cabins?
That's just to help with upgrades. We need a new bulkhead, stuff like that. So it actually, at some point, we probably need even more investment into it. It has become a little bit outdated on some of the sleeper cabins. So definitely got to invest in those. Barry does a great job. I mean, pretty much all we're paying for is the materials, and he does all the labor and upgrades. So that's what the increase is.
Great deal.
Can I throw something out there?
Go ahead, Teresa.
Just for you guys that don't know about Tassel Top, I think it was only open, what, he said 12 weeks for the cabins, and when we brought Joe in, he has revamped the whole Tassel Top down there, opened it up. There's different events going on down there. They're renting cabins now for like, what do you say, 21 weeks now, and we're getting a lot more revenue in, and he's really, really turned it around and has brought a lot of money in down there.
Plus, it's really been upgraded from
Yeah.
what it used to be.
And
Snap
importantly,
down bathrooms.
the feel of the park has not changed. It's still a very rustic place, and, you know, so it's has a very state park sort of feel. I'd say it's equal to the experience you'd get there. And greater than when you add the cabins.
And they're already booked up for the year, so they book up the year before, which is good. So next year's season's already done, which is great. So, and 1,500 a piece. So yeah, so with Tassel Top brings in good money, which is good.
Lonnie?
Is there any, Joe, is there any variables or pieces of the puzzle that you didn't forecast that now you're like, oh no, this is going to be an issue down the road? Or, and I'm not looking at little minor things, but more of like, you know, big ticket items like, oh God, I should have had better air conditioners, or something to that effect that we should be thinking about in the kind of budget.
The biggest one, Lonnie, is the bathroom situation. Once we got the Royal Thrones, so they're called the portable trailer toilets. People just couldn't say enough good things, and now we can't go back. So, so going forward, it's just making sure we can get that septic system in, get the bathrooms in, and the biggest thing is the snack shack. Right now, we can't do anything that's not pretty much frozen. So we have to microwave everything. We have no running water, so it really limits what we can do there. And it's hard to keep people there the whole day and not go out, leave again to get lunch when you can't make a burger or pizza or hot dogs or anything like that. So that's the biggest project. And we just got approval from LWCF to start in fall, that initiative with the ARPA grant, and get that done. So if everything goes smoothly, we'll hopefully start that in the fall.
That's cool.
Thank you.
So I guess, I don't know if you want to review the special revenue accounts. This is just kind of projections of kind of what the programs we're offering and what the expenses of those programs cost. So there's a lot of different little things in there, but I think the biggest revenue generators are going to be that summer camp, and then our winter program is the ski program. So those are two big ones, and then everything else is like enrichment programs from clubs, pickleball, trying to think what else, start chess club, running club, stuff like that. So a big shout out to all the volunteers that have really helped grow this side of Parks and Rec, and really my biggest passion is the programs and what that provides for families and children to try new things and hopefully enjoy some great activities that will last a lifetime.
I'll do that if he doesn't.
So Joe, I keep getting emails on pickleball.
Me too.
All right, so
welcome. It's the fastest growing sport in the world.
I mean, it's for people my age and older, I guess. What?
Yeah.
No, my age and older.
Lonnie keeps telling me how wonderful it is.
Yeah.
So, how many courts do we have in Raymond right now?
We have 3 tight courts in RES. It's there's some house rules, like no overhead swings near the 8-foot hoops, and watch out for your neighbors on the other court. But we can fit 3, and per day we get I think 19 to 21 is our max that we can have in one day.
Oh my God.
And those are on Mill Street or?
No, it's at RES.
No, this is indoor, Raymond Elementary.
Oh, okay.
We have one outdoor court now that's taped at the basketball court. But what happens is we have a concentrated group of pickleball players in the winter because it's indoors, and then when we go outdoors, it gets spread out all across Maine, just because there's no centralized outdoor pickleball courts.
This might be a good time, Joe, to segue into your special proposal.
The big ticket.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah. So the CIP, one of the proposals we have is a tennis court. So I applied for a USDA grant, got accepted for $25,000 for 3 tennis courts, and then that would be lined for 6 pickleball courts. We got the estimate of $225,000 to $275,000. $250,000 is what we're asking. And then there's also a light option as well that we don't have to pick up, but I wanted to present that because it was in the grant. I got the specs drawn. So.
And where would you locate these?
This would be taking place of the back left baseball field at Mill Street.
Isn't that the pool?
Yeah.
The mud run?
It's either a pool or tennis court that we can do there. So what we do is build up, the basketball court there is held really well for just slight material down. So this would be a good option for us to kind of utilize that space and have what I think Mill Street should be is more of the leisurely recreation. So people just, come into town, want to play tennis or, play pickleball. They have a spot, and I think our Raymond residents would really love the added value of having this in town.
So Lonnie can vouch because of baseball. We tasked Joe when he came on to figure out what to do with that field down at Mill Street because it has gone down. The park has. And we have tried years. Donnie was president of baseball, I was president of baseball, and it was always a swamp back there. It really was.
Always. And we did a lot of work too.
Yeah.
We did a lot of tree cutting. I don't know, Nate and his crew has done a lot of work. So
the problem is you can't get drainage there because it's a low spot, and so
you'd have to lift.
And so what's happening now, of course, there's a little less interest in baseball than there has been. We are going to get the school, which has a very nice field. Nice. And the other field I think is a little better than the backfield. So when you build up the tennis courts, you can get the drainage you need, and it's also, Joe tells me, and I've had a number of people talk to me as well. There's a lot of interest in the tennis and pickleball right now, and that goes across to several other age groups. So something for the older residents as well. And
it is
so I think we have
wellness sport. It really is. It's a
wellness court. Yeah.
Really
so I think we have enough baseball fields, and particularly when we get the school field, we're gonna have enough baseball fields, and we're never going to make that field into a good baseball field.
Well, no, but the only thing that field was ever for, that whole park down there was baseball and a little bit of a playground.
Right.
Now you've
Even
got
if-
basketball,
but
you've
even
got
if you did the
pickleball,
field,
tennis,
you
yeah.
lifted that field.
Yep.
You still have balls that go out into the woods
Yeah.
that are pretty much lost, and that's 10 a game. You
Exactly.
know.
Oh, yeah.
So and it's never. I think by changing it to something like this is a great idea because
Offers a lot to the town.
yes, it does.
You know, and those, one of the big issues you've got is that there's not enough courts to support the people
No.
that want to use them right now. And I think, you know, there's people here from pickleball group that can kind of talk to that too. But I mean, you know, they've got a limit on how many they can have in there for a certain time slot, and it's filled within half an hour of that time being opened up. So there is a big desire out there.
And it's not just for kids.
No.
Yeah,
No, it's for
that's
older people.
Well, exactly. So you've got something else
They
going
teach it
on,
in
yeah.
elementary school.
Do they really?
Oh, yeah.
Pickleball?
Yes, absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah, we have 130, I just checked, 137 registered members this season playing pickleball.
Talk about the growth, Joe. What's the growth look like over the last couple of years?
I think it started with 12, but no, just nationwide, it's growing. We have over 200 members on how we organize it with our head volunteers is through the Team Reach app. So we have over 200 members that get that. We only had two 2-hour slots. We opened up 4 during the week. And then we had a sponsor come in and sponsor our Saturdays. So we have to pay for that gym time. So they're sponsoring that, and it's all being filled up.
So Joe, you said you got a $25,000 grant from USTA?
Yep.
And then you need another $250?
Correct.
Where is this coming from?
Well, that's something we have to discuss,
Okay.
and so I've talked with Joe about it, and you know, it's kind of to my way of thinking, a bit of a small number for a bond, so it could be a bank loan, or if you chose, I mean, I would hate to come back to the public, you know, year in, year out, and ask for, you know, significant appropriations. An option would be, and I'm just throwing this out there, if you had and he does have a development plan, maybe you would consider a recreation bond and say, now that's it, and we're going to do this, and then we'll see where we're at some date certain in the future. I think the desire, the demand, the support is there in the public, and so I know Teresa wants to speak to this, but that's what I might suggest, or you can just bite off this tennis court and figure a way to do that on a short-term loan, or build it into the budget. I mean, there's all kinds of options, as you know. I mean, it depends on your tolerance to the tax impact. But if you wanted to mitigate that, you'd probably bond it.
I told
or
Joe
loan.
and Dawn to come to you guys because you guys are good with the numbers, but if you do put lights in there, then people can go down there and stuff like that.
Can
And-
easily double your income.
Yeah.
You easily double
Well,
it by putting it after dark.
Just
too.
getting more community involved is what it is too. And Joe's numbers are just running right now. They really are. So if people weren't interested in it, you'd still be at 12.
Would you rent out the courts, Joe?
You could. It's tough when it goes outdoors to kind of rent, and you could host tournaments. That'd be another. You could generate revenue that way.
That'd be cool.
The other thing I'd be generating revenue off of this would be our youth tennis program. It's something that I've ran in the past. Easily can team up with USDA to have that. So that's another offset. But as far as it's really hard to generate kind of revenue to pay for something like this outside.
But if you had a league, I mean, we've done this before. If you had a league, you know, pickleball league or a tennis league or something like that had an organized effort and was going to be there at a time certain on a regular schedule, and you made that available to them, I think that would be appropriate. Generally speaking, though, if you have these things as public resources, they're publicly open, free for casual users.
And typically, a team is 2 people, and it's 140 people that are registered in the town. That's 70 teams that are ready to play at least once.
Yeah.
I know people that play almost every day.
And I was just thinking about for myself, if I want to play, first come, first serve, if you have all those teams, what does that do for the community wanting to be able to go and play?
If you have folks here, I guess you have folks here, you could ask them their tolerance for something like that.
Well, I mean, I think you would have to book through Joe and
Right.
somehow book the court time.
The biggest problem with this is gonna be scheduling it. Once
Right.
you build it, they'll come, and then you're gonna have to schedule it and figure out how you're gonna allocate that time.
Yeah, one of the ways to mitigate that is to have designated pickleball times and just put up the schedule there at the court. So that's one way you can kind of help keep everybody happy there, so you're not mixing tennis and pickleball.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to have fights at the pickleball courts amongst 80-year-olds. It just doesn't look good.
Right.
Busted hip from.
Having had in another town a recreational complex, the biggest problem is, you got the youth use, you got the casual users, you got the league use, and so our biggest problem was trying to make the courts available to all those different groups. And so that's the difficulty. It wasn't an issue of them sitting idle. It was a matter of trying to figure out how we could get everybody accommodated.
There isn't many sports where a 60, 70, 80-year-old person can do.
And yeah, that part's new.
That is one that they do, and they excel, and it's amazing how watching one person do it one day, and then 3 or 4 days later, they played every day, and they're just like hooked.
It's
huge.
I've never
Really is.
played this sport,
I haven't either.
but I've listened to it, and it's loud. Like, you could hear it from quite a ways. I mean,
He's got a ball.
but it is, it's loud.
It's a wiffle ball.
Yeah, but it makes noise. I mean, the neighbors on Mill Street, you know.
There's enough woods in between there, though. There really is, yeah. In that back corner.
Well, for the pickleball players, I mean, the crack of a bat, is a pickleball louder than that? I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's no different than people yelling and screaming and swearing at
It's
basketball either.
back and forth
So-
sound. It isn't just a
I know,
crack of the
I
bat
know.
and call
Right.
it good.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's very comparable, if not a little less pickleball. But it's
constant.
One of the things Joe did do, I asked him before, was to check to see if there was a way off of Mill Street we could fix those tennis courts that are tucked in there from before, and they're just too far gone, and the cost was awful. So that's when he came up with another plan.
Who owns those?
Yeah.
Joe knows. Who owns those tennis courts?
It's the O'Briens now. And they were really welcoming and really open to working together, but there was some constraints of parking. That road gets a little soggy too. It can be tight, and it's just even the use from the public on their private land. It's getting a little, I wouldn't want anything to happen. So this is hard to work through.
I think what a great benefit is too, knowing at Pineland Farm, I used to drive back through there. They always had, even one day a week, they would have the wheelchair accessible players. And I think that would be a huge benefit if that could be something that you just set a certain time and then they can probably do that too.
It's a great idea.
Absolutely.
So how would you
Fund it?
Yeah.
I agree with Don that 250 is not enough of a ball.
But what if you add the lights on there to the 440?
Well, still, yeah, I think at a minimum, you want $500,000 to $1 million to bond.
But if there's other potential bonded items in the overall budget and the overall plan.
Right.
So if you looked at a consolidated bond for those, then you're into the range where it's a little bit more tenable there. And then you get to the point of, of course, rates are where rates are, but I mean, we still, if we get enough there, then it's a function of looking at, do we self-bond or do we go through the bond bank? Because when we, and it all depends on what the rates come out when it gets run through.
But I mean, for those who are watching and the new folks, the town has, as we all know, a very, very low level of bonded indebtedness.
I was just going to ask, Sharice, where are we on bonds? Are we retiring anything?
Next page.
Not this fiscal year. I think we have 2 more years remaining.
But I'm speaking, generally speaking,
Oh,
compared to
yeah, I
other-
mean, we have a AAA rating, one of the few in the state of Maine. I mean, we don't carry a lot of debt purposely.
I know.
Right.
I know.
You got that message.
I got that message. You actually gave me that message when you first got elected.
That was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago. But I got that message, yeah.
But I think the thing I like is it's really including in different age groups.
It's a great idea. I'm not opposed to it. It's going to be, how do you finance it?
Right.
I think that you could almost look at it as, this is what we do now, and this is what we can do potentially with that infrastructure.
Yep.
I think it's worth it to spend the money on the infrastructure aspect of it, because there's always a shift we could do if pickleball got to a point where we topped it out. There's always something else that, there's other sports that we haven't even hit on that are very popular in other places.
Making that multi-sport field down there is awesome.
Yeah.
That's huge down there.
I gotta say, Joe has done a great job with the rec department.
He does.
I mean, when you look at Tasseltop where it was and where it is,
Yeah.
and then you look at all, this summer camp, I think is gonna be a huge thing. Now this pickleball, I think Raymond residents should be pretty happy with the direction on where this rec department's going.
Yes.
I should tell you, I've gotten 0 complaints, so if you measure it that way, I've gotten a lot of requests for additional services, but I haven't gotten any complaints about, the operations of the rec department.
We don't want Joe getting too arrogant.
We had some people, by the way, we had a fair number, by the way.
I was gonna say, he's a Hilton head, he's not listening.
By the way, we had a fair number of naysayers at the outset, you should know. People who, I wouldn't say it was time to do it. It was the time to do it, but there were people who had concerns, worries. They felt like maybe they were gonna lose something. And our position from the beginning was having Joe, a professional, they're not gonna lose anything. We're gonna gain the back office, the organization, the planning, the development, and then they can enjoy doing the sports and doing them with their children. They don't have to spend so much time and energy as you all did trying to keep this thing going.
Right.
And I think it was great that Raymond Rec did that for decades,
totally.
but I think it's an evolutionary thing. I think it's the time, and I give credit to Teresa as a pusher of this thing, and it's worked out well.
Well, when you look at the cost and the revenues, they're almost break even, which is, you can't do better than that, so.
No, he has totally built up Tasseltop and turned it around and the events.
And I was just looking at the budget estimate and just knowing that the estimate of that doesn't include the excavation, the conduit for lighting, access to the courts. So that's going to be the extra stuff that we probably look for Bob.
Right. We're probably going to ask our friend Nathan to help us with some of that stuff. You never know.
He's hiding back there.
I think you already volunteered.
Aww. He already volunteered.
Great, thank you, everyone.
Hey, hit him straight, Joe, hit him straight.
I'll try. Take care.
Bye, Joe, thanks.
Thank you, Joe.
Keep up the good work, Joe.
Let's move on to Public Works.
Did Nathan wake up?
Yeah.
Want to make sure you woke up.
Oh, yeah, I'm good. Good. All right, I'm gonna try to keep this as short as I can. I'm gonna go over the increases. First of all, there's a little housekeeping. Somewhere along the way, I made a mistake on the paving amount, passed it on to Melissa to do my report to you guys. It's not 320, it's 410. I wanted to get that out before I forgot. I did it again.
Where is that?
It's in my CIP account, at the bottom of my memo. It says paving 320,000, it's supposed to be 410,000. The same as last year.
Can you say those numbers again, please?
Paving.
Oh, I see it.
320.
Yep.
Is actually 410. Just carry forward from last year.
Yeah, we don't want to go backwards on that.
No, not at the cost of asphalt at this point. So starting at the top, striping, road striping. We spent 27,000. Well, we budgeted 27,000 last year. We're moving that up to 32,440. That is last year we spent $29,000 on striping. I overspent that line item. And talking to our contractor, they said expect at least a 10% increase in the striping. Equipment maintenance, I went from 70,000 to 75,000. That is to cover mostly petroleum products that we've seen an increase in.
So that's not bad.
No, it's not too bad.
Was it highballed initially, though?
Yeah, it was highballed. It went up and then it came back down a little bit on petroleum products. We changed some stuff. We went to some bulk oil, which saved a little bit of money.
You having problems with storing?
No, it's 55-gallon drum on a cart that wheels around the shop. It's actually it's actually better than the gallon jugs we were getting before.
Nice. Good job.
Uniforms, we just adjusted that to what we were actually spending. Went to $9,800. The mechanics is $5,800 for his uniforms. The crew, we give a $300 allowance for clothing allowance, and shop rags and hand soaps another $1,500. Winter sand, I pulled $10,000 out of that. We had $41,000 budgeted. I dropped it to $31,000. I budget for 4,000 yards of sand. We were able to hold that $5 a yard. That equals $20,000. The remaining $11,200 I'm going to hang on to just for contingency in case we have a problem, bad winter, you name it.
So you'll use it when we have a problem, you mean?
Yeah. We usually carry, like this year, we filled the building last spring before the fiscal year ended. So we have only bought $940 worth of sand this year. And I have about 1,000, 1,500 yards left in the building. That's been over a course of 6 years now, at the end of the fiscal year, buying sand with the extra money instead of turning it back. That got us ahead. And the plan was at some point we could either save that money or pull the money back. A little nervous to give more than 10 back with the way things are. We've used a lot of sand this winter, just the way the weather is, and the weather patterns have changed. They're warmer, the traffic's picked up. It's been a challenge. But the $10,000 we saved there, we quickly spend in salt. Salt prices, I don't have a price for next year yet. I won't have that until May or June. I budgeted last year $73,000. The actual cost was $76,000. We budget for 1,200 ton of salt. That's 91 grand. We didn't spend that much last year. So our estimates now, and they're not solid estimates. I wish I had a better avenue to get that. They're suggesting $80 a ton. That'll bring us up to the $96,000. The MSW contract goes up 3% for curbside pickup, along with the recycling for the curbside pickup goes up 3%. That brings both that to $146 each. Recycling tipping fees, I added $5,000 to increase that to $30,000. We have a contract with them, and we're this month, and I think last month too, we were at the cap of what they can charge us.
Right.
Hoping it comes down. Again, it's a shot in the dark. It's a gamble. The only other thing I got is facilities. We asked for $50,000 last year to rehab the Main Street garage, to give Joe a better place and myself a better place to have an office. The pricing of materials and stuff, we missed that by almost half, and I didn't do it because of that. We just didn't have enough money. So we're asking for another 50 grand this year, giving us 100. The other concern I had was putting that much money into that building, and I've spoke to a couple of real estate people, and they said, whatever you put into it, you'll get it back without a problem. And the building's right now is almost at what we'd have in it when we get done. I think this is something pretty important. We don't have our office is about the size of the bathroom in this building, and Joe and I are sharing it, and he's been a good roommate, but it takes up a lot of space. The only other
feel that you need more room? Nate,
oh yeah.
No, for an office though.
No,
you just need yourself and one other person probably.
Yeah, it's not. What we're going to do is it's going to be like a storefront where people can come in. It's kind of embarrassing right now to have somebody come in that building. It's an old building where we'd like to hire at some point somebody to come down and help us with administration. It's just not a good environment. It's not a good working environment. So we're going to take one bay and make that Joe's office and a receptionist area. And then we're going to add some storage onto the building and re-side the building and just kind of spiff it up. It's kind of an ugly duckling.
The bathroom's disgusting.
Yeah, we keep it clean. It's not dirty. It's just 300 years old, and it's not bad for a garage, but my wife won't go in there. That's how I judge things. Like I said, I had lowballed it. I thought $50,000 would do it. The contractor that came out last spring, walked around the building, he called me up, he said, you ain't got enough money to fix the side of it, put the outsiding on it. He said, you gotta dig a little deeper. And that was the plan with that. And that's gonna be a temporary fix. The other thing I'd like to talk about, we didn't put in the budget, but I'd like to talk about, and we talked about this last year with the school, town office, and a public works maintenance facility down in San Salt building. I gotta guess that's gonna be 2 years out, but I'd like to be able to start looking at design, what it's gonna cost, what we can do.
Means you don't have septic down there, you don't have
Yeah, we
water
actually, we
down
got both down there, yeah. The septic and water. We put a trailer in for the.
Some of your biggest infrastructure. No, that's good.
Yeah.
That's a plus.
Right now, we're in 3 facilities right now, the Sand Salt building, this garage down here, and the one down on Main Street. It's doable, we've done it. It's, all the trucks are getting bigger, so they're getting tight to get into this building. The fire department stuff's getting bigger. When Matt works on, I think they got 3 custom cabs, they call them, so the front of the truck tips up. We have to get the truck in, disable the door, run the body up, and we disable the door because if the door comes up, it's going to take the top of the cab out. He's got to walk around the truck to work on it. He has to climb over the truck when the hood's open.
Which is a liability.
It's a liability.
That's not good at all.
The dump trucks, they all fit in there to get maintenance. You can't run the body all the way up on the wheelers. So if you got something in the back of the body, a hydraulic line or anything you got to work on, it's got to go outside. And that's not great.
It means you can't work on it all the time.
Well, he does. He does. We've made do, but it would be, this would be a big step. It's a lot of money, but I think it's something that we've known was coming. I knew was coming for a long time.
Well, we don't have money because we've spent it on this pickleball.
Well, yeah, that I know. we can buy a tent anyway, and half the pickleball courts are up.
So are you looking for an office and bays, garage bays?
Sand Salt building would be, I'd move the entire public works facility down there. It'd be my office. I don't know how many bays. We've looked at a couple of buildings just by going to meetings at these other garages. And the Gloucester's got I think probably the best setup. The other thing we're looking at is, and we're in the starting stages of talking to Casco. They're in the very starting stages of a public works department, so they need mechanic, storage, place to work out of. That would be it wouldn't be short term. If they get going, you're probably 5 to 8 years income from them.
They've got a lot to do to build a public works department.
Because they've always contracted, right?
Right.
They've always contracted, but there was a recent article in the Bridgeton News where the town manager talked about an incremental shift away from contracting to a public works department. But that's something that you can't do like bang 1 year. So the idea that we've tried to be entrepreneurial. We do have some, intergovernmental relationships already with other towns. Roadside mowing would be one. We've offered maintenance services because we have a mechanic, so of course we do that for the 3-town ACO vehicle. And so we're going to make some offers to them. Whether they accept them and think it's a good idea, who knows? But we think that it might be a good partnership for them to work with us for a period of time out of that facility. I think it's very doable for them for their town, and we could provide a lot of the support that they need to get going. And apparently Nate's talked to them, and I haven't talked directly with the town manager, but you've talked to.
We've got a meeting coming up.
He's setting up a meeting for me to go meet with him, and we'd love to work with them and see if there's a way to do that together, and that could help to mitigate some of our costs in the early years of a bond, let's say, and help them get started. And it also helps to cultivate an ongoing customer for vehicles, too.
I think that, and I'm surprised it hasn't come yet, but I think there's a time where you're going to have to work with your neighboring towns.
Oh, yeah.
We've got a lot of equipment that we don't use every day that they could use. You run into problems in certain times like plowing and ditching that you're all doing the same thing, but there's a lot of little things that you can work with. And I think it's something that needs to be looked at. And
that's a good point too. I left that out because we already, share an employee with the town of Naples, and so we have made equipment available to them on a rental basis that we're not using. Our priority first, of course. So they schedule around us, and so they don't have to purchase, duplicate that expensive equipment. We have a revenue.
I think
and that relationship's worked good.
Pardon me?
That's worked well.
Yes, it's worked very well.
They haven't maybe was a little harder on the equipment than you or your guys?
We send the equipment, if we're going to send something that's a specialized piece of equipment, we send it with an operator and they pay us for that.
There we go.
Yeah, the mower goes with an operator. I've had one operator in that since we've purchased it.
Nice.
He's borrowed, rented a pickup truck. He rented the
Dump truck.
F600 for a summer. He's borrowed the hand brooms, 'cause they've got nothing down there. It's incredible. They hired 2 people and said, good luck. Casco did the same thing. He come down one day to borrow a shovel. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. He's well, I haven't got a shovel. I'm like, hey.
The famous story, when I first came here, I got a call from my good friend, Dave Morton, about the Edwards Road washing out, and wanted to know if we could come down and put some cones up. They didn't have cones and the road was washed right out. So we did that for them. So they're starting from a low level, but I think they're committed to doing this, and so I think it's a good way to work together.
So waiting a year, you don't think things are gonna go up more?
Well, it's gonna, if you guys said, yes, go do it right now, I couldn't put the building up in a year. Even if we took the plans from the town of Gloucester, which they gave me a set of their plans, you've got to send those out to an engineer and have them fit to the property that we have. That's gonna take 6 months. And to get a contractor, it wouldn't happen in a year. That's why I said I just need, I guess I need permission. Do I go forward, or do you guys not want to go forward, or what do you do?
Joe has gone from building to building to building.
Well, Joe's going to stay down at the 47 Main Street project, the building down there. That's why we're doing that. Eventually, I'll move out of that and go to hopefully down to the same side.
Well, I think eventually, we're going to be at the school eventually.
Right. So that's, what did we say, 5, 6 years?
Well, they're now saying 27, but, and I'm with Nate. Nate basically proposed that maybe we should look at what we have for properties, and, I don't see where we need, say, 47 Main Street. We've got some properties, we're gonna have to keep, the East Raymond Station.
Well, the East Raymond Station.
We're gonna have to keep that, but there is some backland there that, might be developable land, maybe not. It wasn't developable for us because it wasn't big enough for our use. So maybe look at some of our assets to help mitigate the cost, and look at partnerships to help with the cost, but put everything in one spot like everybody else. We're scattered all over town, in 3 different places. But and not tomorrow, but he's saying, should we look at that moving forward? And I think we should.
And
I agree. I think
whatever
we should too, and it's only going to get more expensive.
Yeah, and whatever we put into 47 Main Street is only going to improve it and make it more resaleable.
And that's also the town office too, I would say, unless somebody has a really deep attachment to it. The historic value of it, like the Hawthorne House, they're working to bring that back and establish a use and a place for it. But the town office has been renovated and chopped, hacked, cut, reorganized. We do it on a week basis. So if you want to do anything at all, it would be, if you want to keep that building, I would say just the front part. But I don't see where the town has a use for it. We're going to have everything we need and more at the school. And there are people who like to buy those old buildings and renovate them into houses and so forth. And so, but that's up to you. We have got some assets, is all I'm saying, to help.
Another question. Sorry, another question. Your admin, where is that in here? Because I thought you and Joe were talking about.
We were, but we didn't do the building work down there, so we're still bothering Melissa up to the town office. I think the plan, and everything came to a stop when I realized I didn't have enough money to do the building. And there was a lot of factors in that. Pricing's come down some, not a lot, but it has come down some. We were right at the peak, so we just stopped. The plan is to have Melissa come down 2 days a week to our shop, and then 2 days a week up to the town office is what we had talked about. And that would change her salary more onto us and half onto Kurt and Dawn.
And that would be enough based on I guess everything that Joe's bringing in to split that, and then with you
I think
too?
for now, yes. I do.
Okay. I know we had talked about it before.
Well, I think when you get into if we get into the school, that's going to change a lot of things. Joe's going to be moved up to the school. He'll be more access to somebody to help him clerically there. And I don't generate that much paperwork, I hope. And I can borrow somebody a couple of days a week. So I think hiring a full-time position for that wouldn't, you'd have too much idle time.
Okay.
Outside of that, we got the playground equipment. You guys talked about that. That's back in the budget this year.
Did you want to talk about town buildings?
Town buildings, we added money for the light bill.
Utilities.
Utilities, that was it. Other than that, the rest of my budgets stayed pretty good. I hope.
I'd like to speak to the cemeteries for a second, just to give an update. I've asked for the same amount to repair stones and whatnot, and they will be working this coming spring for this fiscal year in North Raymond Road Cemetery, and that's what the next fiscal year will be as well, to repair the stones there to start with. There's quite a few broken. And also, I just wanted to let you know that Matt Sanborn has continued in his dad's rather large footprints to continue to be our sexton, and he's done a fantastic job with that.
Good to hear.
Any questions for Public Works?
Why did I see cemeteries on here?
Right in the bottom of the spreadsheet.
Oh, thanks, sorry. My finger. No. Thanks. Well, no, she's asking for 0. What am I missing?
I should be asking for 3,500. I'd asked for the same amount as last year.
So it was a 0 increase from last year.
All right, because the land improvement cemetery, public services is 0, so she's got 4,300 under repairs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any questions for Nathan?
Other than you do a wonderful job.
Don't
I deal with other towns, municipal, and you're top shelf.
Well, we've got a really good bunch of guys that back me up
Yeah.
on this.
Yeah, and
I couldn't do it
you
without
can't
them.
do it alone.
No. It's been a pleasure working with them, and they do a good job. They come here and they just go.
Yeah.
We've had some.
A lot of them being as good as they are, though, is because of you too, Nate. So.
Right, but I get, yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, it's reality, though.
So they're happy, and that makes me happy, and hopefully we're done with winter.
No, we won't be.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Nathan. Let's
Oh, Allison's here.
Library
Technology.
Or technology, he's here too.
and library.
Library.
Yeah, let's go to technology.
Okay, do you guys have the sheets that I gave to Charisse?
Yes.
Okay, good. The big focus this year and into next year has been updating 3 main areas. One is network. We're replacing the 10 to 15-year-old switches, firewalls, bringing everything up to current standards and functionality. We've got, then, like I said, that's going to be going into the end of next year. It's a huge project. We're working also to upgrade 10 to 15-year-old uninterruptible power supplies, the UPSs, and those most of them, we have run them right out to the end, and they're starting to fail. Nathan was very happy to help us out there the other day, getting one of those replaced at the portable in the other room there. Very critical for the infrastructure. The other big area, of course, is adding in the library. We've started upgrading and bringing them into our infrastructure. We put in the electronic lock system down there now. We're working to replace their communication cabinet and bring their cameras, security cameras, and phones into our network. So those are, like I say, the 3 big areas for us this year, and like I say, running into next year. I don't know if there's any particular places you want to look at in the accounts. If you have any questions on any of those areas, just, I'm here to answer. We tried to bring in the infrastructure network services, so all of the cable modems, the routers, the fiber and stuff, we brought that into one account this year, which makes it easier to see our overall network costs from a provider spectrum. And you have that, you also have the network diagram. So you can get an appreciation of what we're supporting.
Some of them do, some of them don't. Kevin, I can update their books if need be. He did a very nice diagram of the whole networking from server to...
Yeah, if you let me share my thing, I could show that. I don't know if they can see that on the screen or...
I can't let you, but somebody might be able to.
Oh, you don't have one.
He's the tech guy.
That would be me, just a
I
moment.
can pass the copy around.
Maybe the tech guy, but I'm not the guy in charge.
Okay, you should be able to, Kevin.
Oh, we should.
Okay, hold on a second, let me find the...
He's looking at this sheet that should be in your book.
Some have it, some
Oh,
don't.
do you have that? Okay.
Ah, I'm the only selectman that got it.
It's at the back side, right before tassel top and rack. Should be the
Oh,
last.
Lonnie got it. I got it.
I don't think Karen has it, and just because you got your book before, I was able to put it down.
I'm so eager.
The next one.
Oh, perfect.
Services tax and top.
Oh, look at that.
You're not letting you, Kevin?
No, it says I'm
Do you have an
disabled.
extra one for Rob?
No, I've got one participant can share at a time. Let me go to advanced options, see what I
Never
find.
mind.
That's a bunch of mumbo jumbo to me, though.
Okay, just change it so all participants can share.
Just want to work.
I can pass it now.
There you go.
Okay, so you can see what basically we're built around all the communications between all the different buildings in the town, the municipality that go through Spectrum, with the exception now, even though we are using Spectrum, you can see that the red lines are fiber lines, and we did get that link between the town office and the public safety building, which has enabled us to get the off-site backups, which are critical. So if we had a disaster at either place, the servers and all the networking and everything can be restored at either of those locations. So we're doing backups from public safety to the town office and from the town office to public safety. So that was a big piece, and you can see if you look at the budget, that cost us quite a bit of money. And we're working, and Don will give you in, but we're working on with a regional collab committee for the regional area to get to get fiber to all of the businesses and houses, anything that needs fiber, and hopefully within the next 2 or 3 years we'll get that in, and that would drastically reduce our costs. That committee is moving along. We're I think looking at 5 vendors starting next week. We put out an RFP, and actually Rolf could fill you in there too, because he's on that committee.
Yeah, Rolf would be the best resource there, but I don't know if you want to add anything, Rolf.
Well, I mean, at this point, it's still, the committee put out an RFP. It's been answered by some people, and the responses are under review right now. But I mean, the intent is ultimately to be able to select one vendor, and then they would then have to go through and do all the wiring and connections and all that. So the long-term goal is that every house and every business will be connected with fiber.
Right, and that was at the beginning of this effort. There were some towns that were looking at, what I call halfway measures, and I think, Kevin's participation and Ralph's participation in this thing, that as far as I know, Kevin, they're not doing that now, right? Everybody's looking at fiber to the home.
Yeah, we're looking at everybody getting fiber in, because that's really the only way to move
Right.
into the future with being able to support the bandwidth and various other things that we need to be concerned about. And one of the reasons I brought this up too is when you were talking about bonds earlier, that would definitely be a bonding situation.
I think it's going to be a combination, of bonding, federal and state resources. There may be a component of the private sector investment. That's what's yet to be figured out. That's what the committee that Rolf and Kevin are on, and they're working on. It won't be free, but and there are options to own the network, not own the network, have somebody run the network, have somebody own and run the network. There's all sorts of permutations that can be looked at, probably individually by town, but the fundamental thing is it's fiber to the home, and then towns will have to make individual decisions on where they want to go, as I understand it.
So that was my
Something's
question.
changed.
So that you're saying fiber to the home, because I know where we live, it's old.
It's old, yeah.
My internet's the worst.
Yeah. Did you put a
Yeah,
big
what you're
booster
saying
in the
is
I
basement?
put boosters
Yeah.
in every corner.
Yeah.
I have like too many boosters.
Yeah.
We're talking a minimum of 1 gigabit per second symmetrical up and down, with the option of going to 10 gigabits and up to 40 gigabits for the town, municipality, getting dark fiber between the buildings and stuff. So we're putting in, it took a lot, but we have managed to show that this is the right way to go.
And there are some substantial costs involved in what we're doing now, and I mean, it's not enough to offset what we're going to have to invest, but you're going to have a different product, a different service, and you're not going to be in a situation where you're behind the technological times. And one of the biggest things we learned from the pandemic is people really want to be here in this environment, and if you have robust internet access up and down, there are people who are going to come here and bring their businesses here, work from home here. I think it's an overall economic and demographic good for the town.
But isn't there all kinds of federal and state
There
money
is.
available?
It's coming, but I'm just saying, don't count on that being everything.
Yeah.
Second, it won't do everything, but it would be, there'd be applications for grants, there'd be applications for federal money, there'd be applications for, assistance any place you can get it. But at the end of the day, you're still going to have some town costs.
We'd like it to be the Raymond way, revenue neutral. Maybe they build it and send us a check, but I don't think it's going to be that this time.
Is Spectrum involved in any of this?
I don't want to comment about that.
Okay.
Maybe Ralph
Well, no,
does.
Spectrum is one of the people that have responded to the RFP, and we're giving everybody an equal chance. But we're not saying, okay, can some vendors say we're going to use coax or we're going to use wireless? No, we're saying absolutely fiber to the premise.
The reason I don't want to comment is because, the system we have now, I mean, they do what they do, and they're sort of, they are a monopoly, essentially. Right. And so we're looking at options. They're one of the options. They may win the day. That's what the committee's going to do. But I mean, right now, we don't have options.
Having good internet is right up there with having a couple good courts.
Well, I mean, and good internet,
No, and
you're talking
I'm
about
serious
all
about
of
that.
your
I really am.
communications will be
It's
funneling
important.
through the internet. So, your phone, your TV, every bit of data that you do, medical services, you can't, the future of this is, we have to lay a good, solid foundation for the future of this thing.
So if you put fiber in, will your phone go down when you have a power outage?
Not if you have a battery supply locally for your phone.
You will even get phone service maybe where you live.
I don't get cell service right now, so.
Yeah.
It's only a pill from there for you.
You don't?
No.
That's where you need the UPS, Joe.
All right.
So I don't know if I missed that while I was out back, but there's a change in the contract services to reflect, a difference in service. We have now the library, and it's been a number of years since there's been a change there, so I wanted to point that out. But Kevin and his team, they do a great job for us. I think years ago, Joe, you had your guy come and look at it, and I think he called it a bear bunker. Yeah. And I call that although that's could be seen pejoratively, I think it's positive. Kevin does a great job in locking us down to the degree possible. He tells me never to talk about it, though, because you can never anticipate every uncertainty that might come your way. But they're 24/7, 365 support, and they do take a look at the network diagram. I don't think there's a town in this region, our size certainly, and maybe in the state, that does what we do. So that's one place where I think I would say, head and shoulders above virtually any town I know about. And Kevin's been pushing, and I've been pushing now. We're doing, technological training. That's part of the merit system. You take your training, you pass your training. That's part of it. You don't, that's part of it. Although most people don't take that option. So.
The option of not doing it.
Not more than once, anyway.
Yeah.
So, and Kevin's been a big part of that. He's always pushing us to do better.
great.
Yep.
Kevin just appeared.
He's there, he's there.
He's got that kind of technology.
Any other questions on the budget or the network infrastructure?
No.
What about CIP?
Want to go to Allison?
Oh, you mean?
Oh, for Kevin's spot.
Oh, it's Kevin, see it.
Yeah, so the problem with this business is everybody keeps coming to me, I need a laptop, I need a printer, I need this and that, so, and what we're gonna do now, then we talked to Oshries and Don, is we're gonna be putting hardware, and this is what I do with my own accounting, but things that should be capital budgets, we put in CIP from now on. We'll put in stuff that, if, to repair something, or for, PC breaks, we'll, buy a new PC, but that will be out of the service accounts versus the CIP. And we're gonna put all the new requests for hardware and some software, because software can actually go into capital according to standard accounting practices, depending on the software. So we're gonna roll that stuff into CIP, and I'm gonna I put an anticipated 25 in, but I'll give you an example. Joe's summer program needed a laptop and a printer, and that wasn't scheduled or anything, but we took that out of our account, and I'm taking that out of the CIP. So we have a lot of those requests during the year, and that's where I added that 25 in for the unanticipated.
25,000?
Right. Well, Joe's laptop and printer came to about 3,500. So that's just one unanticipated request. And you can ask Sharice what we put in there this year, things that we didn't anticipate on, failing were some of the big UPSs, and the big UPSs run at $6,000 a piece.
Do we still, I think we do, buy servers and then refurb them? Is that something?
We
still
buy
do?
secondhand servers on eBay. There's a really good company, and they still have like 3 years of warranty on them, and we have not had any issues with them. And we pay at least a third of the retail price for those Dell servers. And we buy one generation back, and they have lasted between 10 and 15 years for each purchase we have made of those.
And I can assure you that no town or school is doing that.
And if you looked at that diagram and you saw the number of virtual machines that run on those servers, typically, and that's the best practice, is to run one function per server. A lot of towns have, not towns, but bigger organizations run hardware. So for each function that's running, so like the Trio software or the security software or the domain server software, those could run on different hardware servers, but we run those on virtual machines on one physical server, so we're making the best